thanking us for our part in bringing about that peace. They see us now as their most important ally in all of Westria, and want to increase trade and greater integration between our two societies." "That's great news," said Edgar. "It is, isn't it?" said Alice. "Now, it's good that you showed up here, Edgar, as we do need something from you. We'll need you to hold down the fort here in Resfall, as we've been requested to come visit Ironhold in the Snow Peak Mountains in celebration of Ulfgar Stonebrow's coronation as King of the United Dwarven Civilization." Edgar raised an eyebrow and looked at the Queen's handmaiden, Mildred Cross. "Don't you think that's a little bit risky for the Queen to travel so far away?" "Don't worry," said Mildred. "I know all the secret routes and ways to stay out of trouble on the way there." "Please don't tell me it includes going through the ancient Carvasi ruins," grumbled Edgar. Mildred shook her head. "Of course not. What kind of fool do you take me for?" "Yeah, and Mildred's been helping me train in my own traveler powers," said the Queen, punching one fist in her other hand. "We promised to keep that training mainly between us. Isn't that right, Your Highness?" said Mildred. "Of course, that dance training you've been giving me has been really great. I feel so much more lithe and eloquent now." The Queen smirked. Edgar rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "It sounds like you're going to go, no matter what I say," he said. "Even if I think it's a bad idea." "That's right," the Queen grinned, putting on a pair of sunglasses. "Mildred and I are long overdue for a vacation." 137 Curtis strolled through the stalls of Ironhold's Central Market. He ignored the weapon and armor dealers and tried to resist indulging on any more dwarven sweets and candies that seemed to appear everywhere he turned. He was shopping with intention. He was on the lookout for certain crafting materials that were difficult to purchase back home. He'd already purchased a large sack of mithril dust, which had been an incredibly lucky find. He was now on the hunt for shadow moss and gold root, both of which grew in the Snow Peak Mountains, so should be available for purchase here in Ironhold. As Curtis traversed the market, scouting for rare materials and good bargains, he made sure to keep his hood up at all times. It didn't matter if the dwarves had found peace with each other, because they still hadn't found any positive feeling towards the elves. He had a target on his back, that was for sure. He felt it with every glance and gesture the dwarves around him made. He was a second-class citizen in Ironhold. He knew he wouldn't feel comfortable until they were well away from these mountains and on their journey home back to Resfall. After another 20 minutes of shopping, Curtis decided he'd found all the rare materials he needed and started heading back towards the palace where him and his fellow traveler companions were staying. As he turned a corner, he suddenly sensed a set of footsteps hurrying behind him. Curtis picked up his pace and quickly readjusted his hood. He was being followed. Thoughts of being tortured by psychopathic dwarven blacksmiths rushed through his head and made his heart begin to race. The horrible thoughts only helped him quicken his pace. "Why did I go to the market by myself?" Curtis thought. "I should have gone with Brock at my side." The problem shopping with Brock, though, was that he was such a distraction and got bored way too quickly with anything that wasn't drinking or fighting. Curtis turned down another street. Despite the fact that Curtis was practically running now, the footsteps weren't getting any quieter. Further proof that he was indeed being chased by dwarves who wanted to kill him. Just as he turned another corner, he came face to face with another large group of dwarves. Curtis swerved to turn back the way he came, but the group of dwarves who had been chasing after him had caught up. Crud. "There he is," said one of the dwarves. The same dwarf who spoke came up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder before pushing him forward. "Come on," said the dwarf. "There's somewhere you need to be." Curtis took in a deep breath as he walked forward with this new large group of dwarves. He calculated in his head how many of them he could knock out with a single chain lightning hook attack. The math in his head told him it wouldn't be enough to get rid of them all and escape whatever danger he was heading towards. He also had to take stock in the fact that he had absolutely no idea where they were currently taking him. He didn't want to cause a ruckus for no reason, not after Ironhold had just witnessed and gotten over so much violence and bloodshed in its streets. "Bide your time," Curtis thought to himself soothingly. "Find out where they are taking you, and then strike. Until then, stay alert and prepared for anything. Curtis and his group of potential kidnappers eventually arrived in a large, crowded, open city square. The area was packed with dwarves of all ages. There were stalls set up serving food and beverages. Little kids were running around all over the place. "Have they taken me to some kind of demented party?" Curtis wondered. He looked around, trying to get his bearings. He felt a tiny bit of relief, thinking his kidnappers wouldn't torture him in broad daylight with all of these people around him. But whatever feeling of relief he may have been experiencing, it was being overtaken by a strong sense of confusion. What the heck is going on? At the center of the crowd was a large, human-sized object covered beneath a large piece of brown cloth. A dwarf walked up to the large object and placed his hands on the cloth covering. "The moment of truth," said one of the dwarves beside Curtis. Curtis's heart began to race once more. The dwarf at the front of the crowd pulled off the brown covering and revealed the object beneath. Everyone gasped. Most of all, Curtis. For the object at the center of the crowd was a statue of none other than Curtis himself. Everyone began cheering and clapping. They all turned to Curtis with smiles of warmth and kindness. Curtis's eyes began to fill with tears at the sight of all the friendly faces of the many dwarves around him. Due to his heroic actions in the Battle of Ironhold, Curtis had single-handedly done more for positive elven-dwarf relations than anyone else in over 3 centuries. 138. Sam held the nail in the place and hammered it until it was lodged in the plank of the roof they were building. He removed his fingers that were holding the nail still and then bashed the nail into its spot. "I think that's it," said Toby, nearby. They were helping rebuild the roof to one of the city's community centers that had been destroyed in the Battle of Ironhold. Sam wiped sweat from his brow and caught his breath. It felt nice to be helping out on smaller tasks after weeks and months of fighting monsters and saving people from life-or-death situations. It was good to know that he could lend a helping hand that didn't involve his swordsmanship prowess. "Shall we head back to the palace and see what the others are up to?" asked Toby, moving towards a ladder and climbing himself down. Sam agreed and followed his friend back down to the street level. One of the community center workers thanked them profusely, to which Sam said, "No problem at all. Just doing our jobs." With that, Toby and Sam headed back towards the palace. They didn't take the quickest route back, however. Instead, they made sure to go through one of the city's many markets and pick themselves up each a dwarven honeycomb donut. "These are so delicious," said Toby. "I could eat them every day. In fact, I think we have been eating them every day." "Oh my gosh, you don't think—" "What?" Sam smirked. "I can't even imagine the end of that sentence. What, eating too many honeycomb donuts leads to some kind of unique dwarven bloating disease that is going to kill us? Oh man, I was just going to say maybe we'd be gaining a few extra pounds," said Toby. "I hadn't even considered IDGS inflated dwarven gastrointestinal syndrome. Now I am concerned." "Well, if you're so concerned, give me the rest of your donut," said Sam, holding out his hand. Toby twitched, then blushed. "These donuts are too good," he said, taking another bite. "If they kill me, so be it." After a few more minutes of walking, and Toby had fully relaxed and forgotten about his donut death scare, he turned to Sam with another look of concern on his face. "I need your help," said Toby. "What should I do about Clara? It's like, things are good, great even, but, like, I want to take things to the next level, you know? What if maybe everything that's gone wrong has gone wrong for a reason? What if Clara's not interested anymore?" Toby sighed. "I'd just speak to her honestly," said Sam. "The mistletoe debacle was just bad luck. And the blood-soaked ball? I'm pretty sure the emissaries of the Fallen didn't launch an attack then so they could stop you and Clara from kissing." "You never know," said Toby. "For those who hate life itself, love can be the ultimate enemy." Sam chuckled. "I wouldn't worry about it, Tobes. It will all work itself out eventually." Toby sighed and then changed the subject. Say, do you miss the Queen at all? Sam blushed. No, why would you say that? Toby grinned. No reason. Clara and the others were hanging out in the common room of their suite in the Palace of Ironhold. The group hadn't made a rush to depart the city, wanting to help out and make sure the new united dwarven civilization got off to a running start. They helped repair the wall, cook meals, play with the kids. The group of travelers became minor celebrities and welcomed guests all throughout the Snow Peak Mountains. Wow, everyone is so nice to us, said Clara, one evening in their common room. It's so amazing to see, especially after all the snide looks we got when we first arrived. I agree, said Olivia, sipping on a mug of chamomile tea. It's crazy to think only one of us got ordained with a statue, however. Ugh, groaned Brock. Don't speak of it to me. What can I say? Curtis grinned. I'm just a memorable fighter, I suppose. Just as the conversation was about to change to something else, the door swung open and Clara's and Olivia's eyes widened and smiles filled their faces. What are you doing here? They both got up and ran over to see Queen Alice and Mildred stepped into their common room. Ulfgar invited me, said Queen Alice, and it became clear it was of great diplomatic importance for both of our kingdoms for me to make the trip. And I wanted a vacation, said Mildred stoically. To a cold underground mountain city? Asked Clara. Some people like sun, said Mildred. I much prefer the cold. Fair enough, said Clara. At that very moment, Sam and Toby walked in from their stroll around Ironhold. Whoa, is that the Queen? Said Toby, dumbfounded. What are you doing here? Said Sam. It's dangerous. Queen Alice crossed her arms and lifted her nose at Sam. Is that really how you're going to say hi to me? Sam's shoulders fell. He didn't know what to say. He was weirdly glad to see the Queen, though he really couldn't say why. Maybe it was nice just to see someone familiar after being away from Resfall for as long as they had been. It was nice to see someone from home. Sam opened his mouth to apologize. Before he could finish, Alice had wrapped her arms around him and was hugging him tightly. She leaned her head into his chest. I'm glad you're okay, she said softly. 139. A few days later, the group of travelers got ready in their palace suite for Ulfgar's coronation ball. Sam and the rest of the boys wore black tuxedos with black bow ties. They were ready to go far before the girls of the group. We're going to be late, said Curtis, taking a sip from his glass of dwarven whiskey. Just a minute, hollered Clara from her room, where she, Olivia, Alice, and Mildred were all getting ready. What are they even doing in there? Sighed Toby. We're going to miss the entire ball at this. The girls then stepped out into the suite's common room, rendering Toby speechless. His eyes were all on Clara, who was wearing an elegant green velvet ball gown that accentuated her gorgeous green eyes. Her hair was done up, exposing her lithe neck and shoulders. Pretty silver earrings dangled from her ears. The rest of the girls all looked great as well. Olivia was wearing a simple, form-fitting black dress that matched her hair. She wore a silver choker around her neck and had a small handbag on her left shoulder. Even Mildred Cross was wearing a pretty navy blue dress, though Sam shivered at the idea of complimenting her, knowing her capabilities as a deadly assassin. But the girl Sam couldn't keep his eyes off of was Alice. She wore a light blue gown that brought out her beautiful blue eyes. Around her neck, she wore an elegant pearl necklace. She let her hair down long with a few wavy curls. Sam would have stared, but he then remembered the presence of Mildred Cross and her deadly assassination abilities. He gulped, and his eyes suddenly fell to his feet. "Shall we head off?" said Clara. And with that, the group left their suite and headed downstairs for Ulfgar's coronation ball. The ballroom was full of circular tables with multiple glasses and types of silverware laid out for each person. Glittering chandeliers hung from the walls. As the group found their table and they all sat down, they noticed that one person was missing. "Hey," said Olivia, looking around. "Has anyone seen Brock?" Ulfgar paced back and forth in his chambers that adjoined the palace ballroom. He couldn't stop moving, twitching, scratching the back of his head. He was growing more and more concerned and nervous regarding the coronation ball that he was about to host. "I'm not sure," Ulfgar said. "I don't know how you talked me into this in the first place. I think this might be a bad idea. Isn't it a little juvenile?" Shredder shook his head. "No way, Your Highness. It's going to be the most radically epic coronation ball opening ever. Trust me." Ulfgar stopped pacing and sighed. He looked Shredder in the eye. "Okay," he said. "You better be right." "I promise," said Shredder. "Anyways, I gotta go get ready. We're starting any minute now." Ulfgar watched the dwarf go and hoped to himself that he wasn't about to ruin the legacy of his rule before it even truly began. Across the palace ballroom from where Sam and the other travelers were sitting, Brock stood behind a stage, peeking out from behind a curtain. "Get away from the curtain, little bro," said Shredder. "Why?" "You're going to mess up our grand entrance," said Shredder. "It's called being radical, aka showmanship." Suddenly, Brock lost the urge to argue with his brother. "All right, I'll take your word for it," sighed Brock, stepping away from the curtain. "You've been doing this rock and roll lifestyle a lot longer than me." "Thank you, little bro," said Shredder, giving him a hug. And then Brock couldn't believe the words he said next. "No worries, big bro." Shredder wiped a tear from his eye as he embraced his brother in a hug. "Let's go rock the pants off of that crowd." He materialized his mana-generated guitar and walked out to the palace ballroom and strummed. Brock walked out next holding out 2 drumsticks and materialized a drum set in front of him. "I'm Brock Skidmore," shouted Brock to the cheering crowd. "And I'm Shredder Skidmore." The 2 brothers then began to play music, almost like all the time they had spent apart had never happened, as if the 2 men had stayed in their bedrooms as kids this whole time just playing tunes together. Their music channeled that unlived life and made them cherish the current moment they were sharing. And together, they both shouted, "We're the Rocking Boulder Brothers!" 40 Olivia watched from her seat as Shredder sang and danced. The handsome dwarven rock star never left her sight. The same could be said for almost every other woman in the ballroom that night. There was just something about Shredder that made him incredibly handsome and endearing to those of the opposite sex. She felt a strong urge to get closer to him, to get to know him better. She had tried enlisting her colleague Brock for help, but he had simply refused. As she admired Shredder from afar, she came up with a plan. When Shredder finished performing, she planned on buying him a drink. An hour or so later, Olivia saw her chance. Shredder and Brock were standing close to the bar, relaxing after their performance. Olivia realized it was now or never. She started moving towards the 2 dwarves across the ballroom. In the corner of her eye, she noticed 2 scantily clad dwarven women heading towards the man of her dreams. "Those vixens think they can steal Shredder from me." Olivia picked up the pace and did a little bit more than that to increase her odds. She triggered her paladin-class spell, Divine Inspiration. Thanks to her special ability, she was now even faster, stronger, and luckier. There was no way she'd let those 2 groupies ruin her opportunity to speak with Shredder. Less than a minute later, she was out of breath and sweating slightly in front of Shredder and Brock. Captain, are you okay?" asked Brock. Olivia caught her breath and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Come on, Olivia," she thought. "Keep it together." She grinned and flicked her hair back. "I was just wondering if maybe I could buy you 2 a drink," said Olivia, flicking her hair behind her back. "A pint of ale, perhaps?" "Sounds great, thank you," said Brock. "Actually, could you make that a gin and tonic?" said Shredder. "I don't like ale that much." Olivia blinked. "You don't like ale?" It was as if in a millisecond, Olivia's overwhelming infatuation for Shredder was gone. She honestly couldn't even understand what she saw in him a few moments before. "You know what?" said Olivia. "Let's rain check on that drink." Olivia hurried away and Brock sighed with relief. "What just happened there, little bro?" asked Shredder. Out of nowhere, Curtis emerged. "Did that just happen?" "Where did you come from?" said Shredder. "I was watching you from over there," said Curtis matter-of-factly. "What's the problem?" Brock smirked knowingly at Curtis. "Shredder just told Olivia he doesn't like ale." Curtis smiled back. "Oh, sweet summer child." "What?" said Shredder. "Is it such a big deal to not like ale?" They nodded their heads. "It is if you want the love and affection of our captain." Shredder looked stunned. "You gotta be kidding me." Both Brock and Curtis shook their heads. "And here we were still trying to come up with a plan to make her fall out of love with you," said Curtis. "And you went and did it for us. Thank you, Shredder." Shredder scratched the back of his head. "You know, the ladies have always come easy for me. I think it's part of being such a radical rock and roller. This is actually a first for me. I gotta say, I find your captain even more beautiful and wonderful now that she isn't just attracted to my incredible fame and dashing good looks, not to mention exorbitant wealth. It's like maybe she could actually be someone who loves me for just me, you know?" Brock put his arm around Shredder. "Welcome to the club, brother," he said. "Maybe you can help Curtis and I mess over the next fella that catches her fancy. What do you say?" 141. Alice stood admiring all the glitz and glamour of Ulfgar's coronation ball. She sipped on a glass of punch as she watched dwarven nobles chat around her while young couples danced on the ballroom floor. While she definitely attracted a certain level of focus for being who she was, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief of not being the center of attention that evening. "It's nice to be a guest, isn't it, Mildred?" said Alice. "It is," said Mildred. "Perhaps you'd like to take this opportunity to dance with someone, Your Highness." Alice's nose scrunched up at that. "And who would I even dance with here? I barely know anybody." "I think you know who," said Mildred, smiling. Just as Alice was about to protest to Mildred, the handmaiden had completely vanished. "Mildred?" Across the ballroom, Sam stood on his own, sipping on a glass of punch. He was watching the rest of the ball with intense fascination. All of this, he mused, never happened in my previous timeline. All of these smiles, all of this laughter, all of these memories being shared together. None of it existed before. Peace had come to the dwarves of the Snow Peak Mountains. It was a beautiful sight to see. His thoughts were broken by a soft, inaudible whisper in his ear. "Huh?" he said. He turned around to see Mildred Cross, the Queen's handmaiden, physically pushing him. "What are you doing?" The woman didn't say anything. She just used all her power to push Sam across the ballroom towards Queen Alice Grace. By the time he was closer to the Queen, he could see that Alice was blushing and looked absolutely mortified. Sorry about her," she said. "She's a weird one." "I've noticed," said Sam. Sam wasn't really sure what to say next, so he just said, "Anything happen in Resfall while I was away?" "Yeah, there was a mysterious cat kidnapper," said the Queen. "But luckily Dangerous Darren and the fire brigade took care of it." Sam chuckled. "That's good." "You know," said Alice, "just because we pretend danced at the previous ball a few months ago, doesn't mean we can't actually dance at this ball?" Sam smiled at the beautiful Queen. "Are you asking me to dance?" Alice blushed. "No, I'm just saying." Sam held out his hand and said, "Queen Alice, would you do me the honor of dancing with me?" Alice's cheeks stayed rosy red, but she smiled and took Sam's hand. They walked out to the dance floor. They held on to each other's arms and swayed to the music. Sam didn't know what one should say or talk about while dancing, so he stayed quiet and tried to enjoy the moment. Alice then whistled. "Are you taunting me?" asked Sam. Alice giggled. "Maybe a little bit." Sam blushed. "Look," she said, "if you just pucker your lips and blow outward, you should make a sound. Like this." She did as instructed and then whistled. "Give it a try," she said cheerfully. Sam did it and nothing came out. "Okay, yeah, but more like this," she said. Sam tried again, and this time he managed to make a sound. "There you go," Alice smiled. "Thanks," said Sam. How did you learn to whistle anyway? My mom taught me, she said. She was my best friend in the whole wide world. And now, Alice smiled as she looked up at Sam and grinned. You're my good friend too. I like the sound of that, said Sam, looking the Queen in the eye. They smiled and continued to dance. 142. Clara stepped away from the ballroom and out onto one of the palace's many balconies. She rejoiced in the serene quiet away from the ball. She walked over to the balcony's edge and leaned against the stone fence. She looked up towards the stone sky high above her. What are you doing out here, Clara? She thought to herself. She knew she should be back in the ballroom having fun with her traveler colleagues, Sam, Brock, Olivia, and of course Toby. But there was a part of her that was confused. She didn't know what she wanted. A deep part of her yearned for Toby, but doubts were beginning to creep into her heart. It seemed as if the universe was designing every which way to keep them apart. She felt a tear brim in her eye, and she wiped it away. What if it's a sign? Toby stepped back into the ballroom after using the washroom. The night was getting more and more raucous as the adults of the part continued to drink more and more. People's inhibitions were disappearing, and so the dance moves were getting more outrageous and embarrassing. He looked around, looking for Clara, but she was nowhere to be found. Oh, great, Toby thought. I lost Clara, all because of my stupid bladder. He moseyed on over to Brock, Curtis, and Shredder, who all looked down in the dumps. What's wrong? Tell me, kid, said Brock. Have you ever experienced unrequited love? Toby thought about it for a second. There was a period where he had feelings for Clara, but wasn't sure if she reciprocated them. Sort of, said Toby. Maybe? You would know, sighed Curtis. So you haven't. I'm going to write 100 songs about the experience, said Shredder, shaking his head. All right, said Toby. You guys are acting weird. Change of topic. Have you guys seen Clara? All three of them shook their heads. Toby hurried away to let them commiserate. He was a man on a mission. He had to find Clara. Clara sighed and continued to stare up to the stone sky of the Snow Peak Mountains. She looked out to the city in front of her, hoping she'd find the answers to her dilemma there. She only got silence. What is it, universe? She asked. Give me a sign of what it all means. Her heart thumped as she waited. All of her love and desire was on the line here. Nothing happened. Clara began to feel disappointed. I guess that's my answer then, she thought despondently. Her heart began to fill with a deep and intense sadness. That was until she heard a voice. I've been looking everywhere for you. Toby stepped out onto the balcony where he had found Clara. There you are, said Toby, smiling. Where have you been? Oh, sorry, Tobes, sighed Clara. I just needed a breather. It just blows my mind that only a little over a year ago we were insignificant orphans that no one cared about, and now we're here in a palace in the Snow Peak Mountains? It's insane. It's like we're characters in a fairy tale. Toby nodded his head. I get what you mean, and I completely agree with you except for one thing. So you don't completely agree with me then? Smirked Clara. Go on then. What do you disagree with me about? It's more like an adventure novel than a fairy tale. Toby shook his head. Nope. It's just that I never thought you were insignificant. Never in a million years would I think that. For me, you've always been significant. Maybe the most significant person out there. Clara blinked. Do you really mean that? Of course, Toby smiled. And then, when neither one had been hoping or expecting anything to happen, underneath the stone sky of the Snow Peak Mountains, Toby and Clara kissed. Perhaps more miraculously, nothing went wrong. No tripwires, no explosions, no assassination attempts. There was nothing like the mistletoe debacle or the blood-soaked ball. In fact, things only added to the moment. Fireworks shot out all across the city in commemoration for the new Dwarven King and the united Dwarven Kingdom. But in Clara's and Toby's eyes, there was only one thing worth celebrating at that moment: each other. But we've only just been reunited, little bro, cried Shredder. I'm going to miss you so much, big bro, said Brock. I'll write you as soon as I get back to Resfall, I promise. The back-and-forth blubbering of the Skidmore brothers had been going on for at least half an hour now. Everyone else in the palace suite chose to ignore the sappy goodbye of the two dwarves as they continued to pack up their belongings and get ready for the long journey back to Resfall. All right, that's enough, said Olivia, pulling Brock and Shredder apart. Ulfgar is waiting downstairs for our formal goodbye. It's time to head out. Sam and the others looked around the palace suite that had been their home for the last few weeks. It had been a nice time, helping the dwarves as they started in a whole new direction for their people. Sam was going to miss the friendly and happy faces of all the dwarves in the Snow Peak Mountains. But he knew it was time to go. The march of time never stopped, and Sam knew he was on the clock. The Demon King and his army of horrendous monsters was only a few more years away, and there were still tragic and horrible historical events even closer on the horizon, like the Elven genocide and the last human war that still needed to be stopped. There would be no rest for Sam until he completed the mission the goddess had bequeathed to him. Sam, along with the rest of his traveler companions and Shredder, left the palace suite behind and headed downstairs to the front hall of the Dwarven Palace. King Ulfgar was there waiting for them, along with the entire palace staff. We had to send you off properly, said Ulfgar. Thank you again, for everything. The travelers accepted the Dwarven King's kind words and then said their goodbyes. After that, they left the palace and walked through the city streets towards the western gate that would lead them through the tunnels back to Oldestone and then to the western door and back out into the mainland of Westria. They had a long journey ahead of them. As they headed towards the exit of Ironhold, however, something funny happened. Dwarves kept popping their heads out of windows, smiling down at them. Some clapped, others cheered. Arthur Forgerstone, Helga Mountainborn, Leandra Rockhaven. All could be seen waving and wishing the group of travelers good luck and to come back and visit soon. Maybe. Sam smiled to himself. When this is all over and the goddess's mission is complete, just maybe we will. Ulfgar stood beside Shredder from a palace balcony, watching the group of travelers head out towards the western gate. How do you think that group will get on? Said Shredder. You know, outside in the rest of the world beyond the Snow Peak Mountains? Ulfgar watched the group of travelers as they got smaller and smaller in the distance. His eyes stayed focused on one traveler in particular. A boy with black hair and fierce crimson eyes. Ulfgar grinned. I think they're going to change the world. 144. Far off in the southern kingdom of Opaly, a man sat in the back of a bar, listening to a conversation between two strangers. Turns out the Dwarven Civil War has come to an end, said the bartender. That's astounding, said the other man. It's been going on for decades now. I honestly thought I would never see the day that the fighting between the Dwarven factions would come to an end. I heard there were some human travelers from Volsungar who helped stop it all from truly kicking off, said the bartender. The man in the back of the bar sipped on his drink in silence. The Dwarven cataclysm averted, huh? He took a swig of his drink. How very interesting. He grinned as he considered the implications. It looks like I'm not the only one the goddess sent back then. Very interesting indeed. The End of Second Chance, Swordsman, Book 2. One Sam jolted awake. He lifted himself upright and reached out into the darkness of the night, hand clasping at an incoming attacker. He clenched his fist, crushing a mosquito in his palm. That's enough buzzing and biting for you, Sam thought mercilessly. After traveling for weeks through humid forests and swamps, Sam had only fiery hatred for the mosquitoes and gnats that flew around him. Their presence constantly threatened the possibility of devastatingly itchy bites. Even the mere mental resistance to scratching them was a tortuous endeavor. Sam shuddered just thinking about the idea of developing more bites on his legs, or, goddess forbid, somewhere worse. The young man's thoughts were cut off by the sounds of his companion's snores right next to him. It was so humid and hot, Sam couldn't see himself falling back asleep, so he got up and quietly stepped out of his tent to get some fresh air, or, at the very least, some mildly less stuffy but still fairly hot air. It was a quiet and calm night. The fire around the campsite had dwindled down to embers, now emitting a soft orange glow across the small collection of tents and the dark forest that surrounded them. Sam looked up to the sky hoping to see some flicker of starlight, but instead he only saw the murky brown blackness of a cloudy evening. Nothing has changed tonight then, Sam thought despondently. It had been like this every night since they had entered this forest. The misty woods. It had been deemed a safe and appropriate shortcut on their way back to their home city of Resval, after their many months away dealing with the dwarven cataclysm in the Snow Peak Mountains. Except their plan to cut their journey home by a couple of days had backfired. Due to heavy rains and winds, an unexpected deviation in this particular region of Westria's weather patterns had occurred. And so, Sam and his group of friends had found themselves caught in the mist belt. Tip occurring in autumn time, the mist belt was a powerful and deadly fog that surrounded the misty woods. Entering the mist belt meant an excruciating death, leaving Sam and his companions no choice but to wait in the forest for the mist belt to clear. And so their shortcut had turned into an unexpected detour. A week had since passed since they first became aware of the mist belt and their inability to continue their journey forward. Sam sighed. He did not like to waste time. Almost 2 years had now passed since Sam had traveled back in time after seeing his world destroyed by the hands of the Demon King. He had accomplished a lot in those 2 years, saving major historical figures while removing evil men and women before they could inflict harm on millions of innocent people. But even with everything Sam had done so far, there was still so much to do if he hoped to give Westria a fighting chance against the Demon King and his horde. It was now the summer month of Joyly in the year 1768. The arrival of the Demon King and the Black Gates was only 3 years or so away now. Sam knew that to change the far-off future, he needed to keep altering the future that was soon to occupy his present. He considered the next year or so ahead of him. There was the Grey Gate catastrophe, and then the big one. The historical event that, if Sam could stop, would more than anything truly alter and tip the fight against the Demon King in Westria's favor. It was the tragic event known as the Elven Genocide. Sam shivered just thinking about all the millions of lives that were at stake. The goddess had entrusted Sam with a gargantuan task, and he planned on seeing it through. He carried the burden of the entire world on his shoulders. It was because of this that Sam knew he could never stop training, never stop preparing for the major historical events coming his way. He picked up some twigs and little sticks on the ground and tossed them into the dwindling campfire. A little flame began to pick up. The fire had grown to a healthy blaze by the time Sam had wandered over to the camp's pile of chopped wood and returned with a large log. He threw the log on the fire. The impact of the large piece of wood caused a cascade of little orange ashes and sparks to burst out into the air before sizzling away into nothingness in the night. Standing over the fire, Sam held out his hand. Appearing out of nowhere, a large unlit wooden torch emerged, gripped within the young man's palm and fingers. Sam had materialized the item from his inventory, an interdimensional storage realm, personalized to him and all the items and loot he wished to hold on to. It was just one of the many perks of being a traveler, an adventurer who had survived the trials of the White Gate tutorial dungeon gate and returned with awe-inspiring powers and abilities. He dipped the front end of the torch into the fire and watched as the tip ignited into a burst of flame. Sam held up the torch in front of him and began to walk into the darkness of the forest, leaving his campsite behind. Sam's boots crunched on twigs and dewy grass as he strode forward into the woods. The flame of his torch crackled as it broke through the veil of blackness that encompassed the lonely forest. Sam didn't have an exact direction he was heading in, a precise coordinate that was driving him forward, but he did have a feeling. The mist belt in Joyly was more than a historical anomaly. It hadn't happened in Sam's previous timeline. He knew because he had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of the different dungeon gates that appeared across Westria during his original timeline. On the days that he hadn't spent training and diving into dungeon gates, he had spent in the library, poring over every document and book he could find, tracing the history and records of the many dungeon gates and their appearances across his world. That was why he could just follow his intuitive sense that there was a dungeon gate going to appear here in the misty woods, hidden and protected by the mist belt. In some ways, it was good that Sam and his companions had gotten trapped within the mist belt. Otherwise, any dungeon gate that formed would be impossible for travelers to access, which would inevitably mean there would be a dungeon break. A dungeon break made the boundaries between the gate and Westria much more porous, and all the monsters inside the dungeon could then enter Westria and wreak destruction. Dungeon breaks were the cause of thousands of innocent people's deaths. The only way they could be stopped was to defeat the dungeon boss within 7 days of the dungeon gate's materialization. Sam ventured further into the dark forest, the flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows upon gnarled trees and the dewy, leaf-strewn path. Just ahead of him in the velvety veil of darkness, a flickering splash of light emerged. The glow grew larger and larger, until suddenly Sam no longer needed his torch to light the forest anymore. A giant yellow portal glowed out in front of him. It was a yellow dungeon gate. Sam stepped closer to the gate, eyes widening at the sheer enormity of the magical portal in front of him. It was a whole tier level above him. For a traveler, he was currently at the apprentice tier level, and glowing in front of him was a journeyman tier level dungeon gate. Sam stared at the gate with conflicted feelings. On the one hand, he was frustrated that he and his companions had gotten stuck within the mist belt, but on the other hand, he was grateful that he was here to clear this dungeon gate and stop a dungeon break from happening. He looked over his shoulder and considered going back to the campsite. He considered waking up the others. Sam had been doing extra training the whole trip since they left the Snow Peak Mountains. At first, the others were happy to join him, but as his diligence never stopped, they eventually told him they needed to save their strength to focus on getting back to Resfall. Fair enough, Sam thought, as he considered taking on the dungeon gate alone. I don't mind a challenge. With that, he stepped into the glowing, powerful dungeon gate and disappeared from the misty woods entirely. 2. Moving between worlds was always a disarmingly anticlimactic process. It happened in a blip, less than a second. One moment Sam was in the misty woods, and in the next he was somewhere else. And one never truly knew where the dungeon gate was going to take you. A traveler could step through a dungeon gate and arrive in an underground cave, or a swamp filled with treacherous octopi, or even the middle of a volcano that was about to explode with some very angry fire goblins rushing at you with so much passion to kill you because they knew the only thing left in their soon-to-be-over life was the possible satisfaction of stabbing your face and puncturing your brain with their knife before the explosive volcano took everyone out. Sam shuddered just thinking about it. Avoid fire goblins if you can, Sam thought to himself. Always a good piece of advice. But, as good as such advice was, the world of the dungeon gate was primarily out of the traveler's control. Entering a dungeon gate was like gambling at a casino. You never knew what you were going to get. That was, of course, if you weren't a time traveler from the future. Emerging in the new dungeon world, Sam recognized it from his research in his previous lifetime straight away. He was standing in a cool, cavernous chamber deep underground. But this was far from the bog-standard caves he experienced early on as a traveler in multiple typical blue dungeon gates. No, this cave was different. Jutting out from the gray rocks of the cavern were shards of growing crystals in a kaleidoscope of colors. According to the historical records in Sam's previous lifetime, this dungeon world had been dubbed the Crystal Caverns. The entire place was airier and brighter than any other cave complex Sam had explored. The pulsating, luminescent crystals appeared to reflect and refract off one another, creating an ethereal and glimmering ambience to the entire area. The cave system was also quite unique outside of the glowing crystals. The cave system had incredible amounts of verticality, with upper and lower layers that needed to be climbed up or down to be explored. This change to a more challenging topography was an indication of the more difficult nature of this journeyman tier dungeon gate. Sam didn't have much time to indulge in his sense of wonder, though. Seconds after stepping into the new dungeon world, an arrow came shooting straight towards the middle of his forehead. Sam knew he had less than a millisecond to react appropriately. A single flinch or hesitation could mean his brain fluid splattering all across the ground of Crystalline Cavern. Luckily, Sam's reflexes and muscle memory were top-notch. His years of training as a traveler, swordsman, mercenary, and fighter in his previous timeline meant he entered every difficult situation with a lot more years of experience than his appearance might have let on. He quickly shifted on his feet and lowered his whole upper body to the ground. He felt the swoosh of the arrow as it flew right above his back before smashing futilely into the ground behind him. With the first more immediate threat of the zooming killer arrow out of the way, Sam quickly leaped backwards to get to a more optimal and protected position. He quickly scanned his surroundings and couldn't make out a single attacker anywhere. Travelers had more than their eyes at their disposal, however, when it came to locating their enemies. Sam triggered his mana sense. Mana sense allowed travelers to sense where other sources of mana were in a certain radius from a traveler. As a traveler grew his skills and stats in magic affinity, he could do more with his mana-based powers, as well as improve his mana sense. A highly proficient mana user's mana sense could detect potential mana sources from incredible distances away. But just as proficient mana users could also learn to hide or diminish how much of their mana they wanted picked up by their enemies. Mana cultivation was a whole school unto itself. Famous travelers in Sam's previous timeline, who had less than ideal classes, spent more of their time improving their mana cultivation than their class, and went on to become some of the most deadly and powerful figures in all of Westria. The thing about mana cultivation was that travelers made it incredibly complicated. Using mana sense against a traveler was frequently a pain of bluffs and double bluffs. Thankfully, this was very rarely the case with monsters in dungeon worlds. Monsters had monster stones at the center of their bodies, physical mana cores, and so they couldn't hide their mana in the same way travelers could. Sam's mana sense picked up 3 incoming creatures. 2 looked to be getting closer, while 1 was further away. The 2 approaching must have been climbing up towards his platform in the steep chasms of the crystal caverns. The third, the ranger who had shot the deadly arrow at him, must be perched from some other vantage point. Sam took stock of what he knew so far. 1 ranger and 2 up-close fighters on the approach. Sam caught his breath, inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. It was important to stay calm when being surprised attacked. This wasn't Sam's first time being snuck upon. He had 2 years in this new timeline and an entire first life of being backstabbed, betrayed, and having a whole array of unexpected and deadly weaponry emerge from the shadows with his head as the target. The most important thing when being surprised attacked was to stay calm. Many victims died simply out of panic and exposing themselves with a dumb mistake. Usually it was screaming or squealing in terror and giving their exact location away. Sometimes it was shoddy swordsmanship or bad battle technique. Whatever it was, panic-induced incompetence wasn't going to happen to Sam. Sam's eyes darted around the crystalline cave once more. He triggered his mana sense. The 2 melee fighters were getting closer. An arrow came flinging towards Sam once more. Sam jumped away to dodge the attack. The ranger was clearly still in the same position. Sam steadied his breathing. The melee fighters were getting closer, only a few seconds away now. For the time being, Sam could keep dodging the ranger's arrow strikes with ease. That would become a lot harder once he was contending with 2 more enemies at the same time. He had the remaining seconds before the 2 melee fighters showed up and charged at him to come up with a plan. Beyond staying calm and not panicking when caught off guard, the other important thing to do was to focus your attention on 1 enemy at a time. The problem with that, though, was that if he focused on one of the two incoming close-ranged fighters, he put himself into a weak position with the ranger. Very tricky, Sam thought as he considered his options. He then smiled as an idea clicked, and his upcoming strategy for survival came together in his mind. 3 Baron kept his arrow nocked in his bow, ready to fire. He closed an eye and kept it right on target. The black-haired human boy that had suddenly emerged in his clan's world of the Crystal Caverns. Baron and the rest of his clan had sensed the intruder straight away. The human stench was undeniable. Everyone in the clan had caught a whiff of it immediately. The clan was made up of the primary inhabitants of the Crystal Caverns, a species of monster known as crystal grizzlings. It was this incredibly powerful sense of smell that had allowed Baron and his 2 fellow warriors to track down the invading human as quickly as they did. They were already returning from a long hunting expedition. What was one more kill? Merely another trophy and celebratory meat for their feast that evening. Baron held his nocked arrow and kept his focus on the black-haired human boy with strange red eyes. The boy had proven quite apt at dodging his attacks so far, so Baron was readjusting his plan. He'd wait for his 2 warrior allies to fight the boy, and then, when he was locked in battle and distracted, that was when Baron would unleash his arrow to strike. He could already imagine the arrow going right through the boy's skull, and he was eager to make his fantasy a reality. Focusing in on the upcoming skirmish, Baron watched his 2 warrior companions climb up onto the platform where the human boy was waiting for them. The crystal grizzling warriors lifted up their weapons and let out a battle cry and rushed towards the human. The human behaved quite peculiarly. It summoned multiple glass red vials in its hands and then whipped them at its incoming attackers. The charging warriors didn't even flinch as the glass vials flew towards them, shattering on the ground a few meters from their feet. Baron's eyebrows furrowed in confusion as he observed this strange, unexplainable behavior. How incompetent is this human? Is this really how it defends itself? Baron's nostrils flared. He picked up the intense metallic smell of human blood. Is that supposed to be some kind of distraction? How stupid does this human take Baron's companions for? Baron held his arrow nocked, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. The human boy rushed forward towards the 2 crystal grizzling warriors. At first, the human rushed towards his enemies without a weapon in hand, but just as he had summoned the glass vials out of nowhere, he suddenly had a powerful sword in his grip, a blade composed of black metal and adorned with glowing red runes. The only thing that gave the crystal grizzling warriors' surprise away was the most minor, indiscernible twitch of the eye that could have easily been mistaken for a blink. A huge clang echoed throughout the glowing crystal caves as one of the crystal grizzlings swiped his axe down to defend itself against the speedy attack of the human boy. The sword and axe clanged, then grinded against each other in a powerful clash of wills and strength. Come on, Baron thought. Step into my trap. The human was being very clever. So long as the boy fought against the warriors from his current angle, his allies acted as a shield against any of Baron's ranged attacks. The other crystal grizzling warrior, the one not currently locked in a clash of metal with the human boy, came in with a large hammer attack with enough force to squash the human boy into a puddle of mud. The human quickly sidestepped the attack, slipping between both of the enemy warriors. Baron grinned. The boy had dodged death enough times, but now his time had finally come. When dodging the second crystal grizzling warrior's attack, the boy had stepped right into the open, relinquishing the wall of protection Baron's own warriors had given him. He had stepped out into open territory, no man's land. Baron didn't waste even a millisecond. He released his arrow right at the young human's skull. In less than a second, the boy would be a dead corpse on the floor, a carcass to be dragged off and thrown on the fire for a feast. The arrow flew through the air. Just as it was about to land right in the back of the human's head, the human disappeared. Baron's eyes bulged. What? Less than a second later, the arrow that had been meant for the human's head went right through the skull of one of his allies. The arrow lodged right into the back of its head, a huge burst of blood shooting out from the back of the monster's skull. The axe-wielding crystal grisling let out an agonizing cry of pain before teetering to the ground, the life quickly fading away from its eyes. Baron's whole body froze over. What just happened? He had just killed his ally. He hadn't meant to, but he had. He was aiming for the human. It was a second away from killing that disgusting little rodent. How had it disappeared like that? Anger filled Baron's entire body. He readied another arrow. I'm going to kill that human, even if it's the last thing I ever do. The axe-wielding crystal grisling's body crashed onto the floor, making the entire ground nearby tremble. For Sam, the enemy's crashing fall and last gasp of life happened over his shoulder, behind him. He didn't have time to find comfort in the death of one of his enemies when there were still at least 2 more opponents trying to murder him. One was currently towering over Sam with a huge hammer as well. The creatures were known as crystal grislings, and Sam had read all about them in his previous life. The crystal grislings were a bipedal humanoid-like race of bear people who, amidst their heavy fur, also had glowing crystal juttings out of their bodies. They were fierce, strong, and deadly. Sam would not underestimate them. And so far, it looked as if his plan was working. He was using one of his newest class abilities to its full advantage. Sam was lucky to be the only traveler in all of Westria to have 2 classes. When the goddess had sent him back in time, he hadn't just retained his old memories, he had retained his original super rare Blood Knight class as well. The situation had meant he was able to unlock a second class on top of his first one. Combined with having a class already unlocked and knowledge of the tutorial White Gate from his first lifetime, Sam was able to then unlock an extremely powerful class known as Death Lord, which had the highest level of rarity and was considered a legendary class. As far as Sam knew, there had never been a traveler with as rare a class as the one he had. Every class had a starting ability, and as one reached new ranks of power, known as tiers, new abilities were added to that class's arsenal. Those unlocked abilities could then level up themselves and evolve into even more powerful spells and skills. When Sam had moved his Deathlord class from the starting tier of Novice tier and ascended to Apprentice tier, he had unlocked a wildly powerful ability known as Blood Teleport. The ability allowed Sam to teleport to any puddle of spilled blood within a nearby radius. It was because of Blood Teleport that Sam had been able to use the Crystal Grisling's positional advantage against them. First, he had materialized 2 glass vials of blood from his inventory and smashed them on the ground to artificially create the circumstances necessary to trigger Blood Teleport. He had made sure to create the puddles of blood at the feet of the Crystal Grislings rather than throw the glass vials behind them. Then, Sam let the ranger think he had an open shot at him, only to at the last minute teleport out of the way, creating an open pathway for the ranger's arrow to go right through the skull of his ally. With one of his enemies now dead on the floor, it had proven to be an incredibly effective plan. But now Sam had to ask himself whether it could work a second time, or would his enemies have wised up to his abilities and powers and not be put into such a trap a second time? Before Sam could even think what his next move should be, it was decided for him in the form of a giant metal hammer coming down towards him and threatening to squash him like a bug. As the huge metal hammer created a shadow between his eyes, Sam reacted swiftly, lifting up his demonic rune blade to block the attack. He then slid his sword out from beneath the Crystal Grislings and leaped away as another flurry of arrow attacks smashed into the ground near Sam's feet. Sam's eyes narrowed. The ranger's attack had been haphazard, sloppy. That told Sam everything he needed to know. The ranger was angry, full of rage, and, most importantly for Sam, not thinking straight. Sam quickly rolled across the ground and sprung up once more, jumping in the air to slice at the hammer wielder's face. The Crystal Grisling pulled its head back to dodge the swipe. Then the tiniest sound echoed in Sam's ear, the quietest gust of air as a faraway arrow was released from a bow and sent hurtling in the direction of his head. Sam didn't waste a second. He triggered Blood Teleport. When Sam reappeared a few meters away, an arrow was lodged between the eyes of the hammer-wielding Crystal Grisling. The monster's body trembled, and it tried to lift up its arm to pull out the arrow that was now wedged between its brain. It only managed to lift its arm halfway before the monster's eyes went lifelessly pale, and it collapsed onto the ground in death. Baron felt like a bucket of ice had been dropped over his head. His stomach twisted itself into knots, and he worried he was going to puke all over himself. He stared at his allies, both dead on the ground, both dematerializing into glowing monster stones. He had been the cause of his own companions' deaths. It was his arrow, shot by his hands, that had ended their lives. The shock and speed at which the battle had gone from in their favor to against them had left Baron feeling unable to breathe, unable to comprehend the swiftly shifting circumstances. The human had been merely an afterthought, an errand, a chore. They had just wanted to get rid of the stench and then return back to their clan's home base after a successful hunt. How did things go so horrifically wrong? Baron shook his head. It didn't matter. There would be others, more allies who would join him in killing the black-haired human boy. He would be finished soon enough. The crystal grisling was about to stand up when he noticed a shadow loom over him suddenly. No, Baron thought. The human couldn't have found my position. But how? Baron quickly pulled out a dagger and spun around to kill the human that had caused him such frustration that day. But Baron's dagger wasn't very long. It was a lot shorter than the human's demonic rune blade. So when Baron turned around and swiped at his enemy with his dagger, he only slashed the air in front of him, whereas the human boy with his longer blade was able to get a clean swipe across Baron's neck. For Sam stood over the dead crystal grisling ranger. The body began to glow and turn silver until it dematerialized down into a yellow apprentice-tier monster stone and a few gold coins. That was what happened to monsters inside dungeon gates. When they died, they dematerialized into mana-rich orbs known as monster stones. That and sometimes a few gold coins as well. Loot for the travelers who slayed them. Sam bent over and picked up the yellow monster stone and coins, dematerializing them into his inventory as soon as he touched them. Those with a mana core at the center of their beings, which was the case for all travelers, had the ability to drain monster stones of their mana and combine them into their own core. It was one of the simplest ways of improving one's magic affinity stat. While Sam was always eager to progress and train his skills, he knew at that very moment, standing right where a crystal grisling ranger's corpse had been only a few moments ago, that here and now was not the place to do so. He looked around the platform and across the large, glowing chasm of crystals and the different tunnels and layers one could climb up or down to. Thankfully, there weren't any new enemies approaching within sight. Sam quickly triggered his mana sense and confirmed that there were indeed no further enemy hostiles nearby. This was only a temporary comfort, and Sam knew it. His heart and breathing had calmed a little since the conclusion of his most recent battle, but not by much. The crystal grislings, with their incredible sense of smell, along with their naturally strong physiology, were some of the deadliest hunters of any dungeon monsters ever recorded in the analogues of Westrian traveler history. The distinct smell of his humanness, along with all the blood and carnage, was most likely wafting to all the headquarters and hideouts of the crystal grislings that resided within this dungeon world. And as soon as their nostrils picked up his scent, followed by the smell of their fellow brethren's dead bodies, they'd be searching with all their power and fury for the perpetrator who had harmed their fellow clansmen. Sam did not like that scenario one bit. He much preferred being the hunter to the hunted. Luckily, Sam had a pretty good idea about how to escape his current circumstances. He moved over to the nearest wall of glowing crystals and reached his hand out for one slightly above his head. He pulled himself up and planted his feet on some crystals below him. From there, he continued his climb up the chasm of the crystal caverns. After 20 minutes of climbing, Sam began to break out into a sweat. Thankfully, his arms weren't getting sore and probably wouldn't anytime soon. As an apprentice-tier traveler, his physical body and strength had developed far beyond the capabilities of even the highest-performing human athlete. It would take a lot more than 20 minutes of climbing to make him tired. That said, climbing was psychologically draining. It was a particular emotional cocktail of tediousness and terror. One moment you were puzzling out where to put your hand or place your foot next. And then you looked down and saw how high up you were and how one bad fall would leave you dead on the ground. It didn't matter how durable your magically enhanced body was. Death awaited anyone who fell to the bottom of this epically deep chasm. The rocky platform Sam was aiming for was another 10 minutes of climbing away. He could see it jutting out in the distance. Just as he was about to reach out for another crystal to hold on to, however, his whole body froze over with terror. He heard a faint noise below him. It could have been a beetle or another form of monster in the crystal caverns. Or it could have been crystal grizzlings coming after him. Sam checked his mana sense. There were 5 strong mana orbs far below him, but climbing up the chasm with intense speeds. Sam gulped and then steadied his breathing. He needed to keep moving, get into a better position than where he was. He reached out for the next crystal and pulled himself up. He did this over and over again. His heart began to race. I just need to get to that platform, Sam thought. Then I can lose them. He continued to climb. The hunters in his mana sense were getting closer and closer. Sam looked below his feet, and he could see the glow of the crystal grizzling's eyes from below. He was less than a minute away from reaching the platform. Come on, he thought. Sam reached his hand out and grabbed the platform layer and then swung himself over so that both his hands were leaning off the edge of the platform. Next, he pulled himself up onto the layer and saw a tunnel leading to a large network of tunnels. Sam sighed with relief. Almost home free, he thought. He began sprinting down the tunnel of the new layer he had reached, making a beeline to the right. He knew exactly where to go. He remembered a very important detail from his research about the crystal caverns in his previous timeline. Sam ran through a few more tunnels, turning around bends, and picking from 3 or more passages the right cave thoroughfare to continue traversing. He eventually turned a corner and found a small pond, an oasis within the crystal caverns. Found it, Sam smirked. His heart immediately began to slow. His footsteps slowed as he walked gently towards the cave pond. There was a plant glowing near the pond. The leaves were green and had a crystal coating of little microfibers that had a glowing orange hue to them. Sam reached out and touched one of the stalks of this plant. He triggered his mana sense and watched as in the distance, the crystal grizzlings that were hunting him dispersed and grew confused and agitated. They looked to be retreating back to where they had come from. It all had to do with the glowing plant in front of him. Radiant sage. While Sam couldn't say he caught that much of a scent from the plant, the crystal grizzlings definitely did. It was near paralyzing how potent the scent of the radiant sage was for the crystal grizzlings. Not only did it completely mask Sam's scent, which had put a murderous target on his back, but it actively defended against and pushed any nearby crystal grizzlings away. So long as Sam stayed near radiant sage, he was safe from any incoming crystal grizzling attacks. Sam sighed with relief and sat down cross-legged to catch his breath. For the time being, he was safe. An hour later, Sam had set up a campsite, complete with a tent and a small fire. He cooked himself a steak dinner with roasted vegetables. Garnishing both his steak and veggies, he sprinkled on some of the nearby radiant sage plant as a garnish and spice. He ate his meal, quiet and contemplatively. It had been a long couple of hours so far in the crystal caverns, and Sam was happy to have a moment of respite. After finishing his meal, he felt a new sensation fill his body. He felt a bubbling sense of euphoria and clarity. So it is just as I read, Sam thought to himself. The radiant sage had more properties than just the intense scent that kept crystal grizzlings away. It was written in the scholarly accounts that Sam had studied in his first timeline that radiant sage altered one's neurology very subtly that granted effects to a traveler's profile. A profile was a small screen that appeared in a traveler's retina, displaying all their stats and abilities, as well as offering other information in subscreens as well. With the new sensations Sam was feeling in his body, he called forth his profile to take a look. His eyes widened at the sight of the new information. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Apprentice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice tier. Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Herding Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Class, Deathlord, Legendary. Rank, Apprentice Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 1. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Strength, 34.1. Agility, 33.3. Endurance, 33.5. Magic Affinity, 33.9. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision, 300/10,000. Blood Flame, Level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword, 35%. Herding Hook, Level 3. Gain mastery over your new Herding Hook, 40%. Blood Teleport, Level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport, 55%. Inventory, Silver Dragon Armor Set. Composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon, this heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also, can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Additional ability, Level 1. Dragon Defense. The teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set can now be controlled to shoot outwards as an additional offensive or defensive maneuver. Necklace of Healing. Increase health regeneration by 50%. Ring of Numbing. Reduce pain sensation by 40%. Ring of Empowerment. Super Rare. Tier, Adept. +10 Strength. Arcane Aegis. Mythic. Tier, Adept. Floating Reflective Shield. Berserker's Sword. Super Rare. Tier, Adept. Special Ability. Can regularly send enemies when hit into an unthinking, hostile frenzy. Demonic Rune Blade. Mythic. Tier, Adept. +5 Strength. Kill Stacker. Special Ability. Demonic Rune Blade gains more power each time you slay something. Power growth only stops if 15 minutes go by without a kill. Sam was amazed. The change was subtle, and yet it was incredibly helpful information to have. Sam knew, especially in this new timeline where he had more knowledge than anyone else, that information was power. And he had gained some pretty nifty info thanks to the Radiant Sage. The main difference in his profile from before taking the Radiant Sage that he didn't have any idea of the percentage to which he was progressing with many of his skill quests. Now he did. Which meant he could focus on whichever one was closest to leveling up next, which would in turn grant him a new evolved ability in his arsenal of powers. This benefit could not be underestimated. Entering the dungeon gate just to gather bushels of Radiant Sage was worth it alone. He planned on taking loads back to share with his friends and keep some on hand when he really needed to review his stats and profile to figure out where he wanted to take his traveler skills next. Sam grinned as he began going over his strategy for taking on the Crystal Grizzlings. 5A Crystal Goblin screamed as it ran for its life. It was panting and terrified. The panic pulsing throughout the small monster's being was enough to keep the creature from noticing the large stone jutting out of the ground. The goblin sprinted right into it, tripping right on it, and sending itself hurtling straight to the ground. The mistake would cost the goblin its life. The goblin scrambled to get its bearings and get back on its feet, but by the time it was even on its knees, it was already too late. Large, towering shadows loomed over the goblin, as a squad of crystal grizzlings surrounded it. They snickered at the terror of the goblin they had hunted down, before one of them thrusted a spear into its belly. With their prey incapacitated, the one crystal grizzling lifted the goblin up on his spear, and the group began to return back to their clan's base camp. Far away, behind a stone, Sam watched on with the cold observation of a scientist. At first, he was horrified at the crystal grizzlings' mercilessness with their enemies, the way they refused to kill them outright and left them suffering. Then he realized it was more complicated than it first had seemed. Normal, less sentient monsters in other lower-tiered dungeon gates would eat their prey as they killed them. Since the crystal grizzlings were smart enough to hunt their prey down with weaponry, it left them with a peculiar problem. If they killed the crystal goblin outright, it would have disintegrated into a monster stone, which would give them sustenance, but in an unsatisfying way. They had grown to realize if they kept the creature alive for long enough and then separated parts of its body slowly as it cooked, they could enjoy both the flesh and mana derived from their fellow weaker monsters that shared the environment with them. It was grotesque and awful to witness, but Sam did find it slightly fascinating. He had been stalking the crystal grizzlings to study their habits and movements for a couple of hours now. He made sure to keep his distance, along with rubbing himself with radiant sage, meaning the crystal grizzlings continued to avoid anywhere Sam positioned himself. His reconnaissance mission had so far been a rousing success. While he already had a whole host of supplementary knowledge of his primary enemy here in the Crystal Caverns from his studies in his previous timeline, it was still worth it to gather some on-the-ground evidence so he knew exactly what he was dealing with. He had discovered that the crystal grizzlings often traveled in packs, that they were fierce fighters. Sam learned that they were quite protective of their home bases, where it looked as if large swaths of the crystal grizzling population hibernated while the others stood guard and protected them. It was all quite peculiar to witness. The crystal grizzlings operated with a greater sentience than the lesser monsters Sam had fought in lower-tiered dungeons. And yet, when they perished, they turned into monster stones like all the rest of the creatures that got slayed within dungeon gates. The monster's growing intelligence was all part of the growing difficulty of the higher-tiered dungeon gates. As Sam became a stronger and more powerful traveler, so too would the monsters and dungeon worlds he would be forced to face. Sam watched as the pack of crystal grizzlings faded away from view. He wasn't worried of losing sight of them. He had them locked in and targeted with his mana sense. They wouldn't be able to escape him. "It looks like I'm finally ready to set up my trap," he grinned. The crystal grizzling hunter walked behind his fellow squadmates as they made their way back to base camp. They had captured a crystal goblin that they all planned on eating as soon as they roasted it alive over the fire pit. The hunter salivated at the idea of tasting the goblin flesh. As the hunter followed his squad back to their base camp, he couldn't help but daydream about the feast they were going to have. The daydream of the succulent meat, however, became less pleasurable as their journey back to base camp began to take a strange turn. The squad leader, the one with the strongest scent of them all, kept making odd turns, first left, then right. The hunter was well aware of the paths back to base camp. The current route they were taking didn't make any sense. Of course, the hunter was smart enough to know why their leader was taking them this way. The awful stench of the poisonous, radiant sage kept oppressing their olfactory senses at every turn. The radiant sage must have been spreading throughout the caverns. The hunter knew this would be a problem for the different crystal grizzling clans. However, such a problem could be dealt with after they got back to base camp and had eaten their scrumptious goblin. The hunter looked around quizzically as their leader led them down a hilly path into a dark cavern tunnel. The crystal grizzlings had a strong pecking order and hierarchy within their squads. If this weren't the case, the hunter would have said something, but knowing his position in the squad, he stayed quiet. The squad leader eventually stopped moving. They were all standing in front of a wall with nowhere further to go. They had hit a dead end. They would have to turn around and retrace their steps. There was only one problem, though. The scent of the radiant sage seemed to be getting closer and closer. The squad of crystal grizzlings had fallen precisely into Sam's trap. After discovering the crystal grizzlings' base camp halfway during his reconnaissance mission, he began to leave bits of radiant sage as he followed them. The plan was simple. Using the crystal grizzlings' utter repulsion for the smell of radiant sage, he'd force them to redirect their path back to base camp that would ultimately send them to the bottom of an underground hill with nowhere to go. Now, Sam had the advantage of height, and them trapped with no escape. He rushed forward, materializing his demonic rune blade in his grip. As he got within range of the 4 crystal grizzlings, he triggered his novice-tier Blood Knight skill, Pain Ring. A bright crimson circle shot forth from his chest and created a circle that encompassed him and his 4 opponents. In many ways, Pain Ring was Sam's most important ability in his Traveler arsenal. The ability granted him the power to raise his strength and power from any pain he took from inside the ability's circular radius. This put Sam at an incredible advantage when fighting against opponents stronger than him. So long as he could survive whatever blows that were thrown at him, he could then dish out even more power against his enemies. One of Sam's first things he accomplished in this new timeline was a way to augment his abilities and get the most out of his Pain Ring skill. He had done this by acquiring the powerful Silver Dragon armor set. The deadly and rare piece of armor had tiny claws that stabbed inside the wearer's body, slowly draining them of life and creating a near constant stream of pain. So long as Sam didn't let his powerful armor eat him to death, he had a steady stream of pain that would continuously raise his strength and power with each passing second inside the Pain Ring. He had also dealt with the potential threat of the armor killing him by also wearing a necklace of healing. The healing offset the damage done by the armor, so the armor could never kill him, just wear away at his flesh over and over. It was incredibly agonizing and awful, but Sam didn't mind shouldering the hurt. It was a small price to pay if it made him stronger and gave him a fighting chance to save all of Westria from the apocalypse. And so, with his power and strength increasing with every second, Sam slashed his sword upward and began to take on the crystal grizzlings in front of him. Sam's sword slash was so quick, it slashed across the crystal grizzling's body. The attack barely left a scratch. Sam was not bothered by this in the slightest. If anything, it was to be expected. He was in a dungeon world a whole tier level above him, and that meant that most of the monsters he would face would be a lot stronger than him, at least initially. Sam knew his Pain Ring skill would eventually shoot his power and strength far beyond the enemies in front of him, but he would need to exercise some patience. In the meantime, though, his first slash confirmed to him that he would need to let Pain Ring increase his power output for a little while before he could decimate his enemies. The slash also served a secondary purpose. The feeble lack of damage had dealt would mean that his enemies would now underestimate him. Sam would make sure to use this against him. 2 different axe swings came hurtling down towards Sam's head. He quickly rolled out of the way, dodging both attacks. The 2 other crystal grizzlings now charged towards him. Sam understood their strategy. They would attempt to overwhelm him and just oppress him with their greater number and strength. Sam smirked. "I'd like to see you try," he thought to himself. As the 3rd crystal grizzling rushed towards him, swinging a giant silver sword, Sam triggered another one of his abilities, Hurting Hook. A bright, crackling orange chain of ash shot out from Sam's palm and right into the 4th crystal grizzling. The giant bipedal bear warrior was then dragged across the battlefield by the hook to right in front of the traveler. Blood splattered onto Sam's face and the nearby ground as the silver sword of the 3rd crystal grizzling went right through the skull of the 4th and through the creature's entire body, cutting it completely in half. The crystal grizzling with the sword looked at his slain brethren with shock and horror. Sam figured that if his attacks couldn't deal any damage currently against his enemies, he'd have his enemies do the job for him. Sam thrusted his demonic rune blade right into the chest of the shocked crystal grizzling, puncturing the creature's flesh slightly. Sam ripped his sword free and watched as a little bit of blood began to stain the bear's fur. His strength and power output still wasn't where it needed to be to slice and dice his enemies like he wanted, but he was definitely making headway. The 2 other attackers came at Sam. He let them get closer and closer until he rolled forward underneath the still shocked crystal grisling with the blood-soaked sword from killing his companion. Before Sam was even back on his feet, he triggered his apprentice-tier Deathlord ability, Blood Flame. The ground where the current two attacking crystal grislings were standing suddenly erupted in crimson flames. They cried out as the magical fire roasted them alive. Sam then rushed towards the final remaining crystal grisling and sliced its legs with his sword. A huge red gash formed across the creature's legs, and the monster fell to its knees. Finally, Sam thought. His strength had increased high enough within the pain ring that he could now deal some serious damage with his sword. He sliced the creature in the back, creating more bloody gashes. The final monster was now slowly dying on the floor. Sam dematerialized his demonic rune blade, replacing it with a small cutting dagger. He planned on keeping this final crystal grisling alive, at least for a little while longer. A few hours later, elsewhere in the crystal caverns, a group of crystal grislings sat around a bonfire watching a crystal goblin squirm as they roasted it alive. One crystal grisling slowly sliced off meat from the goblin in small pieces at a time, which he then passed to one of the crystal grislings sitting by the fire. He then slowly worked clockwise until he got back to himself, where he cut himself a hefty piece of the goblin and tossed it into his mouth. After chewing on his piece of crystal goblin, he then began the process all over again. And so it went, until there was only a bony carcass left of the crystal goblin remaining. The satisfaction of eating a crystal goblin was always followed by the disappointment and hunger for more. This time, the group of crystal grislings were in luck, as another hunting squad had just returned with 3 crystal goblins to be slowly cooked and devoured. Each of the crystal goblins was wedged like a chicken skewer to a spear, still alive, squirming, and in agony. The first group of hunters made space for the others and removed the bony carcass of the crystal goblin from the fire pit. They lowered one of the goblins to the fire and watched as it squirmed as it got closer and closer to the deadly heat of the fire. The crystal grislings snickered at the poor goblin's suffering. The same monster who had been cutting the last goblin to pieces got to work on the new one. It was halfway through the circle of grislings, which meant he was halfway towards cutting himself a hefty piece of goblin flesh, when in the distance he noticed a member of the clan approaching from afar. The crystal grisling took a big whiff with his nostrils. Everyone around the fire did. The grisling continued approaching. The creature smelt weird, however. Something was off. Maybe the fellow crystal grisling was sick or something. The strange lone crystal grisling continued to get closer and closer, until it was suddenly holding a strange piece of glass in its hand. The glass contained red liquid. The grisling threw it at the fire. At this point, there was no mistaking that this grisling had gone insane. But as the crystal grisling got closer to the ground, they realized it was no crystal grisling at all. It was a human wearing the fur and carcass of a crystal grisling to hide its smell from them. The big group of crystal grislings all stood up to attack the human intruder, but it was too late by that point. The black-haired boy snapped his fingers and turned all the blood on the ground into a bright crimson flame. The magical fire burned the entire group of crystal grislings alive at once. 7. Sam continued to traverse the complex labyrinthine realm of the crystal caverns. Days passed. As he learned more about the crystal grislings and got better at fighting them, he began to incorporate strategies that always involved him using his blood teleport ability as much as possible. The Radiant Sage had shown him that it was the closest ability to getting stronger, so he made sure to focus on that. He couldn't wait to see what the evolution of the ability would be and how it would improve and change his ongoing battle strategies. With each battle and skirmish against the crystal grislings, Sam could see the numbers going up. He was getting closer and closer to leveling up the skill. As the days inside the dungeon world continued to go by, Sam would return to his base camp by the pond and ingrowth of Radiant Sage and eat dinner and rest for the evening as he prepared to take on more monsters the following day. A few hours into the next day, Sam checked his profile and stats. Blood teleport was 3% away from leveling up. So close, Sam thought. If the next squad he faced was big and strong enough, this could be the battle that gets him to where he needed to be. He triggered his mana sense and narrowed his eyes as he took in 4 nearby mana cores, one of which seemed incredibly rich with power. This would do nicely. He moved through the glowing tunnels in the direction of his targets. He had no fear of them striking him first, as he reeked of radiant sage. Sam's targets eventually came into view. Across a large, glowing cavern of crystals was a hunting group of 4 crystal grizzlings. The group of husky, bipedal, bear-like beings strutted across the cavern, most likely on the hunt for more crystal goblins to eat. Sam narrowed his eyes, paying attention to what style of gear they carried. One had a sword sheathed at his side. Another had a spear on his back. 2 melee fighters, Sam mused. I can work with that. It was the other 2 in the hunting party that would cause Sam a bit more of a headache. Of the other 2, one with his dangling belt of potions and a staff on his back appeared to be a magic user of some kind. As an up-close and personal fighter, Sam always found ranged opponents a bit tricky, which made it all the more frustrating to see the final remaining crystal grizzling had a bow and satchel of arrows strapped to his back. 2 melee, 2 ranged, Sam counted in his head. Sam quickly did a bit of mental gymnastics in his head to figure out his strategy, one that included using blood teleport as many times as possible, and then got to work. Sam materialized a handful of glass vials of blood in his hands. The first order of business was simple. Sam needed to change the environment to suit his needs. Before the crystal grizzling hunting troop could even detect his presence, they were alerted by the sounds of smashing glass all around them, quickly followed by the powerful stench of human blood everywhere. Sam didn't get to see their immediate sense of shock, because as soon as the blood was littered across the ground, he materialized his demonic rune blade and then triggered blood teleport. A millisecond later, when Sam reappeared up close and personal with his enemies, they already had their weapons unsheathed and gripped, ready to do battle. He slashed his sword outward and triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson-red light shot out and encompassed the battlefield around them. With Pain Ring now live, he just needed to bide time as his strength and power rose due to the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set, and he had the perfect way of biding time. As the swordsmen and spearmen rushed towards him, Sam triggered blood teleport. The ranger and magic wielder threw hostile projectiles at him a second later in his new location, but he teleported away before their attacks could hit him. On it went, Sam ping-ponging away from attacks, driving the hunting troop mad as he teleported between each of their attacks. They grew more and more aggravated as the fight wore on, making it even easier for Sam to read their movements and attack strategies, so it was even less challenging to dodge and teleport away from their strikes. He paid close attention as the battle continued to the rising number in his profile screen, watching the percentage number of his blood teleport skill go up and up. He would end the battle as soon as he leveled up the skill. He wouldn't drag this fight longer than it needed to go. A giant fireball flung toward Sam's face. He teleported. A sword swung to his neck. He teleported. An arrow to his heart. He teleported. Then, as he emerged from his most recent use of blood teleport, a message popped up in Sam's screen. "Congratulations! Blood teleport has leveled up." Then, in a flash and blur of movement, Sam re-emerged with all 4 of his crystal grizzling opponents sliced and diced on the floor below him. The battle had gone on so long, his Pain Ring skill had increased his strength and power to such a degree that the crystal grizzlings were no match for his blade, which sliced through them like a hot knife through butter. With the battle now over, Sam took a deep breath and then grinned at the message in his profile screen. He couldn't wait to find out what the new ability evolution did. A full day later, Sam emerged in front of the boss room for the Crystal Cavern dungeon world. The entrance to the boss chamber was at the very bottom layer of the Crystal Caverns. It had taken a good couple of hours for Sam to make his descent to this layer of the dungeon, fighting through more groups of crystal grizzlings to do so. With his blood teleport ability leveled up, he saw no further reason to linger here in this dungeon world. He had maximized his gains and progress inside of here, and it was time to wrap things up and return back to his companions at their campsite in the misty woods. All that was left for Sam in this dungeon world was the boss that awaited him in the chamber just beyond. As with all standard gate dungeons, if Sam defeated the dungeon boss, the entire dungeon would disappear in a few hours' time, hence destroying the dungeon world before it could unleash a destructive and cataclysmic dungeon break. Defeating boss monsters and closing dungeons was the primary purpose of a traveler. Sam was more than happy to oblige. He walked through the tunnel of glowing rocks and entered a large, dimly lit chamber. The change in lighting was quite striking and a bit eerie. All of the crystal caverns had been awash in a bright, luminescent glow, and now in this final boss room, there were only the odd, dimly lit green stones lighting up the chamber. The chamber was large and full of shadows. The most ominous thing about the boss room, however, was the absence of a boss. Sam looked up to the ceiling, expecting to find a massive beetle or bat lingering there, hungrily. Yet all Sam could see were rocks and more shadow. Then from deep within the darkness of the boss chamber did Sam catch the glimmer of a silver eye. A large silver eye. Very large. Within the darkness of the chamber, the large silver eyes glowed outward like a moon. Then another eye appeared, as if the boss was waking up from a centuries-long slumber. Next, a large foot stepped out from the shadows, and then another. Soon enough, towering far above Sam was a gigantic crystal grizzling, the size of one of the tallest buildings in Resfall. "You've got to be kidding me," Sam chuckled with dismay to himself. This boss wasn't going to be easy, but neither was Sam worried. He had entered the boss chamber with a plan. The boss monster's size was going to be a slight problem to Sam's original plan, but he was quickly thinking of a workaround. He surveyed the environment of the battle he was about to face, figuring out what he'd need to do to make this work. The boss monster, however, got tired of waiting for Sam to strike and took the battle into his own hands. The giant crystal grizzling pulled out a giant battle axe from his back and swung it right where Sam was standing. The Blood Knight managed to quickly leap to the side and dodge the attack. The boss monster's axe smashed into the ground, leaving a trench-sized hole in the floor of the chamber. Sam sprinted to the side of the chamber, materializing a whole handful of glass vials full of blood to do so. The giant crystal grizzling lifted up his massive axe and lifted his arms up, prepared to strike again. Sam whipped one vial after another up the side of the cavern wall, leaping away to dodge the next deadly attack of the boss monster's axe swing. Blood dripped down the side of the cavern wall almost to the very top of it. Sam grinned. Conditions were near perfect now. As the boss monster ripped his axe free from the ground and prepared to launch another potentially life-ending blow at Sam, the traveler triggered Blood Teleport. He teleported up the side of the cavern, bursting into existence, only to disappear again as he flickered his way up to the top of cavern. At the top, he managed to grab hold of a glowing rock so he could dangle high above the giant boss monster's head. He materialized another 2 blood vials from his inventory. Sam took a deep breath. The next targets he needed to hit with his glass vials of blood were crucial to both his potential victory and survival of this fight. If he missed, the fight was over, his fate doomed. And if he was gone, so too were Westria's chances of stopping the horrible historical tragedies it faced in the coming years. Most importantly, with him and his knowledge of the future gone, the chances of Westria surviving the onslaught of the Demon King were basically zero. Sam narrowed his eyes on his first target and got ready to throw the vial. He whipped the first vial at the ceiling right above the giant boss monster's head. A thick red splotch formed right in the center of the cavern, drops of blood falling from the top onto the boss monster's head. Sam quickly took advantage, triggering Blood Teleport and landing on the giant crystal grizzling's scalp. One more target, Sam thought. One more target, and then the battle is sealed. Sam whipped the vial of blood right at the center of the huge boss monster's battle axe. The glass shattered, leaving a large stain of blood on the metal of the axe. Everything was now in place for Sam's plan. The boss threw his large, burly hands up towards its head, trying to squash Sam like a bug. Sam ran and leaped off the crystal grizzling's head, falling far towards the floor. He quickly triggered blood teleport once again, teleporting to the puddle he'd thrown against the cavern wall to help him ascend towards the ceiling of the large room a few minutes earlier. Sam then bolted across the chamber until he was dead center in the sights of the giant crystal grizzling. The boss monster roared as he lifted his axe, the shadow of the blade blanketing over Sam. The creature then threw his arms downward, sending the axe directly towards Sam's head. The boy didn't move. He didn't even flinch. The blade rushed towards him, and then, seconds before it completely obliterated him into a million tiny particles of dust, the boy's face revealed a smirk. Seconds before Sam's impending death, the axe completely vanished, leaving the giant crystal's grizzling's hands gripping nothing but air. The boss monster's eyebrows furrowed, confused. The creature didn't understand what was happening. Where had his weapon gone? Unfortunately for the boss monster, the axe had reappeared right above his head, still falling with the same descent and force that it had when it had vanished from its grip. The crystal grizzling's axe fell through the air, puncturing the boss monster's skull and brain before slicing him completely in half. Sam grinned as the giant battle axe landed explosively on the floor of the boss monster's chamber. Drenched in blood, the giant silver blades of the axe wedged themselves into the ground. The axe had had a mighty fall. The two halves of the now dead crystal grizzling collapsed onto the ground, leaving a splattering of guts and entrails before taking on a silver glow and melting down into a large, yellow monster stone. "I'll be taking that, thank you very much," Sam thought to himself, walking over to the monster stone and pocketing it into his inventory. The boss battle had had some close calls, but in the end, the new evolution of his blood teleport ability meant he had a majorly strong advantage over his opponent. The new Level 2 evolution of blood teleport now allowed Sam to teleport more than just himself to different nearby puddles of blood, but now he could teleport inanimate objects with spilled blood on them as well. With the use of this new evolved power, Sam had made sure to get spilled blood both on the giant crystal grizzling's battle axe as well as on the ceiling above his head. Once Sam had done that, the battle was sealed. He'd teleport the axe when the monster least expected it and send it right above its head, ready to crash down right into his skull. Sam had executed his plan flawlessly. He was pleased. He'd leveled up the skill he wanted, and he'd defeated another dungeon gate from the world. He could finally return back to his friends at the campsite. Sam stepped out of the dungeon gate to find the surroundings of the misty woods pretty much the same as when he had left them. The forest was still pitch black, the clouds above dark and murky. Sam's surroundings smelled of damp wood and pine trees. His boots sunk into the wet, muddy ground. From what Sam could tell, even though he had spent multiple days inside the dungeon world, it looked as if only a few hours had passed out in the real world. Such was the case with dungeon gates most of the time. The dungeon portals were inconsistent in their connection to time in the world outside. This could lead to all sorts of chaos and trouble. Entering a dungeon gate for an hour, only to leave it and find a whole 2 days had passed out in the real world. For the most part, though, travelers were able to manage the chaotic time dilation between Westria and the multiple worlds and planes of existence that the dungeon gates sent them to without too much hassle. Sam chuckled to himself that so little time had passed that, if he didn't tell his companions that he'd gone and solo cleared a dungeon gate on his own, he didn't think they would ever know. As Sam approached the campsite, lots of raucous laughter and cheering began to echo through the woods. He could hear people loudly singing. Sam's eyebrows furrowed as he got closer and closer to his home base. He was confused. He wasn't really getting early morning vibes from the campsite. The majority were not morning people and could definitely be a bit grouchy before their first cup of coffee. "What's going on over here?" When Sam stepped out of the woods into the small clearing the group had made for their campsite, everybody cheered. "There he is!" Sam looked at all the friendly faces, many of them holding a metal tankard full of dwarven ale or fairy rum or some kind of intoxicating substance. The tedium of waiting for the mist belt to clear had led to some more relaxed habits on the campsite. A friendly hand was placed on Sam's shoulder. He looked over to see Captain Olivia Reeves. She was the second in command of the Travelers Guild and one of the most powerful travelers in all of Westria. Sam had never gotten to know Olivia closely in his first timeline, but they had become close allies and respected traveler colleagues in this new second life of Sam's. "How did the dungeon gate go, Sam?" said Olivia. "How long was I in there for?" Sam asked, finally accepting that it wasn't morning like he'd originally thought it was when he had stepped out of the dungeon gate a few minutes ago. 10, maybe 12 hours or so," said Olivia. "A full day. We went searching for you when you weren't around when we woke up. Then we came across the yellow dungeon gate. We figured we'd leave you to it." "You didn't want to take part?" asked Sam. Olivia shrugged. "It was a dungeon gate a full tier below me. I figured I wouldn't get too much benefit out of it, so I'd let you solo clear it to maximize your gains." "Ah, thanks," said Sam. "That means a lot." "Don't worry about—" Olivia stopped talking and her eye twitched. Sam hadn't noticed before, but he suddenly realized Olivia was swaying on her legs a bit. Brock, a sturdy dwarf, stood up to catch her and looked around the campsite with anger and suspicion. "Who let her drink goblin grog?" Brock turned to Curtis, a tall elf. "We have a code red," said Brock. "What's a code red?" said Sam. "It's when the captain has had precisely 5.3 pints of goblin grog that she—" Olivia bent over, puking on the ground below. "Does that," sighed Brock, pulling back his captain's hair to keep any barf from getting on it. There was a loud, noticeable cough from the other end of the bonfire. An older woman with her hair tied tightly in a bun crossed her arms at the sight of the captain. Mildred Cross did not approve of the current debauchery happening around her. "You are not being a very good example for our younger companions," said Mildred. "You're right," Brock replied. "In my younger days, I'd puke at least 3 times in a night. Did you hear that, lads? We're not drinking enough." "That wasn't what I was getting at." "Maybe we just leave them be for tonight," said a young, beautiful blonde girl beside Mildred. It was Queen Alice Grace. The whole group of them were all traveling back together from the Snow Peak Mountains where they had stopped the Dwarven Cataclysm and watched their companion, Ulfgar, be named the new king of the United Dwarven Civilization. Sam smiled at the queen, and she smiled too, before looking away quickly. Sam and the queen's relationship could best be described as tumultuous. They had gotten started on the wrong foot long ago. First, Sam had saved her and Mildred from an assassination attempt. Then, for some odd reason, they kidnapped him. Then, he saved them again from another assassination attempt. Then, there was a whole period where they argued all the time, which then culminated in the strange event of them dancing together at Ulfgar's coronation party. In short, Sam's relationship with Alice was complicated. "Why don't you scoot over and make space for your boyfriend?" said Mildred with a devilish glimmer in her eye. Alice's face went red, as did Sam's. "He's not my—" "He's not what?" said another voice, sitting down at a nearby log beside them. It was another cute girl with auburn hair, freckles, and green eyes. It was Sam's childhood friend and fellow orphan, Clara. Sam had known Clara for most of his life, or at the very least, as far as he could remember. Clara, himself, and their other mutual friend, Toby, had been a trio of sorts, growing up together in an orphanage in the back streets of Resfall. They'd become friends over the course of years of pickpocketing and fighting for their survival together. In Sam's first timeline, both Clara and Toby had died inside the treacherous White Gate tutorial dungeon. Saving them had been one of his top priorities when he first returned 5 years to the past. It had also been one of the biggest changes to his timeline that had resulted in his greatest amount of happiness. Seeing Toby and Clara grow into the great travelers and adventurers they never got to be in his first life brought him joy and a sense of satisfaction each day. Just thinking about his 2 friends made Sam realize something. "Hey, where is Tobes?" It was at that exact moment that he felt a sweaty hand wrap itself around his wrists. Sam looked at the hand, then at its owner. Toby, a portly boy with shaggy brown hair, looked at him with wide eyes and intense seriousness. "It's butter time," he whispered, his lips quivering as he did so. Said Sam. What are you talking about? It's butter time, Toby whispered a bit more fiercely and gestured with his head. I mean, I can check and see if I have any butter in my inventory if you want. Is everything all right, Toby? Toby shook his head. I can't believe you forgot. It's butter time. That was what we agreed was our secret signal. I don't remember any of this. Why do we need a secret signal? In case we need to have a special boys' chat away from prying eyes, said Toby, gesturing towards Clara and Alice. Sam grinned as he realized why Toby was acting so weird. Okay, if you insist, said Sam. You're right. It's butter time. The two boys walked away from the camp until they were out of earshot. We need to discuss the Clara situation, said Toby. What's there to discuss? Said Sam. You two like each other, right? And you told me you kissed at Ulfgar's coronation. Toby threw his arms up in the air with aggravation. Okay, great. We've kissed each other, exclaimed Toby, eyes widening with a strange mania. It was amazing. The best experience of my entire life. Now where the heck do we go from here? Do we kiss all the time now? Explain to me how we're going to have life-changingly beautiful moments multiple times a day. That's too much life-alteringly amazingness for two people to handle. Sam tilted his head. Is this a serious issue? Toby balked at Sam's words. Getting so red in the face, Sam worried Toby might try and slap him. Okay, said Sam. Toby, I think you just need to embrace the uncertainty of life. Heck, maybe even learn to enjoy it. Toby crossed his arms. Easy for the guy who has a knack for being at the exact right place at the exact right time. Meanwhile, Alice and Clara were having a similar conversation in front of the fire at the campsite. It's butter time, Clara said mockingly. Do they think we're idiots? Queen Alice giggled. I don't know. I think it's a bit cute, said the Queen. Cute in the goofiest way possible, sighed Clara, shaking her head. So, what's going on with you two? Said Alice. Clara blushed and looked away. She looked up to the cloudy night sky and smiled. I don't know. Sometimes I think what's happening between us might be the most amazing thing that's ever happened. And then other days he says, it's butter time, and absolutely pisses me off. It's hard. I wish I could embrace the happiness I'm feeling, but it's difficult. How can I go down this road of pure bliss when we have so much responsibility on our shoulders as travelers? It doesn't seem right. Alice nodded. I get that for sure. Clara shrugged. And then, of course, I don't even know what exactly is going through Toby's mind either. It's confusing. You said it, sister, laughed Alice. Changing topics. What's the deal with your handmaiden, Mildred? Alice blinked. What do you mean? I mean, her and the guildmaster always seem to be bickering when I see them. Do the two of them have a thing? I'm not sure, said Alice. I think they may have fought together as travelers back when the gates first started emerging, but I really can't say. Strange, said Clara. It's weird to think about older people having lives before you met them, but they've lived so much longer than us. They probably have had multiple phases. Oh my gosh, said Alice, shaking her head. I don't even want to consider what Mildred's moody phase was like. A loud cough could be heard from inside Mildred's tent. I'm not sure she ever left it, laughed Clara. When Sam and Toby returned to the campsite, they sat around and melted marshmallows on sticks together. Toby took a bite of his marshmallow too soon and yelped in terror. Oh no, he cried. My tongue is burnt. Have I lost all my taste buds forever? You'll be fine, groaned Sam. Toby was about to launch into a tirade about how terrible it would be to lose all of his taste buds when Curtis's long, pointy elf ears perked up. The wizard looked around. The air is getting lighter, Curtis said. It looks as if the mist belt is clearing. We'll be able to continue forth towards Resfall, first thing tomorrow. The group cheered. They could finally continue home to Resfall on the final leg of their journey. Sam smiled at all of his friends and companions. It was an evening worthy of celebration. Over a week later, Sam and his companions stepped through the gates of Resfall, returning home to the capital of their nation, Volsungar. It was a bright, clear, blue sky day. A gentle wind blew through the streets, a hint of coolness in the late summer heat. It was the month of Summerfin, the last month of summer, before the autumn truly kicked in. As soon as they stepped through the gate, an envoy of guards rushed towards them. Both Clara and Toby tensed. Their years of pickpocketing and being on the other side of the law meant that, even now, as certified heroes of the city who helped fight off monsters and dungeon breaks, they were still nervous around the Royal City Guard. It turned out that they had no reason to be. As soon as the incoming guards got close enough, they quickly halted and stood at attention. "Welcome back, Your Highness," said the guard, nodding their head vehemently. "Your assistants in the keep have much to catch you up on. We were told to escort you back to the palace as soon as there was word of your arrival." Alice smiled, and her cheeks grew red with embarrassment. Sam could only imagine the last few weeks traveling back from the Snow Peak Mountains must have been a welcome respite from the glamorous captivity that was royal life. Despite her clumsiness, she had almost sliced off Brock's thumb one day when they were chopping wood. The Queen had fit in with the ragtag group of travelers remarkably well. This sudden reminder of the different life she led from the rest of them would probably inspire a bout of embarrassment. "Ah, don't be shy, Alice," said Brock. "Get on back to your palace, but don't forget you know where your real friends are." "Thanks, Brock," Queen Alice smiled. "And again, sorry about almost chopping off your—" "Let's not bring up past traumas," said Brock. "It's all in the past." "Weren't you screaming in your sleep last night? Something about your thumb?" Curtis said, smirking. Brock nudged Curtis heavily in the ribs and smiled. "As I said," smiled the dwarf, "all in the past." Queen Alice looked at each and every one of them, her eyes avoiding Sam's until there was no one left to look at but him. Even when Sam had first met Alice, her eyes had always been incredibly striking. Two bright, gorgeous blue globes that you could get lost in if you weren't careful. And now such beautiful eyes were staring back at him. Sam felt a flutter in his heart. It was a feeling he wasn't quite familiar with. It was unsettling. He suddenly didn't want this moment to end. He didn't want to say goodbye to Alice after their weeks of traveling across Westria together. It had been nice to spend more time with her, and even Mildred too, over the last few weeks. It felt like they were more part of their little traveler family now. There was something sad that they would return to their keep and continue their separate lives from them now that were back in Resfall. All of these mixed feelings bubbled beneath Sam's skin, but he didn't know how to articulate them out loud, and even if he did, he wasn't sure if it was something worth saying. Maybe things had to be felt and lived through, however uncomfortable. He wondered to himself, does saying goodbye make a goodbye any less sad? His thoughts were broken when Alice gave a faint smile at him and said, "See you later, I guess." "Yeah, sure," said Sam, a bit stunned. With that, Alice turned to her regiment of guards and, along with Mildred, marched off towards a nearby carriage that would escort the two of them back to the palace. Sam watched Alice go until he turned to his group of companions who were all staring at him with shocked faces. "What?" asked Sam. "We're just so incredibly amazed by your smoothness," said Olivia sarcastically. The rest of the group giggled. "My gosh, lad," Brock said. "Anything would have been better than, 'Yeah, sure.' Of the millions of words in the beautiful Royal Westrian language, I don't think there are any as hollow, meaningless, and absolutely devoid of any semblance of affection than the words, 'yeah' and 'sure,'" mused Curtis with a grin. Sam turned to Clara and Toby. "Was it really that bad?" Both Clara and Toby nodded. "As someone who you know is not an expert in such affairs," said Toby, "even I could see that was the most wet blanket goodbye I've ever witnessed in my entire life." "He may be good at clearing dungeon gates," said Clara, grinning, "but in swooning the hearts of ladies, he still has a lot to learn." "Ah, but didn't he sweep Queen Athena of the Mermaids off her feet? Finn?" said Brock. Sam felt more and more uncomfortable and was getting red in the face. "I don't want to talk about this. shall we continue on our way to the Travelers Guild? All of his companions looked to each other with knowing grins, before bursting out and cackling with laughter. Yeah, sure. 11. Sam and his companions continued through the streets of Resfall, making their way back to their home of the Travelers Guild. There was a certain cheeriness in the air. From the kids playing in the streets to the shopkeepers sweeping outside their storefronts, everyone appeared to have a smile on their face. Sam chalked it up to the good weather. The sun, the clear sky, the summer warmth that wasn't a debilitating heat wave, and, last but not least, the collective of understanding that the charming summer weather was nearing its end, that these long, balmy days would be nothing but a fleeting memory in a little less than a month's time. As they moved through the streets, Sam and his friends admired the colorful bunting stretched across the different buildings in preparation of the upcoming Summerfin Fireworks Festival. They eventually turned a corner to see the large building that was the official Resfall Travelers Guild Hall. "Home sweet home," said Brock. "Weren't we just at your home in the Snow Peak Mountains?" asked Toby. "Pah," spat Brock. "Where I grew up is not my home. My home is where my family is." "But isn't Shredder still back in—" "I mean, you, all of you, are my real family," said Brock. "The family that I chose and who chose me back." Curtis planted a hand on Brock's shoulder and wiped a tear in his eyes. "I feel the same way." "Get off of me, Elf," barked Brock. "Can't a guy just say he's happy to be home without being prodded into spilling his guts out? Jeez." "You're so moody when we return," sighed Curtis. "You two are like an old married couple," laughed Olivia. "Please never say that again," both Curtis and Brock said in unison. The group quieted down as they stepped into the front foyer of the guild hall. Sam couldn't help but grin as he looked around the guild. He noticed Clara and Toby similarly smiling. After years of living their lives as orphans, ruled under the tyranny of the spectral church, the Travelers Guild Hall had become a true home, a real home. A place where other people, not just other orphans, cared and loved them. A place where there was always a warm bed and food to fill their bellies. A place to celebrate Hearthmas without stealing honey-glazed pigs from the houses of nobles. Sam still remembered the cold, wintry night when they had first come here after beating back the White Gate. How Guildmaster Redfield ultimately protected them and shielded them from the might of the spectral church. That first feeling of being welcomed, Sam would never forget. Which made it all the more striking that no one welcomed them upon entering the guild hall. Olivia looked around, confused. "I would have thought the guildmaster would be here to greet us," said the captain. "Maybe we should go check his office?" Sam suggested. The group shrugged and accepted that they might have to announce their return a bit more boldly than they had been expecting. They trudged up the stairs to the guildmaster's office. They knocked on the door. "Come in," barked a gruff voice. Guildmaster Redfield's grumpy voice was unmistakable, even through the 2 inches of the thick wooden door that separated them and the man's office. Sam opened the door to see the guildmaster sitting at his desk, diligently overlooking some paperwork. The man looked up from the paper and muttered, "So, you're back, huh?" He then returned back to whatever work was occupying his attention. The whole group of travelers balked at the older man's response to their return. Olivia gently nudged Sam and muttered under her breath, "Is it just me, or is the guildmaster acting really strange?" One of the guild's clerks came up the stairs and politely excused herself through the group of travelers to deliver some more paperwork to the guildmaster's desk. She perked up at the sight of Sam and the rest of the group. She then turned to the guildmaster. "Guildmaster," said the clerk, "isn't this the group of travelers you've missed all some—" "Thank you, that will be all," said Edgar. The group then turned to each other. "He's clearly a child," hissed Clara. "He's pretending he doesn't care that we're back when deep inside his heart is aching with joy that we're here." "Well, what can we do if he's going to act so cold to us?" said Toby. "We'll have to thaw his icy heart," grinned Clara. "Come on, whose inventory is our gift in?" Edgar perked up at that. "Did somebody say gift?" Sam was actually carrying the specialty item in his inventory. Sam materialized the item in his hands and gripped it with an intense reverence. He walked slowly towards Guildmaster Redfield's desk. "We missed you a lot on our travels, Guildmaster," said Sam. "It would have been great to have you there in the heat of battle, and for the good times as well." "I'm sure you managed fine," said Edgar, crossing his arms and looking away. "That's true," said Sam. "But we missed you all the same, and when we were in the Snow Peak Mountains we found something we knew we just had to bring back for you." Sam placed the present on the Guildmaster's large desk. Edgar looked down at the gift, sheepishly, feigning a lack of concern. But he couldn't pretend for too much longer. His eyes widened at the sight of the present. Sitting on his desk was a rare book that had cost the group a small fortune to acquire. The book was called The Buxom Babes of the Snow Peak Mountains. "How did you get this?" said the Guildmaster in a quiet, shocked voice. "This is a rare bonus volume of my favorite book series, special edition, only ever released in the Snow Peak Mountains with a very limited run." The Guildmaster's eyes began to brim with tears. In seconds, the Guildmaster was up from his desk and squeezing Sam in the tightest of bear hugs. "I'm so glad you guys are all okay," said the Guildmaster. "I missed you all so much." The Travelers' Guild of Resfall had finally reunited with all of its members. A few hours later, the group of travelers gathered in the dining hall for a celebratory reunion dinner. The chefs had cooked up a delicious feast, including fowl with a brown sugar glaze and creamy mashed potatoes and warm garlic and beef gravy. Sam was just sitting down for his second helping of all the yummy food when the cheer and chatter of the dining hall was interrupted by a scream. Everyone went silent. A clerk ran into the dining hall shouting, "There's been a murder in the streets!" 12. 15 minutes before Sam and his fellow travelers were notified of a murder in the streets, Rook Silentstrike ran through a dark alleyway, his heart pounding in his chest. His hand gripped a large sack that he had slung behind his shoulders. The bag was filled to the brim with gold coins, freshly minted gold coins straight from the Royal Resfall Bank. It was one of the biggest hauls Rook had ever managed to snag. It was too bad then that the bank job had gone horribly wrong. Hence his racing heart, heaving chest, and rushing feet. People were after him. But he couldn't understand who. Things weren't adding up. Rook turned a corner, only to find himself in a dead end. He turned around and saw his assailant. "You," he said, shocked. Such were Rook's last words before a knife went straight through his neck. Everyone in the guild hall stood up with alarm. The only person to not stand up was the clerk who had delivered the shocking news to the dining hall. In fact, the clerk did the opposite. As soon as she had announced there had been a murder in the streets, the clerk's eyes rolled to the back of her head before she collapsed onto the ground, fainting. Multiple people rushed to check on the fallen clerk, while a sense of chaos rippled through the dining hall. Sam didn't speak to anyone. He just quietly moved through the crowd of travelers, until he slipped out from the guild hall entirely and out into the city's streets. It was dark and cool outside. The wind had picked up since the afternoon, and without the warmth of the sun's rays, the streets of Resfall had taken on a chillier note. A crowd of people could be seen huddled together a few blocks from the guild hall. Sam walked straight towards the group of onlookers. That must be where the murder happened. As Sam got closer to the crowd, he could overhear whispers and gasps. He gently put his hand on people's shoulders and moved his way to the front of the crowd. Sam sucked in air as he took in the grisly murder scene in front of him. The body of a middle-aged man with red hair and a goatee lay crumped on the ground, his body sliced with a massive X across his chest. The dead man's faded and lifeless eyes stared upward towards the stars in the night sky. The man's eyes looked shocked. He hadn't woken up that morning expecting death. From just a glance, Sam could tell that. As Sam stared at the corpse in front of him, he overheard the whispered conversation happening behind him. "This is the third murder this summer," said a voice. "The summer killer strikes again," said another. "The summer killer, huh?" Sam didn't know what to make of that. There had been no person with that moniker in his previous timeline. Of course, he did recall a slew of murders in his past life, but murder was a near constant in Clarence Erdstrom's rule of Resfall. So much more so that one murder or murderer wasn't highlighted from the next. Murder didn't stand out under Erdstrom's rule. Murder was the norm. The fact that 3 connected murders had created a scandal that summer highlighted how far Sam had changed his timeline already. Sam's thoughts were suddenly cut off by the sound of boots clapping down on the cobblestones nearby. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers that had been gaping at the body were surrounded by another crowd of royal guards. "This is an official crime scene," shouted the guard. "Everyone must vacate the area immediately. Any resistance to do so will be met with immediate punishment and a night or more in the city jail." The crowd of citizens quickly dispersed. Sam took one last look at the dead body before turning away. Instead of finding a clear path back to the Travelers' Guild Hall, he immediately came face to face with a stern-looking guard. "Murders in the city are not your jurisdiction," said the man. "Leave this grim work for us. You wouldn't be able to handle it." It had taken Sam a moment, but he recognized the guard who was speaking to him. It was a man by the name of Magnus Finch. He was the head detective of the city guard. Sam knew 2 things about the man. 1, he was a great detective. 2, he hated all travelers. "Sorry," said Sam. "Didn't mean to impose. I heard a scream and thought it was my due diligence as a traveler to come lend whatever help I could." Magnus shook his head and spat on the ground near Sam's feet. "You deal with monsters in other realms," sneered Magnus. "I deal with the monsters lurking behind the friendly and innocent faces of our neighbors. It ain't work you can handle, trust me." Sam didn't know what to say back to the detective. He wasn't even sure if Magnus's words were right or wrong. Perhaps there was a truth in what the detective was saying. All Sam knew was that it benefited no one to argue with the bitter man, and that it was best for him to simply walk away. So that's what Sam did. 15 minutes later, he found himself back in the Travelers' Guild Hall, speaking privately with the guildmaster. "Is there anything we can do?" asked Sam. "We can't step on the toes of the Royal City Guard," said the guildmaster. "The city is built on institutions and the balance of power between them. As travelers, we don't have the time, manpower, or resources to deal with all the work the city guard handle. If we step in here, what other jobs might be thrown onto us? Not to mention, it's not worth upsetting the pride of the guard. Before the dungeon gates, they used to be the shining knights and heroes of this city. Let's not take any more from them than we already have." Sam took in a deep breath. It wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. He didn't know how to explain it, but there was something about the dead man, the man with the red hair and goatee, that seemed familiar to him. Sam felt this intuitive compulsion to see the investigation of this strange murder through. What if I said I wanted to run my own investigation? Edgar crossed his arms. "In such a situation, I would say, you stay out of the city guard's way and keep your own investigation secret." "So you're saying I'm not saying anything." "As far as I know, you gave me a hypothetical question," explained Edgar. "And in response, I gave you a hypothetical answer." A knowing smile then appeared on the man's face. 13. Sam woke up bright and early the next day. He got out of bed swiftly and got dressed with supreme focus. A lot to do today, he thought to himself. Eager as he had been to start the investigation into the summer killer the previous evening, he had to recognize his own constraints. They had just gotten back after weeks of traveling. His body needed to rest. Besides, most of the people he would want to speak to would more likely be available during the day. Despite feeling slightly impatient, Sam had spent the rest of his evening relaxing, or at least attempting to relax, while his subconscious worked on the puzzle that was the serial killer stalking the streets of Resfall. But now it was morning and Sam could put his whole attention on his newest mission. He quickly got dressed and headed down the dining hall where he served himself a large plate of scrambled eggs, sausage, and bacon, along with a large mug of black coffee. He munched on his delicious breakfast and contemplated what his next moves should be. He needed to familiarize himself with the facts of the summer killer case so far, which was a lot easier said than done. If he hadn't run into grumpy Magnus Finch like he had last night, Sam would have considered swinging by the Royal Guard's headquarters and taking a look through their files. but that was definitely not an option, especially if he wanted to keep a low profile as he investigated the murders himself. Luckily, Sam had a pretty good idea of where he could get the same information that was locked away in the Royal Guard's filing room. He knew of a certain group of people who had their ear to the ground when it came to this sort of thing. That was why, 45 minutes later, Sam found himself in one of the central market streets of Resfall, approaching a group of kids who were handing out peanuts to people. "Hey, sir, would you like a peanut to raise morale?" said one of the young children. "I'm okay. I actually had a question for—" "We're members of the Dangerous Fire Brigade," said the kid, "and our mission is to raise the morale of Resfall. Travelers may be able to fight off the physical threats of monsters, but someone needs to tackle the even more difficult monsters that lurk in our streets, our emotions." "Sure," said Sam. The kid's words had a certain wisdom to them, but he couldn't help but think that this kid, along with the rest of the Dangerous Fire Brigade, was one of the more bizarre turn of events brought on by the changes Sam had made to this second timeline. The kid took Sam's hand and placed the peanut in his palm. "Take this," said the kid. "Peanuts make everything better." "Okay, I appreciate the peanut," said Sam, taking it and letting it fall in the pocket of his trousers. "I want to find out more about the summer killer. Is there any chance you can fill me in on what happened over the last few months?" The kid's eyes went wide. "The Dangerous Fire Brigade hates the summer killer," said the kid, declaratively. "Outside of dungeon gates, the summer killer has done the most to worsen Resfall morale over the last few months, not to mention the 3 citizens that they murdered." "Do you know who the 3 citizens were?" The kid shook his head. Of course, Sam thought. Why would this kid know? He was already planning a heist on the Royal Guard's headquarters when the kid continued speaking. "No one knows who the citizens were," said the kid. "They were all unknowns, no papers, no nothing. It was like they didn't have identities, that they were like ghosts." Sam's ears perked up at this statement. "Almost like they didn't exist?" Sam added. "Exactly like that," said the kid. Sam mused on the information the kid had just shared with him. One random vagabond who nobody knows was one thing, but for 3 bodies to turn up and all 3 of them to be unidentifiable, that was strange. That was a pattern. Most of the guards were familiar with the homeless population of Resfall, so even if the person's origins were unknown, the guards would have been able to distinguish a character they'd interacted with on the streets. The kid waved his hands in front of Sam. "Are you okay, man? You look a little dazed," said the kid. "Do you want another peanut?" Sam shook his head. He thanked the kid and began walking away. The group of dead bodies that the summer killer had murdered were all unknowns. That was the thing that connected them all, which led Sam to think it could only be one particular group of people. But why would they be targeted, Sam thought. He knew where his investigation needed to go next. 14. On the outer fringes of Resfall, just beyond the Canal District, there lay a mysterious abandoned warehouse. The building was old and crumbling, weathered after years of neglect. The windows were either broken or boarded up. Whatever paint that had once coated the building's outer walls was faded, peeling, and cracked. Not many people ever entered the strange warehouse. Most people avoided it, or ignored looking at it due to its ugly, dilapidated nature. More than this, most people didn't even give the warehouse a second's thought. It was part of the scenery, nothing worth considering. Which was exactly what the owners of the warehouse wanted, to be inconspicuous, practically invisible. For inside this long-forgotten and oft-ignored building was the headquarters of one of the oldest and most dangerous guilds in the entire city of Resfall, the Thieves' Guild. Unafraid of what might lurk inside, a young and brave traveler with shaggy black hair and red eyes stepped forward and entered the building. Unbeknownst to the young traveler, there was another figure in the shadows, watching and waiting in the shadows just beyond. Sam stepped into the abandoned warehouse to find exactly what you'd expect inside an abandoned warehouse. Shards of broken glass, rubble, and debris, and a homeless man sleeping on the ground, cuddling a bottle of cheap goblin rum. But it was all a ruse. Everything, including the sleeping man, were mere props on a stage, immaculately placed to make any curious wanderer who had entered this building by accident to not want to explore it any further. Sam, however, could see through the entire charade. He stepped forward, his boots cracking down on the bits of glass on the floor. The homeless man continued to lie there, pretending to be asleep, even as Sam approached and eventually loomed over him. The homeless man's eye eventually twitched open. "You best be leaving here, son," said the man, his voice dry and raspy. "You have no idea the kind of hell you've just stepped into. Now go, be gone." Sam smirked. "You're not fooling anyone but yourself," said Sam. The man looked up at Sam with an ignorant, confused look. Sam knew the man wouldn't let up his act until he gave the man the password. "What's the password these days?" said Sam. "The comfiest blanket of all is the one the shadows give you in the night." It was an old proverb shared amongst all the thieves of Resfall. Sam had learned it on the few times he'd visited the Thieves' Guild in his first timeline. The lack of recognition to what Sam had been alluding to completely stripped away from the grizzled man's face, who was now suddenly smiling. "Didn't recognize you," said the man. "But you're free to go on in then." The man pulled at the bottle of goblin rum that he had been hugging, revealing it to be a lever of some kind. The whole building began to tremble as the floor in front of Sam began to pull away, revealing a torch-lined staircase. The guard pretending to be a homeless man gave Sam a knowing grin and nodded his head. Sam acknowledged the man one last time before descending down the mysterious, torch-lined stairwell. As Sam stepped down the spiraling staircase, going further underground, he could hear the echoes of merry laughter and tankards being knocked together. At the bottom of the stairwell, Sam found a large open tavern with a crackling fireplace and multiple men and women who felt safe enough to keep the hoods of their cloaks off their heads, at least down here in the Thieves' Guild. Whatever chatter and excitement he had heard on his way down had become hushed and silent as he stepped into the secret underground tavern. No one there recognized Sam. Until he revealed who he was and what business brought him down there, they'd all stay alert and suspicious of him. Fair enough, Sam thought. He headed to the bar, where a mustachioed barman was polishing a pint and giving Sam an unfriendly look. "Haven't seen you before?" said the barman. "What can I do for you?" "I'd like to speak with Tristan," said Sam. The barman's eyes widened with surprise. "Kid, you must be out of your mind." A dagger flew right towards Sam's face. Sam didn't flinch, just turning sideways and catching it with his hand. He took the knife and stabbed it into the side of the bar. Sam's eyes narrowed as he looked across the room to a man standing right where the dagger that had been aimed for his face had been coming from. A man sat alone on a couch. He smiled and shrugged, as if to say the deadly dagger was merely a pleasantry. Something the man did for all of his guests. This man was none other than Tristan Daggerheart, leader of the Thieves' Guild. "Mind explaining who you are?" said the man as Sam walked towards his seating area. "I'm the guy who wants to know why members of your guild keep showing up dead across the city," said Sam. "Is this how the Thieves' Guild deals with the member it wants to get rid of?" Tristan scowled. "What kind of question is that?" said Tristan. "My guys show up dead and I'm the first to blame?" "I find that when it comes to the Thieves' Guild," said Sam, "that only sneaky people can manage to kill other sneaky people." Tristan grinned. "Well, that's certainly true," said the man. He gestured towards the sofa beside his own. "Please, have a seat." Sam hesitated. "You don't think there's any trap in there, do you?" sighed Tristan. "I'm surprised to hear the guy who just threw a dagger at my head is shocked that I might be suspicious." Tristan shook his head in disappointment and then gestured to a nearby bar clerk. "Oi!" Tristan yelled, snapping his head and pointing to the couch. The clerk rushed over and sat down on the couch. "You happy?" Tristan said, looking to Sam. "More than I was before," Sam said, as he took a seat across from the criminal ringleader. "So, look," said Tristan, "the Thieves' Guild doesn't eat their own like that. Or, at the very least, not like how you're suggesting. Does it really sound like us to leave dead bodies lying out in the open for anyone to find? That's the kind of heat we try to avoid." Sam listened to the man closely. What Tristan was saying did make a lot of sense, but it raised more questions than answers. "All right, I can buy that," said Sam. "But if it isn't the Thieves Guild killing your guys, who is, and why?" "Isn't it obvious?" Tristan replied. The guild leader then leaned closer toward Sam and spoke in a hushed tone. "It's the Bloody Shadow Society." That wasn't what Sam had been expecting to hear, but it made a lot of sense. The Shadow Society was another one of the major underground criminal guilds in Resfall. If the Thieves Guild specialized in the art of stealing, the Shadow Society's specialty was the art of stealing lives. They were the go-to criminal sect for murder and assassination. "We've been locked in an ongoing blood feud with them corpse-loving weirdos for a couple of months now," said Tristan. "I can't remember how it started, a job gone wrong, one of our guys hurt their guys, or the other way around. The long story short is, the Shadow Society is trying to frame the Thieves Guild. The feud is just cover for what they really want from us, our business. Those murder-loving freaks think because they can kill a body in the night, they have the finesse to steal things too." "It's all stealth, isn't it?" said Sam. "Sure," said Tristan, "but the Shadow Society doesn't have to normally worry about running away from their victims now, do they?" Sam had one more question for Tristan and was about to ask it when their conversation was interrupted by a strange canister rolling on their floor. "Oi," said Tristan. "Where did that come?" The canister then exploded. 15. As soon as Sam saw the canister, he held his hand to his mouth and nose. A second later, the canister exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke onto the entire Thieves Guild. Tristan Daggerheart's eyes rolled into the back of his head as the sleeping gas worked its magic on him. Sam looked around the smoky room and could see other affected bodies slumping onto the floor. There was only one person standing, a shadowy figure at the front of the room. That must be the person who unleashed the canister, Sam thought to himself. It must be the Summer Killer coming to wreak havoc on the entire guild. Sam quickly materialized his demonic rune blade and got ready for a fight. He stood on his feet and moved towards the shadowy figure. The figure at the other end of the room jumped at the sight of Sam moving towards him. The Summer Killer clearly wasn't expecting anyone to still be standing by this point. Too bad for him, Sam thought. Sam expected the figure to draw a weapon of some kind, or throw out another canister of paralyzing smoke, but perhaps Sam gave the Summer Killer too much credit for bravery. For as soon as Sam approached the man, the shadowy figure turned around and ran right back up the stairs. "Come back, you coward!" shouted Sam as he chased after the man. Despite the name-calling, Sam knew the Summer Killer had just made the smartest move he could make. From what Sam could gather, the Summer Killer didn't murder his victims with any magic or abilities, so he most likely was not a traveler. There was no way an ordinary citizen would be able to take on Sam in a one-on-one fight. Retreating had been the murderer's best strategic decision available to him. Sam rushed to the top of the stairs to find the fake homeless man knocked out on the floor, no longer pretending to be unconscious. At the doorway, Sam caught sight of the assailant's boot as he rushed out the door. Sam picked up the pace, rushing forward. The night air hit Sam's face as he struck out into the city. The footsteps of his enemy echoed in the distance. Sam channeled mana down towards his feet, giving him energy and power to move faster. Yet even with this increased level of agility output, the Summer Killer managed to keep ahead of him. Sam's eyes narrowed at the figure in the distance. Something's not right here, he thought. Out of curiosity, Sam triggered his mana sense as he chased after the man. There was no mana to speak of, so how the heck is this guy running so fast? Sam turned a corner and couldn't believe what he saw. A yellow dungeon gate had formed at the edge of the city. More amazingly, the Summer Killer leaped into the magical portal without any hesitation. Sam smirked. I guess I'll have to capture the killer and clear the dungeon in one fell swoop. Sam ran forward and jumped into the dungeon gate, following right behind the killer. 16. Hot air hit Sam as he emerged in the new reality inside the dungeon gate. Dark clouds consumed the sky, swirling ominously overhead. The silhouette of a mysterious castle could be seen in the distance. More closely were rivulets of bright, glowing orange lava. "Where are you, Summer Killer?" The figure had only entered the dungeon 30 to 60 seconds ahead of him. There was no way the man could have gotten very far. Sam narrowed his eyes and scanned the area, looking for a trace of his enemy. He gripped the hilt of his demonic rune blade, which he'd materialized from his inventory since the Summer Killer's attack on the Thieves' Guild, and prepared himself for a sneak attack from his enemy. He relaxed his shoulders, recognizing a surprise attack was not going to happen, when he caught sight of 2 monster stones rolling on the ground nearby. The 2 monster stones revealed a lot to Sam. It confirmed that the Summer Killer was indeed a traveler, and a fairly powerful one at that. That could be the only way of explaining how he had been able to take out 2 monsters in the dungeon world so quickly. Interesting, Sam thought. The Summer Killer had kept his status as a traveler secret. The man must have figured revealing such a fact through his murders would narrow down his identity too much. "Who the heck are you?" Sam wondered. He then moved forward, going deeper into the dungeon. He refused to let the Summer Killer get away. Just beyond the monster stones left behind by the monsters the Summer Killer had slain were a set of footsteps in the sand, followed by more, marking a pathway. Sam followed the footsteps. It looked as if the Summer Killer was heading towards the Black Castle in the distance. Sam couldn't entirely make sense of what the Summer Killer's strategy was here. Is this just a convenient escape for him? But how does he get out of the dungeon world from here? Sam considered waiting by the dungeon gate entrance, but he didn't like that idea. As far as Sam could see, the Summer Killer wouldn't be able to sneak around him easily, so he figured he could move as far as the castle and then reassess. Sam continued forward. He followed the footsteps left behind by his assailant, trudging down a hill towards a large, bright river of flowing lava. Sam felt pores of sweat form on his forehead as he got closer to the hot, baking magma. The lava river cut across the dungeon world, going far and wide. There was no way around it. The only way forward was through it. Luckily, there were some platforms built into the river of lava, so all Sam had to do was jump across and he'd be home free. Still, it was a treacherous challenge. One false step and Sam would melt to death, becoming one with the river of molten lava. Taking in the hot liquid fire once more, Sam wished he had better maneuverability. Flight powers would be nice right now, wouldn't it? He even had an ability that held the potential for greater maneuverability, and that was his hurting hook skill. Yet, all it could do was pull enemies closer to him to let him swing enemies around violently. He couldn't use it like a grappling hook, which would have been handy right now. In the distance, Sam saw some bats. If his hurting hook worked the way he wanted it to, he would have lured the bats closer and then used his hurting hook on them to fly him across the river of lava. Alas. It didn't matter though, as Sam had other tricks up his sleeve. Sam materialized a glass vial from his inventory and whipped it at the closest stone platform in the middle of the flowing lava river. The glass smashed onto the platform, leaving a splattering of red blood. Sam then triggered blood teleport, but nothing happened. Huh? He looked down to his feet to see himself standing in the exact same place as before he had triggered his blood teleport ability. The surface of the platform he'd attempted to teleport towards glowed. A powerful rune was etched into the platform, and it appeared to be negating Sam's ability to teleport to it. That's annoying, Sam thought. The dungeon world clearly really wanted travelers to traverse this river of lava the old-fashioned way. Sam took a few steps back and sprinted to the edge of the path and then leaped. He soared through the air. He felt the emanating heat of the lava just below him, and then he landed onto the stone platform, gently skidding a bit due to his puddle of blood he'd created there. Getting his bearings, Sam could see there were 5 stone platforms dotted across the wide river. He'd rest easy once he got to the other side. He ran and jumped onto the second platform. The platform behind him descended deep into the lava. I guess there's no going back then. Just as he was about to run and jump to the third platform, a powerful screeching pierced his ears. The shrill sound was powerful enough to make Sam wince and even wobble a bit. The horrible noise disappeared, but in its place was a group of 3 disturbing-looking bats descending towards him. Sam recognized the monsters from his previous timeline. They were known as necrotic bats. A fusion of death and nature, the necrotic bat was a macabre manifestation of decay and darkness. As they flew towards Sam, he could see their tattered and ragged wings, resembling torn shrouds that hung from their skeletal frame. Their fur, the little bit that remained, was patchy and discolored. Their bodies were all emaciated, as if the life force had been drained out, leaving only a desolate husk. Yet despite looking near death, the 3 necrotic bats were alive and well. Their eyes glowed a sickly shade of green that made Sam shudder as they got closer and closer. Sam didn't waste a second. He quickly materialized his silver dragon armor, equipped across his body. He'd been avoiding putting on his armor for the last 30 minutes or so, as he had been prioritizing movement speed as much as possible. He then triggered his Blood Knight ability, Pain Ring. A bright crimson circle shot out from his chest and took over the area. The necrotic bats swirled towards him. They were going to attempt to overwhelm and distract him. Sam knew exactly what he needed to do here. He triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange light shot out from his palm and latched into one of the decrepit, monstrous-looking bats. The bat screeched as Sam's Hurting Hook dragged itself towards him. As soon as the creature was in range, Sam skewered it with his blade. Blood and guts spurted out of the creature as the green glow of life faded away, leaving nothing but a corpse. The corpse quickly glowed silver and then melted down into a monster stone that fell to Sam's feet. The near-instant death of their fellow companion did nothing to abate the necrotic bat's assault upon Sam. "It's your death wish," Sam thought. He repeated the same strategy 2 more times, Hurting Hook plus a sharp blade to the heart, and found himself occupying the stone platform with 3 monster stones. He quickly picked up the monster stones and added them to his inventory. From there, Sam made quick work jumping across the platforms and managed to make it to the other side. He didn't wait to catch his breath or reorient himself. As soon as he landed on the other side of the lava river, he was sprinting towards the black castle in the distance. Sam checked his mana sense as he ran forward. The summer killer was no longer concealing his mana core from him, and Sam could see via his mana sense that the man was moving towards the castle just as Sam had suspected. Sam pushed forward. He knew he was catching up to the serial killer. He knew he was so close to catching him. The summer killer was almost within Sam's grasp. 17. After 10 more minutes of running, Sam found himself at the foot of the Black Castle's entrance. The castle's exterior was crafted from imposing obsidian-gray stone that looked like it had been weathered away over centuries of malevolent history. Tall, pointed spires pierced the heavens, their ominous silhouettes visible against the dark sky. The spires were crowned with menacing gargoyles, their contorted forms seemingly frozen in eternal anguish. Massive iron gates guarded the entrance, adorned with intricate wrought iron designs that resembled snarling beasts and thorny vines. As Sam stepped through the iron gates and moved up the stairs to the front doors of the castle, he could see actual vines climb the walls of the exterior, their withered leaves adding to the castle's aura of decay and desolation. As he continued up the stairwell, Sam triggered his mana sense once more. Sensing a bright orb of a mana entity, he could see the figure going deeper into the castle. Sam knew there was only one direction to go in. Even still, he felt a growing sense of concern. A castle with labyrinthine and twisting passageways would be the perfect place for the serial killer to slip past him and escape out on the other side. That said, the Thieves' Guild would probably have recovered from the sleep bomb and were most likely hanging outside the Yellow Dungeon gate by now, waiting for the 2 of them to return. Such a scenario would make it difficult for the killer to succeed at his escape plans if he tried to sneak past Sam like that. Either way, the killer was in an increasingly bad position. With all of that in mind, Sam stepped forward and entered the dark, foreboding castle. The front room was a long, wide hallway with a red carpet stretching out across the entire floor. An enormous chandelier, crafted from wrought iron and crimson-hued crystal, hung overhead, casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls. Sam triggered mana sense once more. He could sense the summer killer moving further and further away, but that wasn't why he had triggered mana sense upon entering. No, this time he was trying to sense monsters or traps nearby. His mana sense picked up nothing, an empty castle. Sam did not feel reassured. Perhaps if there had been monster stones rolling on the floor, Sam could believe the summer killer wiped them all out, but a sheer lack of monsters in a dungeon world? That didn't feel right. Even still, Sam knew he had to keep moving forward. He would just have to keep his wits about him for when the next set of monsters made their appearance. Sam took a cautious step into the hallway, then another, and another. Eventually, Sam stepped into a large open chamber with torches lining the wall, alongside large portraits of otherworldly creatures. A chandelier glistened high above the room's furnishings, raining down its sparkling luminescence onto the rest of the room. After only taking 2 steps into the room, Sam heard a powerful thud behind him. He turned around and saw the door he had entered through had suddenly closed shut. He put his hand on the door's knob, twisted, and pulled. The door didn't budge. Sam then turned around to see the door on the other side of the chamber slam shut as well. He heard the echoing sound of a lock clicking in place from across the room. Sam materialized his demonic rune blade within his grip. He knew he had entered some kind of trap room. He now just had to wait and see what kind of trap it was, a puzzle or a wave of monsters that he would have to defeat before being able to move forward into the rest of the castle. A large creaking sound of rusty gears turning began to thrum across the room. Soon, on either side of the hall, 2 trap doors were revealed in the walls, slowly pulling up to create a dark, shadowy partition into the room. Through the shadows, heavy breathing and hissing sounds could be heard, the shuffling of hurried feet, the salivating gasps of hungry creatures getting closer and closer. Sam didn't waste any time and quickly started preparing for his incoming enemy. He materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at the entrance to one of the partitions. He quickly did the same thing again on the other side. He gripped his sword tightly and waited for the enemy to emerge. He triggered his mana sense. Sam's eyes widened as he saw the huge influx of mana entities flooding in from either side of the chamber. Sam kept an eye on the partitions as the horde of monsters got closer and closer. Through the darkness, he could make out round, glowing red eyes. Just as the first few creatures leaped out towards Sam, he triggered Blood Flame. A huge curtain of crimson flames shot upward towards the ceiling, blocking off the entrances into the room. This did not stop the creatures streaming through, the first few leaping forward, strange, emaciated, naked beings with pallid ashen skin and large white fangs sticking out from behind their pale lips. Sam couldn't make out exactly what kind of creatures these were as the first few landed into the room, covered in flames and burned to ash within seconds. But the wall of flame couldn't hold back the horde of monstrous beings forever. Soon enough, the eerie creatures were climbing over top of each other's burning bodies until some were streaming through without that much damage from Sam's blood flame. The monsters' gray skin gave them an almost corpse-like appearance, though their frenetic movements, running, jumping, twisting their heads with a maniacally obsessive hunger, made them feel more like vicious tigers than anything found in a morgue. Their red eyes were like pools of abyssal darkness, devoid of emotion or empathy, nightmarish portals into a creature whose sole purpose was its thirst for blood. Their gaze showed a feral hunger and a lurking malevolence within. The monsters moved with a frenzied and erratic energy. Their muscles rippled beneath their skin, their every moment a dance of primal violence. As they rushed towards Sam, their limbs seemed to elongate and contort, granting them a disturbing flexibility. Sam triggered Pain Ring. A crimson circle shot out from his chest and surrounded a large, circular portion of the chamber. His strength immediately started increasing from the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set. He slashed his demonic rune blade upward as a vampire leaped towards him, pulling back its claws as it prepared to try and tear the skin off of Sam's face. Sam's blade stroke was faster than the vampire, cutting the creature in half before it even got close enough to harm him. Blood and guts fell to the floor, and Sam immediately used the creature's remains as the ingredients for a massive blood flame ball that he then whipped at another creature coming towards him. The vampiric creatures soon surrounded him, their hot breaths filling the room. Sam quickly realized he was going to have to use their numbers against them. He triggered Hurting Hook, a huge, bright light of ash and energy shooting out of his palm and into the chest of one of the cannibalistic creatures. Level 1 Hurting Hook allowed enemies to be captured and clawed back towards Sam, most often so he could immediately deliver their end via decapitating sword slash to the neck. Level 2 Hurting Hook, however, allowed Sam a little more room to play. Level 2 Hurting Hook allowed Sam to capture an enemy and then swing and whip them around with the power of the hook like a powerful monster flail. And that was exactly what Sam did. He whipped and smashed and twirled the captured vampiric creature right through the horde and mob of monsters, knocking them down and obliterating them in the process. The battle continued like this for another 30 minutes. Sam slowly battered the vampires away, using one of their own as a battering ball. Whenever the captured creature began to crumple and prove to be less effective, Sam quickly disposed of them and triggered Hurting Hook on a fresh vampire, one whose bones had yet to be crumpled and destroyed from incessant smashing. As the long, grueling battle came to a close, Sam noticed a message appear in his retina. "Congratulations! Hurting Hook has leveled up." Sam grinned as he read the description of the new ability. "This will be handy." 18. 20 minutes later, Sam slashed his blade, slicing through the chest, stomach of another vampire, and stepped into a new chamber. He entered a hallway where a glowing flame appeared at the end of it. That signaled the dungeon boss was in the room just beyond the flames. The door in front of the flames was already open. The summer killer must be waiting for me inside there, Sam thought. Sam hurried to the end of the hall and stepped through the flames and entered the dungeon boss room. Beyond the flames, Sam found himself in a circular chamber without a ceiling or roof. The chamber looked to be at the bottom of a hollow, tower-like structure. Lamps were strewn up to keep the tower lit, hanging on hooks going upward. On the ground level of the boss chamber, on the opposite side from where Sam had entered, stood a cloaked man. This must be him, Sam thought, looking the man over. "Who are you?" This man was murdering people in the streets of Resfall and creating fear in the hearts of so many of the city's innocent citizens. Sam would not stand for it. "Pretty arrogant of you to just wait for me to catch up to you," Sam said to the cloaked man. The hooded figure laughed at Sam's words. "You're the arrogant one. I couldn't beat you outside of this dungeon, but in here, I will be able to. You've fallen into my trap, fool." Sam's shoulders straightened. He was alert, ready for anything. The most concerning thing, though, was that Sam recognized the man's voice. "Wait, but that," said Sam. "That doesn't make any sense." It was at that moment the cloaked figure removed his hood. Standing before Sam was none other than Magnus Finch, the head detective for the Royal City Guard. "Surprised to see me?" said Magnus, smirking. "I don't understand," said Sam. "You're a detective, a Royal City Guard. You hate travelers, yet, secretly, you are one?" The man snickered. "I never had any interest in joining the Travelers Guild or being part of Traveler Society," scoffed the man. "It seemed far easier to hone one's powers in secret, keep them to oneself whenever it was necessary." "But you're a detective," said Sam. "You're one of the good guys. You're trying to help people." "Exactly," said Magnus. "I'm glad you understand. I am helping people. The rules and laws are too confining. I wanted to destroy these criminals, and there was only one way to do it. Kill them all myself." Sam's eyes narrowed at the man. He understood the difficult and agonizing truth that the only way to stop truly evil people was to destroy them. But that didn't seem quite the same as what Magnus Finch was doing. He was killing petty thieves and criminals, most of whom were working for a noble cause, stealing from the rich to give to the poor, or merely to help their families survive themselves. To murder them was a far cry from justice. It was unhinged madness. It was Magnus Finch taking the law into his own hands and choosing to play God. "You're a psychopath," Sam spat with disgust. "Give up now and let me take you in. You need to admit to your crimes in public." Magnus laughed in Sam's face once more. "I'd love to see you try. Remember when I told you that you fell into my trap?" The detective snapped his fingers, and a large creature revealed itself from the shadows high above. Sam shuddered at the look of the creature. At first, through the darkness, Sam could only make out the creature's large, yellow eyes. They were narrow and contained a predatory gaze. The creature soon revealed a row of sharp, serrated teeth that glistened with a sinister sheen. Dipping its head out of the shadows, the creature revealed itself to be a giant, repulsive bat monster. Its ears were disproportionately large with a rough and ragged appearance. The rest of the creature's body was covered in a coarse, leathery skin that appeared almost armor-like in texture. That must be the dungeon boss, Sam realized, but it was behaving quite peculiarly for a dungeon boss. It wasn't rushing to attack either him or Magnus. Then the giant bat flew down towards the ground, revealing its wings, and the skin that stretched between its elongated wings was taut and somewhat translucent, giving the creature an eerie silhouette. It eventually landed near Magnus and bowed its large head right at the man's feet. Sam watched, impressed. So that was Magnus's traveler power then. He had some kind of taming ability over monsters. Magnus climbed onto the bat. "It looks like you're the one who's about to be defeated," laughed Magnus, materializing a deadly crossbow as he commanded the giant bat to take to the air. 19. Atop the giant bat, Magnus soared high above Sam, circling the area. Then through the shadows, large arrows began to rain down towards him. Sam dodge-rolled out of the way from the first barrage of arrows. Magnus had a powerful height and movement advantage over Sam, which was only further optimized by the detective's powerful ranged crossbow. The first thing Sam had to do was get some ranged firepower of his own. He materialized another glass vial of blood and whipped it on the ground in front of him. The black-haired traveler then triggered the level 2 evolution of his blood flame ability. The dark crimson pool of blood on the ground flew towards Sam, glowing a bright red luminescence, as each droplet turned into a flaming ash of blood flame, until soon enough, a molten ball of powerful lava formed into the palm of his hand. Sam whipped the blood flame ball up at Magnus and the giant bat. His enemies swerved to dodge the attack. This was exactly what Sam wanted. His counterattack forced Magnus off of the offensive and gave Sam an opportunity to catch his breath and take control of the battle. Sam was about to launch another barrage of blood flame balls at his enemies when something unexpected happened. The ground at his feet rumbled. Cracks and lines began to form in the floor. The section Sam was standing on began to ascend high up, while other sections faded away, only to be replaced by huge pools of hot, glowing lava. Great, Sam thought. Now I'm not just fighting Magnus and his giant bat companion, but I'm fighting against the environment now too. Sam took stock of the other platforms he could jump to. It looked as if the platforms that rose up weren't moving anymore and were still in place, so it appeared as if Sam was safe from lava where he was standing, at least for now. What he wasn't safe from was the barrage of arrows coming his way from Magnus, soaring up ahead. Sam may have been safe from falling in the lava on the current platform he was standing on, but what it didn't protect him from was the fact that his maneuverability had been slightly stifled, making him an easier target for Magnus. A barrage of arrows shot towards him. Sam quickly leaped towards another platform to dodge the attack. But Magnus had predicted where Sam was going to jump and already had an arrow coming his way. Crap, Sam thought. He quickly triggered blood teleport, managing to teleport to a section of raised platform that had some remaining spilled blood from his broken vial from before. Sam's heart raced. He felt the increasing disadvantage of his position. He needed to do something to change the dynamic, quick. Magnus cackled with laughter from above Sam. You can't even hit me from your position. It's pathetic. Sam realized he needed to step it up. He needed to get airborne. He materialized a glass vial of blood and whipped it high towards a chasm wall. As soon as it smashed against the wall, Sam would blood teleport and start working his way in the direction of Magnus. He wouldn't let the man lord over him with his height advantage. Sam would come straight to him. Except there was one problem. As the glass vial flew through the air, crack! A powerful crossbow bolt smashed right through it. A burst of blood shot into the air. Sam shuddered. Magnus was proving to be a worthy opponent. He clearly had witnessed Sam smash the glass vial before and used to create the blood flame, and then use that same puddle to trigger blood teleport. Magnus was now purposely stopping him from laying down the blood he needed to use his most powerful movement abilities. He's a smart opponent, Sam realized. It was too bad he had his newest ability still hidden up his sleeve. Magnus held his crossbow as the giant bat he was riding circled overhead. He held the crossbow firmly and directed his arms to aim it down at the pathetic little black-haired traveler struggling to fight him down below. Just one hit. That was all that needed to land to end the foolish boy's life, and then Magnus could wait out the remaining time here in the gate until a dungeon break formed and he could ride out on his giant bat into Resfall and beyond. If he kept his hood up, his identity would remain secret, and he could return to Resfall under the guise of Magnus Finch, and no one would ever know that he was the Summer Killer. Magnus pulled the trigger down at the boy. The arrow flew through the air. But in a flash, the boy leaped to another platform. Magnus's arrow crumpled into the stone. "Stop wasting my time," Magnus taunted. Without the boy's blood teleport ability, he had no way of reaching him high above, so it was just a matter of time before he got tired and one of Magnus's arrows went right through the boy's skull. He aimed his crossbow again to try again at shooting the boy down, except by the time Magnus pulled the trigger, the boy had disappeared from the platform below. What the? Magnus looked around to see where the boy had gone. At first, he couldn't locate him. Then he heard the crackling of ash and saw the black-haired boy swinging from lamppost to lamppost dotted around the tower with the help of a glowing whip of orange energy. But that shouldn't be possible, Magnus's thoughts hissed. Magnus had controlled other monsters in the castle to gather information about the boy's arsenal of abilities, and from what he had gathered, the hurting hook ability could only pull enemies closer to him and be whipped around as a projectile or flail. But to use on inanimate objects and swing with, that wasn't at all possible. The man quickly tried to reorient himself along with his giant bat, but the boy was swinging and leaping too quickly. Suddenly, the boy was above him. The black-haired traveler swung from his energy whip and leaped towards Magnus. The boy materialized his black sword with glowing red runes as he flew through the air towards Magnus. Just before the boy landed atop the giant bat's back, his sword pierced right through Magnus's stomach, dealing a decisively powerful blow. 20 Sam's sword slid right through Magnus's back and came out on the other side of his stomach. Blood and guts spurted out from the man's chest. His skin went pale. His whole body began to throb. Magnus didn't stand a chance anymore. Sam had defeated the man with the help of his new evolution of his Hurting Hook ability. At level 3, Hurting Hook gained a whole bunch of versatility. He could now not only pull enemies closer to him or swing them about, he could also now pull himself towards them if need be. On top of this, Hurting Hook could now latch itself onto inanimate objects, meaning Sam could use the skill to swing between buildings, enemies, or narrow passageways. It was only because of his ability to latch onto the lamps on the side of the tower that Sam could close the gap between himself and the giant bat monster Magnus had been riding high above him. Now on the back of the giant bat himself, Sam pulled his sword out from Magnus Finch and materialized a large bandage, which he then held out against the man. "I'm bringing you in," hissed Sam. "So the whole city knows of your corruption and fall from grace." Magnus didn't say anything. The city's homicide detective had gone into a deep shock. The giant bat they were riding on shrieked and moved erratically. With the agonizing pain and loss of blood, Magnus's control over the monster had weakened, and now the two were in a battle for control. Sam didn't waste any time. With one hand holding Magnus's bandage in place, Sam took his other sword and began to stab it into the back of the giant bat over and over again. Deep, red blood spurted out from the creature's back, drenching its fur, making it sticky and wet. The dying creature lost control of its balance and torpedoed down towards the bottom of the chamber. The group managed to crash in the entrance of the boss chamber where the platforms hadn't disappeared and been replaced by lava. Sam pushed Magnus off the bat before leaping off himself. As soon as Sam landed on his feet, he spun around with his blade, slicing large slashes into the giant bat. With the giant bat now suffering in extreme agony, Sam rushed towards Magnus, dematerializing his demonic rune blade and replacing his weapon with a set of powerful handcuffs used against rogue travelers from his inventory. He cuffed Magnus's arms behind his back. Sam knew, however, that there was no point in cuffing a soon-to-be-dead man, so he then materialized a health potion. He poured it over Magnus's pale lips and watched as life returned to the man's face. The wounds Sam had inflicted began to fade away as he was brought back to full health. "You foolish little—" Sam threw a punch right into the man's face, knocking him unconscious. Just because he'd kept Magnus from death didn't mean Sam planned on listening to the man as he brought him back out to the real world. With Magnus under control, Sam turned back to the dying dungeon boss. He materialized his powerful blade once more. He was about to deal the finishing death blow when something strange happened. The creature disappeared. Then, a second later, it reappeared again. Except this time it was translucent, almost like an immaterial ghost that one could swipe one's hand through. Parts of the creature started to fragment, whole squares of the monster coming in and out of materiality. Sam didn't know how to react. He'd never seen anything in a dungeon world like this. Not in either of his 2 lifetimes. The giant bat screamed before flashing away, being replaced by a large red-furred lion with a patch of fire on its tail. The new monster screamed before flashing into a large, poisonous purple toad. A second later it was the giant bat monster again, this time breathing out its last gasp before melting into a monster stone. Sam steadied his breathing. He had never heard of a dungeon world behaving this way. Nothing like this had ever been described in any of the scholarly books written on the subject of dungeon gates in his first timeline. The strange sight of the transforming and fragmenting bat filled Sam with unease. Since coming back to this new timeline, Sam had felt confident with his superior and informed knowledge of the dungeon gates. The sight of the fragmenting bat reminded him that there was still so much about the dungeon gates that still remained shrouded in mystery. After capturing and arresting Magnus Finch, Sam carried the former detective out of the dungeon gate. Sam had planned to take the captured summer killer to the Royal Guard's headquarters in the center of the city, but word had spread of Sam's chase through the city streets, and a whole group of travelers and guards were waiting outside the dungeon gate for Sam's return. Everyone gasped when Sam stepped out from the yellow portal, holding the head detective of the city guard in handcuffs. It was all a blur after that. Sam was exhausted. He went back to the city guard headquarters to give his full report. Other guards, who had sources in the Thieves' Guild, went and received corroboration of Sam's story. By the end of the night, Magnus Finch was behind bars where he would spend the rest of his life rotting. In the days that followed, news of the summer killer's true identity and capture spread throughout the city like wildfire. It could be heard on the lips of shop owners, barkeeps, and even kids running throughout the city playing with their friends. By the end of the week, the terror and intrigue of the summer killer was long forgotten, replaced by the newest gossip, including news that the noble Lord Odo Bumblefumble had fallen in love with the beautiful daughter of a rival noble patriarch. Beyond the gossip of the nobility's love lives, everyone was preoccupied and excited with anticipation for the upcoming fireworks festival that marked the end of summer. And soon enough, the last day of Summerfin arrived. Late in the evening, once the sun had gone down, all across Resfall, people gathered on rooftops, balconies, and parks to witness the fireworks display that would emerge from the courtyard of the royal palace. The fireworks display took up the entire night sky. Bright bursts of color and magic exploded amongst the stars. All across Resfall, people watched on with delight and wonder. In the shadows of a certain set of rooftops, Tristan Daggerheart and the other members of the Thieves' Guild watched the fireworks splash out across the night sky. In the corner of his eye, the leader of the Thieves' Guild noticed a group of hooded figures in the distance. He nodded his head, and, while he couldn't make out the visage of the figure, he could tell from the man's hood that the man had nodded back to him in reply. It looked like, with the Summer Killer situation resolved, the Thieves' Guild and the Shadow Society had come to an uneasy and temporary peace. Tristan smiled. It appeared that every once in a while, even bloodthirsty criminals could come together and enjoy a beautiful summer nights in harmony together. Sitting beside Toby and Clara, Sam watched with wonder and awe at the beautiful fireworks display. Another summer is coming to an end, Sam thought. He had been back in this new timeline for almost 2 years now. He had changed so much, saved so many lives, but there was still so much for him to do. There were still so many crises and historical tragedies he needed to stop. So much of the good work he'd done so far remained threatened. It could all be undone with one wrong misstep. And then he considered the strange activity he had witnessed in the dungeon that day. The strange behavior of the dungeon boss just before it perished. Sam understood now that he needed to start focusing on the threats that he knew from his previous timeline were coming up, along with the potential threats that this new timeline might demand of him. One thing Sam did know for sure was that the Grey Gate catastrophe would happen at the start of Novriel in just 2 months' time. He had a lot of preparing and training he needed to do in the meantime. Summer may be coming to an end, but Sam's overarching mission to save Westria was far from finished. One morning, a few days later, Sam walked through the streets of Resfall, heading somewhere he never thought he would ever voluntarily return to. The morning was cool, with a breeze that hinted of colder times to come. Summerfin was officially over. The month of September had begun. The seasons were changing, currently in flux. Some of the leaves were still green, but many were beginning to take on an orange pallor, with the odd one drifting from the branch towards the cobbled streets below. I can't believe I'm really doing this, Sam thought to himself. He hadn't told Clara or Toby where he was going that day, just that he had a special research mission he needed to do. Sam eventually turned a corner, arriving at his destination. Looming right in front of him was a large palatial building that dominated the skyline, towering over the city with its twin spires that seemed to pierce the heavens. Each spire was capped with a golden finial that gleamed in the sun, acting as a beacon for all to see. The facade of the grandiose building was a marvel of craftsmanship. Carved from white marble, it gleamed ethereally under the sun. Intricate bas-reliefs depicting scenes from holy texts wrapped around its pillars and arches, each detail telling a story of valor, sacrifice, and redemption. The grand entrance was flanked by massive oaken doors, studded with iron and decorated with intricate metalwork in the shapes of mythical creatures and sacred symbols. It was the last place Sam would ever want to return to, the spectral church's grand cathedral. The basement housed a permanent tutorial dungeon gate known as the White Gate that the church had once kept secret. They used it to train their own form of travelers, known as traveler priests, and experiment on prisoners, the destitute, and the orphaned. Sam and his friends had once been the subjects of those experiments. Sam had lived through the horrors of such ruthless and inhumane trials twice now. The first time ending in the tragic death of all of his friends, the second one ending on a brighter note. His friends had survived. Toby and Clara had unlocked traveler classes of their own. He, himself, had unlocked a second class of incredible strength and power, a legendary class known as Death Lord. He was the only person in all of Westria with 2 classes as well as having a class at that level of rarity. It was totally unheard of. Even if the second time he'd visited this grand cathedral things had worked out better, the sorrows and trauma of the first lifetime were still difficult to shake off. Sam pushed the difficult memories away. He was here, however, on a very specific task, one that couldn't be achieved anywhere else. He marched up to the front gate where a church guard was standing by the door. The man gulped at the sight of Sam. In this new lifetime, Sam had gained a bit of a reputation for someone who had violently slain multiple traveler priests in the battle for Resfall a few years back. The guard stuttered and stammered, and eventually addressed the black-haired traveler with devilish red eyes standing in front of him. "Can I help you?" Clara ran her hands through the beautiful, lush curtains of Queen Alice's bedroom. "Nice digs," said Clara. "You have this all to yourself?" "I still share a dorm with Sam, Toby, and a bunch of other smelly, low-level travelers." "It's nice," sighed Alice. "It does get lonely up here, though. I'm jealous of the community you have at the Travelers Guild." Clara stared at the Queen, who looked a bit downcast and melancholy. As much as Clara appreciated all the finery and luxury surrounding the Queen, she knew deep down she would never choose to live here instead of the dorm in the Travelers Guild. She liked being so close to her friends. They were more than friends, they were family. The idea of living in this grandiose palace all by oneself felt incredibly lonely and depressing. Clara did not feel envious of her friend in the slightest. Not knowing what to say, Clara opted to change the topic. "I need your help with Sam's surprise birthday party," said Clara. "Didn't you have a surprise party for him last year?" the Queen inquired. Clara groaned and dramatically flopped onto the large bed in front of them. "It has to be a surprise, otherwise he would tell us not to do anything for him. Sometimes he's so ridiculously kind and good-natured that it's actually kind of annoying," said Alice. "Yes," said Clara. "Exactly." The Queen's blue eyes softened and her cheeks went red as she thought about the strikingly handsome black-haired traveler. "Okay," grinned Clara, observing the Queen closely. "Forget about what we're going to do for a surprise party. The real question is, what are you going to get him as a present?" Alice's already rosy cheeks got even redder. "Oh my gosh," she said. "Am I really that obvious?" "Is the sky blue?" Clara smirked. Alice placed her hands on her cheeks and sighed in embarrassment. "What can I get him that says, 'Hey, I like being friends with you, and, I don't know how you feel, and I don't know how I feel, but maybe there's—'" "A vibe?" Clara suggested. "Yeah, something like this," said Alice. "Vibe is a good word." "Yeah, it's casual, it's low stakes, it's fleeting. Like a fairy. Or, a feeling," said Clara. "That sounds perfect," said Alice. "So tell me, wise love guru Clara, what present conveys all of that?" Clara blinked, then shrugged. "Beats me," grinned Clara, "as if I know what goes on in the heads of all the crazy boys in this city." 22. As soon as Sam stepped into the Grand Cathedral, he was immediately engulfed in the building's hushed reverence. The immense nave stretched out before him, the length of the cathedral seemingly extending into infinity. Rows of thick stone pillars lined the path, their surfaces covered in detailed mosaics and decorated with thin veins of gold. They held up a rib-vaulted ceiling that soared high above, painted with vibrant frescoes of celestial beings and otherworldly landscapes. Light streamed in through the stained glass windows, casting dappled rainbows onto the stone floor. Each window told a story, its panes a symphony of colors with scenes of saints, warriors, and deities. The play of light and shadow made it feel as though the stories were coming alive. In the heart of the spectral church's grand cathedral stood an altar, draped in white and gold cloth. Above it, a large, ornate chandelier hung, its many candles illuminating the sacred space. The scent of incense wafted in the air, mingling with the subtle aroma of aged wood and polished stone. Sam passed a few travelers, striding through the halls with their blue cloaks with the white insignia of the two swords crossing through them on the back of their capes. After the attempted assassination of Alice Grace, along with the hostile takeover of the city, the Grand Cathedral was put under the jurisdiction of both the Spectral Church and the Travelers Guild. The main floors of the church remained mostly used by the spectral priesthood, but the white gate in the basement was guarded and used for training new traveler recruits exclusively for the Travelers Guild. Sam walked between the pews and eventually reached a spiraling staircase that led to a special archive that was originally maintained by the traveler priests and housed all of their secret information from their special studies of the dungeon gates. After the most recent incident with Magnus Finch and the strange giant bat boss monster flickering in and out of existence, Sam was growing concerned. It was as if the dungeon gates were evolving, changing in ways different from his previous timeline. In his first timeline, humanity's understanding of the dungeon gates had been limited, ultimately explained by the theories of scholars, some supported by the world at large while others lost to obscurity. The most popular theory about the reason behind the dungeon gates was that they were weapons of the Demon King. The gates slowly ripping at the threads of their world's reality, which eventually allowed him to step forth into Westria. If the theory was true, perhaps that explained what Sam was witnessing in the gates, which was a deeply uncomfortable thought. No further piece of information concerning the physics and nature of the reality inside the dungeon gates. For it was that field of dungeon science that Sam hoped would most illuminate his curiosity about what he'd witnessed inside the dungeon gate from the other day. Sam rubbed his eyes that had grown tired from reading all day. He turned around and prepared to leave the archive, his curiosity unsatisfied. Just as he was about to step away, however, he noticed a shelf of scrolls with a faded white label on it. Scrawled in black ink was a list of all the different orphanages across the metropolis. Sam paused in front of the shelf. He figured this must be the information the Spectral Church kept on all the orphanages back when they controlled them all. After the Battle of Resfall, the overseeing of the city's orphans was taken over by the royal palace. This must be the remaining files the church kept on all the orphans they had been looking after. Sam suddenly found himself curious and intrigued. He began searching through the scrolls. He found a large scroll that contained information on all the former residents of Orphanage H. The first person he recognized from the scrolls was a rough sketch of Clara from when she was younger. Beside the picture was a few bits of information. Clara Brightburn, daughter of 2 Resfall candle makers who died of scarlet fever, found a few months later as a destitute street urchin running a gang of pickpockets. Sam clutched the scroll intensely. He felt an intense wave of emotions overtake him. He had never really spoken with either Toby or Clara about their lives prior to the orphanage. For Sam, he had always been an orphan. He couldn't remember anything else. He'd always assumed that Clara and Toby were the same way. Reading over the notes on Clara Brightburn, he realized that he'd assumed wrong. Discovering these details about Clara fascinated him, but also made him feel an odd sense of guilt, almost as if he was reading a diary of hers without her knowing. The strange feeling didn't stop him from reading through more of the scrolls. He wouldn't stop until he found the scroll written on him. He unfurled another document until he eventually came across a sketch of a young boy who looked like Toby. There wasn't much written beside the sketch of his friend. The only thing written was, Toby, young child found by the side of the King's Road in northeastern Volsungar. Sam sighed at the words with a quiet relief. The information was so minimal he didn't feel as guilty learning it as he did when reading about Clara's past. Still, northeastern Volsungar typically referred to regions quite far from Resfall. Sam wondered what led to a young child being by himself at the side of a road. What painful story might have led Toby there? Neither Toby nor Clara had shared any of this with him before. These past lives of his friends were something Sam would want to know more about. But given that he'd known both of them for years, and neither one of them had ever brought it up, he knew he would have to tread lightly. Sam continued reading through the scroll, searching for a sketch of himself. He got to the end of the scroll, not finding anything written about him, not even a sketch. He then recalled that he actually had lived at another orphanage in the city before being transferred to Orphanage H. He then looked for a scroll with that orphanage on it. He found the scroll he was looking for and quickly unfurled it. His eyes raced across the information until eventually he landed on a sketch of his younger self, staring back at him. His heartbeat quickened. Sam hadn't spent much time thinking about his early life, or the time before the orphanage. In fact, he didn't have a single memory from before that time. He had never dwelled on it as a kid, preferring to stay focused on the present. He had never had the luxury to dwell on the past when he had been a young orphan, pickpocketing his way to his next meal. All of his spare thoughts had been focused on one thing: survival. He felt nervous, afraid of what the scroll might tell him. In the end, however, Sam had been nervous over nothing. The file on him was mostly empty. All it included was one line: Sam, black hair, discovered as a baby, left on the steps of the Spectral Church's Grand Cathedral. Origin, unknown. The following day, Sam sat down in the Travelers Guild dining hall and contemplated his goals over a blueberry muffin and a cup of black coffee. After his day of research at the Spectral Church, Sam knew he had to turn his attention back to his more immediate goals, such as training and preparing for the upcoming Grey Gate catastrophe. He took a sip of his coffee and watched a group of travelers leave the dining hall, ready to start their days of adventuring and defeating dungeon monsters. The Grey Gate catastrophe was definitely not a historical event he could resolve all on his own. He would need a team. That meant it wasn't just him who needed training, but everyone who he was planning to take with him. Sam ripped off a piece of his blueberry muffin and tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed on the delicious pastry, he considered how significant the squad he was going to need for this upcoming battle, especially as there was going to need to be a two-pronged approach strategy for dealing with it. Lots to do, Sam thought to himself. He stood up and put his tray away and hurried out of the dining hall. It was time to start training seriously. A green apprentice-tier dungeon gate hovered over a farmer's field in Greater Resfall. It was an ominous sight for those who lived nearby. The farmer who owned that particular plot of land was very afraid that this was going to ruin his entire year's harvest. But the farmer was holding out hope for the group of travelers who had entered the gate earlier that day. If they came back alive, the farmer could rest easy that his crop would be okay in time for the harvest festival. And, just when the farmer least expected it, a whole group of blue-cloaked travelers stepped out from the gate. They were covered in both blood, mud, and guts of otherworldly creatures, but despite all of that, they all appeared to have smiles on their faces. "Good job, everyone," said a female traveler with a massive broadsword strapped to her back. "Ah, it was nothing," said one of her partners. "Honestly, it felt easy with Toby on our team," said another. "Yeah, don't think we could have gotten through that boss monster without him." "Agreed," said the traveler with the broadsword. "3 cheers for Toby." The group all cheered the portly young traveler with shaggy brown hair. Toby couldn't help but smile at the praise he was getting. He had become high in demand for the multiple groups of travelers taking on dungeon gates around the Greater Resfall area. It was mostly down to his incredible apprentice-tier wizard ability, Geyser Blast. It was an ultra-powerful area of effect spell that damaged multiple opponents while simultaneously healing all nearby allies as well. Toby had become a strong, versatile, and welcome addition to any group of travelers looking to take on a tough dungeon gate. The group of travelers all returned back to the city of Resfall. They didn't care that it was midday. They planned on celebrating their feats inside the dungeon gate by a few rounds at the pub. Toby, however, declined the group's offer. He hung back and watched the group of travelers head off to the nearest pub, while he chose to sit down at a bench in front of a pretty fountain. Toby stared at the glimmer of sunlight reflected in the ripples of the fountain water and contemplated his traveler progress so far. His renown within the Travelers Guild was growing, which he was very pleased with. He could see his skills and abilities getting better as well. He was even less afraid of all the creepy monsters in the dungeons. Not completely devoid of fear, but the terror was lessening with each day. Being a traveler was the ultimate exposure therapy against monsters and other horrifying beasts. Still, Toby wanted to get stronger, faster, but his next major foreseeable power growth seemed very far away. He wouldn't get a new ability until he reached the next tier of his class or leveled up one of his abilities in his arsenal. Such markers of progress felt very far away to Toby. He wanted to become stronger and more useful right now, not in a year or two when he finally hit a new tier level again. He considered everything at his disposal. He looked over his abilities, his equipment, and even random items. He had managed to get a cool diamond filter stone from the last dungeon, but it looked more decorative than anything else. Its potential uses were either cryptically unclear or the item was merely decorative. He would probably end up selling it, as it didn't have much value to him as a traveler. Toby sighed as he rubbed his head. Answers to his problems were not forthcoming as easily as he had hoped. He stood up to head back to the guild, even if the dilemma about his progression was still bugging him. 20 minutes later, as Toby approached the guild hall, he looked up and saw Sam striding towards him. "Toby," said Sam, "I've been looking everywhere for you." "What's going on?" "We have a lot of training to do," said Sam. "I know of a dungeon gate nearby. Do you want to come help me with it?" I just finished clearing a dungeon today already," Toby explained. Sam gave Toby a stern look. "Don't you want to get stronger, Tobes?" The young traveler with the wizard class grinned. If anyone had the power to help him reach new heights, Toby knew it was his friend Sam, who had been inspiring courage in him long before they ever became the travelers they were now. 24, Sam could hear his friend shivering behind him as they approached the dungeon gate in the nearby forest outside of Resfall. The large portal shimmered through the branches and foliage of the forest, the dungeon gate casting a yellow pallor to everything its luminescence touched. "Wait a minute," said Toby. "We're not allowed to go into a dungeon gate like that on our own, are we? It's a full tier above us." It had finally dawned on Toby where Sam had been leading them. He was taking them right into the jaws of a journeyman tier dungeon gate. While the idea of entering a dungeon gate a whole tier above his own didn't really bother Sam, seeing as he had done it already a couple of times in the last few months, it was a much bigger deal to Toby, who had dealt exclusively with apprentice-tier dungeon gates and lower. Sam turned and placed a hand on Toby's shoulder. "Tobes, have I ever led you into danger before?" The portly boy made a quizzical face. Yeah, you have. Like on a regular basis. Was that a rhetorical question?" Sam shook his head. "Let me rephrase. Have I ever led you into danger that's gotten us killed?" Before Toby could respond, Sam answered for him. That was a rhetorical question. Sam could see that his friend had already given up on the idea of convincing him to train elsewhere. As much as Toby talked a lot about his many fears, he always was able to drum up the courage to face them. And more than that, he had proven his trust and loyalty for Sam time and time again. So if Sam had told Toby they were going to train in a dungeon gate a whole tier level above them, that was exactly what Toby was going to do. With a nod of agreement, the two friends stepped inside the yellow dungeon gate, vanishing from the forest completely. The forest surroundings disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, Toby was surrounded by an endless expanse of murky water under a canopy of dark gray clouds. The air was heavy with moisture, and a pervasive, earthy aroma enveloped both him and Sam. "Where are we?" Toby grimaced. He looked on with dread as tendrils of mist wove their way around skeletal trees, their trunks half submerged, their twisted branches reaching out like desperate, grasping fingers. Each tree bore the weight of moss, hanging mournfully from the limbs, swaying gently even in the stillness of the swamp's air. "The cursed swamp," said Sam, speaking softly, as if he didn't want to disturb any deadly creatures resting nearby. Sam began to move forward, and Toby followed his companion's lead. Toby quickly felt the dampness of the swamp water seep through the leather of his boots. As he and Sam stepped a bit deeper into this new dungeon world, there were pockets of solid ground, the hummocks, which provided a brief respite, but more often than not, the duo trudged through the treacherous, shallow water, wary of the deeper channels that lurked beneath the surface. After a few more minutes of trudging through the swamplands, a low, unsettling hum began to fill Toby and Sam's ears. The sound grew louder, echoing eerily through the dense mist of the swamp. Both Sam and Toby halted in their tracks. Sam instinctively materialized his demonic rune blade. The red runes etched into the nightmarishly black metal glowed softly amidst the gray fog. Toby triggered his mana sense. His eyes widened and his stomach lurched. From the depths of the murk, a swarm of dark, crow-sized creatures burst forth all around them. Their wings shimmered with a smoky translucence. The light, of what little there was of it, reflected off the sleek obsidian exoskeletons, which seemed to absorb the shadows around them. "What the heck are those?" said Toby. He already had bad memories of the mosquitoes in the misty woods on their way back from the Snow Peak Mountains. These creatures were more than 10 times the size of those irritating insects from before, and looked significantly more deadly. "They're called Shadowmire bloodsuckers," said Sam. "Get ready to fight a whole bunch of them." As the Shadowmire bloodsuckers came closer, the faint and sickly green glow of their compound eyes became more apparent as they locked onto Sam and Toby in the distance. It wasn't the sheer size of these creatures that sent a shiver down Toby's spine, but the menacing sight of their proboscises, sharp, lengthy, and dripping with anticipation. These appendages, sturdy and pointed, looked more like weapons than mere tools for feeding. One of the mosquitoes darted towards Toby, its wings creating a hypnotic pattern, humming louder as it approached. As it flew past, he noticed its abdomen, distended and grotesquely swollen from its recent feed, pulsating with a dark liquid. Toby would have been repulsed, but he was screaming in terror as the abdomen exploded in front of him as Sam skewered the monster with his demonic rune blade. "Get back, Tobes!" shouted Sam. "Give me support while I draw their attention." Sam materialized his berserker sword in his other hand as he rushed towards the incoming mosquitoes. The first thing he had to do in this fight was establish his ability rotation, which in turn would help him achieve his second battle objective, which was to draw all the aggression of the Shadowmire bloodsuckers onto himself, so that Toby could provide unimpeded support from the sidelines of the monster skirmish. He triggered his Pain Ring ability. A huge blast of red energy shot out from his chest, establishing a large radius in the swamp. Now, all pain and damage Sam took from inside the ring would increase his power. He was now a ticking clock of destruction. Sam spun on his feet with such rapidity and grace of movement, you could barely even hear the water ripple or splash with disturbance. The blood of the mosquitoes raining down from the large gashes he formed with his blades into their exoskeletons created more noise as they splashed like heavy stones into the swamp water. The swordsman focused on landing slices with both of his blades on each of his incoming enemies to maximize each of the bonus abilities connected to his two powerful swords. The demonic rune blade gained more power as it damaged and killed more monsters, while his berserker sword turned most things it hit into a mindless frenzy. The swarm of mosquitoes only grew as they smelled more and more blood in the water. Sam managed to keep most of the monster attention onto himself, slaying most of the mosquitoes that came their way. Every once in a while, however, a powerful water blast flew over his shoulder, knocking one of the Shadowmire bloodsuckers into a thorny tree branch that stabbed it to death. "Nice one, Tobes!" shouted Sam as he slashed through more of the giant mosquitoes. "Likewise," said Toby, firing out another powerful water blast spell. The battle went on like this for a while. Almost an hour passed as more and more mosquito monsters descended on the duo. This was exactly what Sam had hoped for. Mosquitoes were great creatures to train against, as they normally attracted more of their kind simply by slaying them. This was a great place to farm monster stones and raise their stats and hopefully grow their abilities. He saw through the corner of his eye in his retina a message in his profile. "Congratulations, your Silver Dragon armor set has leveled up." He grinned at the news of power growth, but the battle was too chaotic for him to check and see whatever new ability evolution he had gained. Worse, there was a growing problem with his monster farming strategy. The mosquitoes weren't slowing down. Sam had plenty of stamina left, but he couldn't go on forever, and the way things were going, this was turning more into a battle of attrition than anything else. He felt one of the mosquitoes stab his neck and begin sucking out blood. "Arg!" Sam screamed, elbowing the mosquito off his neck and quickly slicing it in half. He felt his vision begin to wobble. This isn't good, Sam thought. Another mosquito landed another blood-sucking hit on him. The monsters were draining him of too much blood. He was taking in too much pain. His necklace of healing that was meant to manage the pain taken from his silver dragon armor set couldn't keep up healing him with all of his other injuries. Sam felt the tide of battle slowly slipping away from him, and then he felt the water at his feet disappear. All of the nearby swamp water converged in one massive blast, shooting out of the swamp and blasting the swarm of Shadowmire bloodsuckers to death. As the geyser shot outward in an almost volcano-like explosion, the water raining down on Sam began to heal his wounds, clearing up the large, throbbing holes left behind by the massive vampiric mosquitoes sucking blood out from his neck. Husks of dead mosquitoes rained down on the ground all around them. Toby's new apprentice-tier ability, Geyser Blast, had sent all the mosquitoes hurtling high in the air, only to die from the speed and pressure, and were now raining down around them in death. The dead mosquitoes quickly thumped onto the momentarily dried swampland, only to disintegrate down into harvestable monster stones. Sam turned around to see his friend Toby, huffing and puffing after unleashing his powerful apprentice-tier spell. "Well," Sam grinned, "I can see why you've become such a hot property in the Travelers Guild." 25. A few hours later, Sam and Toby finally found a slightly elevated patch of land, providing a meager buffer against the swamp's encroaching waters. This hummock, surrounded by a few skeletal trees, would be the location for their base camp. They quickly got to work, clearing away the damp underbrush, revealing the moist earth beneath. Sam materialized his tent from his inventory, and the two of them got to work erecting it in the ground. With their evening shelter secured, Sam materialized a shovel from his inventory, handing it to his friend. As Toby dug a small pit in the ground, Sam went over to the nearby trees, slicing off the dry branches for firewood. He carried back the branches and placed them neatly in the small hole Toby had dug. From there, Sam crouched down, materializing some tinder from his inventory, which he placed in the center of the fire pit. Next, appearing out of thin air in his palms, was a piece of dark gray flint and a small steel striker. Sam gripped the flint in his left hand and held it just above the tinder. With the steel striker in his right hand, he struck it sharply against the flint's edge, angling it so that the sparks it produced would shower onto the tinder. Each strike produced a series of sparks, bright and fleeting against the gathering dusk. After several tries, one spark caught, glowing red as it began to consume the tinder. Sam gently blew on it, nurturing the ember. As the ember grew and the tinder began to smolder more intensely, some of the smaller, sliced branches caught, and a small flame sprang to life. Carefully, Sam added more twigs, then branches, until a steady fire was established, casting its warm, dancing light and pushing back the chill of the evening. With fire and shelter secured, Toby and Sam felt themselves relax a little. They set up a few more traps and runes around their base in case any monsters attempted to sneak up on them in the night. After that, they sat around the fire, cooking themselves steak and potatoes, followed by marshmallows and a mug of hot cocoa for dessert. It was a quiet evening, both Sam and Toby staring into the flames of the fire more than speaking back and forth with one another. Sometimes, after a day of slaying monsters, one was too tired to carry a conversation. Other times, speaking with one's friends was necessary to push back the memories of gruesome and agonizing battles. For Sam, it felt as if tonight, both he and his companion fell more into the former category than the latter. Every so often, Sam looked away from the enticing and alluring flames to glance over at his friend Toby. Sam couldn't help but recall the words he'd read about his friend in the Spectral Church's archive. That the young man across from him, one of his best friends in all of Westria, had been picked up on the side of the road in northeastern Volsungur as a seemingly abandoned and lost child. Sam desperately wanted to ask his friend about it, mainly so he could help Toby carry the burden of whatever memories he'd been holding back. Yet, It didn't feel like Sam's place to bring it up. Toby had never shared anything about his past with him. Everyone was entitled to their secrets. Goddess knows Sam had his. They continued their training the next day, traversing across the swamp world the dungeon gate had transported them to. As they walked, the spongy marshland threatened to pull them in with every step, their boots squelching as they trod upon moss-covered ground and decomposed leaves. They moved slowly and cautiously to make sure they didn't end up attracting too much attention from the monsters they were seeking out. Better to take them out in smaller groups than massive ones. Halfway through the day, both Sam and Toby were seeing small but important increases in their stats. Their training mission was proving to be a success already. They took a short break for lunch and then continued training. As the day wore on, they realized they had traveled far from their base camp and began to circle back. They were more than 2/3 of the way back to camp when Sam felt a sudden chill, the hair on his neck standing on end. He raised his hand in warning, a silent signal for Toby to stop moving. Quietly, both Sam and Toby crouched and hid behind a fallen moss-covered log. From the foggy veil ahead of them, a hulking figure emerged. Standing at an intimidating height of nearly 8 feet, its presence was both majestic and terrifying. Powerful, muscular limbs protruded from a body covered in scales that shifted in color, blending seamlessly with the swampy greens and browns around it. The creature's clawed feet sunk slightly into the wet earth, revealing their capability for grip in this treacherous terrain. It was the creature's head that truly caught Sam and Toby off guard. An elongated snout, reminiscent of crocodiles recorded in bestiaries of the Opali region and the southern lands beyond, bristled with sharp teeth that gleamed menacingly. Atop its head, eyes with a piercing yellow gaze scanned the area, stopping its head at the very log Sam and Toby were hiding behind. "It sees us," whispered Toby. "It definitely sees us." Sam hushed his companion and kept his eyes on their newly arrived enemy. Before he had a moment to trigger his monosense, the mist cleared further and more similar creatures emerged. They wore armor made of materials birthed from the very swamp around them, hardened bark, beetle carapaces, and what seemed like bones of fallen beasts. In their clawed hands, they held weapons sharpened to deadly precision, with the sheen of obsidian reflecting the dim light. Sam recognized these creatures from his previous timeline. They were known as Saurial Guardians. They were the true rulers of this swamp world, meaning Sam and Toby were intruders in their dominion. It had been Sam's experience that there was a moment before every battle where for a split second it felt as if time stopped. It was a moment of silence, reverie even, before time resumed, sped up so fast you could hardly catch your breath. Sometimes the moment was more of a hesitation, a recognition of one's enemy, a brief contemplation, an ambivalent questioning of the very idea that you and the being across from you might be about to try and end each other's lives. And then time resumed, and there was nothing left but to carry out the deed. Such was the case with the Saurial Guardians. The crocodile-like humanoids had sensed them from the very beginning. Such was their relationship with the water of the swamp. They could read every ripple, every current in the stream, deciphering the language of the water. "Get ready, Tobes," said Sam. "Cover my back." Sam rushed forward, materializing his demonic rune blade within his grip as he moved. He sliced his sword upward towards one Saurial Guardian, locking into a clash of weapons with the tough, sharpened bone club of his enemy. Locked in the sword fight, Sam triggered Pain Ring. A crimson light shot out from his chest and shot outward, forming a glowing circular radius in the shallow swamp water. He felt his muscles and body tense as the incoming pain from the gnawing teeth of the silver dragon armor set began to feed strength and power into his whole body. Locked in the clash of weapons, the Saurial Guardian reached its long head forward and tried to snap Sam's head off with its massive jaw and countless teeth. Sam jerked his head back, narrowly dodging the snapping jaw. Even still, he felt the hot breath and spittle smack against his skin. "Behind you!" shouted Toby. Before Sam could even check, a massive, hostile blast of water swooshed past his neck and sent an incoming Saurial Guardian flying backwards. "Nice one, Tobes," Sam hollered, before narrowing his eyes and taking the fight more seriously. He slid his demonic rune blade out from the clash with the current Saurial Guardian. Sam then quickly ducked low to the ground and spun with his blade. All you could hear was quickened wind, so clean was Sam's cut that it sliced through both the Saurial Guardian's legs, separating them from the rest of the creature's body. The monster splashed into the water, unable to balance itself properly without its legs. Sam then stabbed it right in the back of its neck, ending its misery as quickly as possible. A merciful death, Sam thought. Such is the only gift an executioner can give his subject. Sam turned to the other warriors descending upon him. He counted 3 enemies. Let them come to me, Sam thought as he took them in from outside the radius of his pain ring. The 3 Saurial Guardians rushed forward just as Sam had hoped. They all sprang at him, head-on, trying to just oppress him with sheer brute force. But just as they landed towards him, he vanished in thin air. He reappeared a few meters away where he had slain the first Saurial Guardian. Sam didn't waste any time, taking advantage of the 3 attackers who were now caught extremely off guard. The monster's hesitation and confusion, even if just for a second, was fatal. Sam's demonic rune blade slid through the scaled flesh of one warrior's neck, the creature's head hurtling into the ever-increasingly red water nearby. Blood showered like a fountain out of the headless body before it collapsed into the swamp water, leaving a huge splash. Blood was swirling everywhere in the water now, giving Sam the power to teleport wherever he wanted. Sam took advantage of the chaos left behind by his most recent kill to get behind another one of his opponents. His demonic rune blade went right through the back of the Saurial Guardian's head, its eyes bulging as it took its last gasp of life. Sam was just about ready to take on the remaining Saurial Guardian when it reached out its hand and sent a magic bolt right at Toby. It moved so fast his companion couldn't dodge it. Suddenly, the boy was frozen in place, paralyzed. Sam felt his heart quicken. He knew he had to finish this battle quick. Toby stood frozen, watching the oncoming battle with fear. The situation wasn't as dire as it could be, but it only took another squad of Saurial Guardians showing up, and his life would be over. He didn't like being in situations where the chance of his life ending started to rise dramatically. "Come on, Sam," Toby thought, watching as his friend rushed into battle with the final Saurial Guardian. The Saurial Guardian Sam was now fighting seemed different from the others. He had white paint etched across his face and was larger than all the rest. This must be a captain, Toby thought, an extra powerful Saurial Guardian. Sam swung his blade at the monster only to be pushed back. Then, out of nowhere, the ground trembled, and the very air around them appeared to thicken. The Saurial's chest expanded in a deep, resonating roar, its eyes glowing with a mysterious, abyssal blue light. The world around the swamp skirmish faded as Toby watched on, transfixed by the display of power unfurling before him and his companion. With a slow, deliberate motion, the Guardian's jaws unhinged, expanding into an enormous void. It was a sight both wondrous and terrifying, a gaping maw that seemed to lead to another realm, filled with swirling energies of ancient spirits and the raw elemental power of the swamp itself. The world seemed to warp and distort as the vortex intensified. Trees, rocks, and murky swamp water were drawn inexorably toward the Guardian's maw. The pull was irresistible, and Toby felt his paralyzed body pull towards it. Luckily, his boots were stuck in the water beneath the rock, holding him back from being drawn any closer. Just as it seemed all would be consumed, the Saurial Guardian, with an almost contemptuous snarl, reversed the flow. The accumulated power inside its cavernous mouth was expelled in a devastating concentrated blast. A tsunami of swamp water, spectral energies, and haunting apparitions surged forth, all in the direction of one person. Sam. 27. Toby's eyes widened at the sheer enormity of the attack heading Sam's way. The powerful blast of energy emanating from the Sauriel Guardian's mouth illuminated the entire swamp, rendering Sam but a helpless, shadowy silhouette about to be drowned out by the surging ray of energy. Sam didn't run. He didn't hide. He just stood there, fearlessly staring into the jaws of defeat. The blast didn't knock Sam forward or away. It just pummeled into him and stopped there. Toby watched on with amazement. He was happy his friend was able to stand and take the blast, but it felt like an impossible feat. How the heck is Sam doing that? The Sauriel Guardian's blast eventually died down. The creature looked at Sam still standing there. The monster was clearly aghast that Sam hadn't been killed by the powerful blast of energy. The creature was breathing heavily. It had poured all of its last remaining stamina and power into that attack. The target of such an attack was not meant to still be alive afterwards. Worse, Sam seemed to be standing there, after having taken the full brunt of the blast, and was completely unharmed. Sam walked across the murky swamp water. His boots splashed in and out as he approached the exhausted Sauriel Guardian. Sam placed his palm out onto the Guardian's head. The Sauriel was too exhausted. It knew defeat and death were its only fate now. It wouldn't fight against it. Then, it was as if all the pain and damage that Sam hadn't taken from the massive blast from the Sauriel Guardian came rushing out through Sam's palm and into the skull of his enemy. The Sauriel Guardian screamed with such pain and agony, the water trembled from the sheer sonic force of the yell. The Sauriel Guardian then collapsed dead on the ground. "So, what exactly did you do there at the end of the fight?" asked Toby as they munched on hot dogs over their campfire later that evening. "You just stood there and absorbed all that damage." Sam walked Toby through his newest ability evolution. During their fight with the Shadowmire Bloodsuckers, Sam's Silver Dragon armor set had leveled up. Last year, Sam had acquired a powerful augmenting item known as a Growth Stone. The rare item allowed Sam to augment any piece of equipment to give it the power to evolve and grow, in a similar way to how travelers' individual abilities could improve. It was the perfect item, and Sam had deliberately sought it out so that he could augment his Silver Dragon armor set. The armor was just too powerful and aligned with his ability rotation for him to discard it when he eventually came across better armor. Now the armor would stick with him and continue to grow alongside him. The newest ability unlocked by the armor was a power called Pain Transfer. He could now absorb one whole attack and then unleash all the damage of that attack upon another. It was a deadly and powerful ability to add to his arsenal. In many ways, Sam already had a version of this ability. The Silver Dragon armor set allowed him to hold on to pain that he could unleash later upon himself. If he did that, and coupled it with his Pain Ring ability, he effectively could raise his strength and power levels to absolutely incredible heights. He referred to this as the three-step method: absorb, unleash, power up. With the new Pain Transfer ability, however, he could effectively deal unheard-of amounts of damage in a less circuitous manner. That said, the old method would still hold its place, as Pain Transfer only allowed for one hit, whereas the three-step method gave him unlimited heightened power and strength so long as he remained inside the radius of the Pain Ring. That might have actually been the best part of the new Pain Transfer ability. It now allowed Sam 2 slots to absorb pain via the Silver Dragon armor set. That meant he effectively had 2 bonus lives. He could absorb a fatal attack twice and not die. "Oh, wow," sighed Toby as he took in the intricacies of Sam's new ability. "That's amazing." Toby's awe was quickly followed by a fall of his shoulders and a downcast and contemplative look towards the fire. Sam was familiar with such looks. While he'd never quite seen it on his friend Toby, it was a look many travelers bore in the company of other travelers. It was hard not to get competitive with other people within your profession, especially one so geared towards progression and constantly increasing one's powers and arsenal of abilities. Sam wouldn't stop his rapid progress. The world's survival was depending on him to do it, but he understood his friend's frustrations. If they swapped places, Sam knew he'd be feeling the same way. Heck, even in the face of his own gains, Sam wasn't satisfied himself, always hungering for more power and strength and abilities to be accumulated. Such was the life and mindset of a traveler. He gave his friend a minute with his thoughts before he asked, "Anything I can help you with, Tobes?" His friend sighed and looked up at him from the fire and smiled. "I'm just frustrated is all," Toby explained. "I'm desperate to grow and prove my worth as a traveler. It just feels like Journeyman Tier is so far away. I don't even want to think about what the second threshold will entail, but even still, it feels like so far away before I will see an exponential rise in my power set." Sam listened to Toby's words carefully. He bristled at the mention of the second threshold. Even Sam didn't want to think about that ordeal until he was closer to it. "It seems to me the only way to get better, beyond focusing on improving my stats," said Toby, "is for me to focus on leveling my 2 current abilities. Thanks to the Radiant Sage you gave me, I can see that both are very far off from leveling up as well. Which leaves me with only one last thing I can do beyond improving my stats." Sam raised his eyebrow.
"What are you thinking?"
"I need to craft different ways of using my powers. Creating a new way of using it could effectively give me a 3rd or 4th ability to my arsenal. I need to consider everything I'm working with already." Sam grinned. "I like it." He more than liked it. He was feeling inspired. He had been so focused on getting stronger he'd forgotten to really take stock of all the abilities and items he did have, and make sure he was using them all to their full capabilities. Suddenly, Sam had a whole new goal for the following day's training regimen. 28. Sam woke up extra early the next day. Toby was still snoring beside him in his sleeping bag when Sam stepped out of their tent to the swamp outside. He had gone to sleep dreaming of ideas on how to improve and better use his arsenal of abilities. As he walked a little ways away from their base camp so he could have ample room to experiment, he called upon his profile to look over everything that was at his disposal. Sam Class, Blood Knight, Super Rare, Rank, Apprentice Tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 3. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, user acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Hurting Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Hurting Hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Class, Death Lord, Legendary, Rank, Apprentice Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice Tier, Level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength, 37.2. Agility, 35.6. Endurance, 35.9. Magic Affinity, 35.1. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision, 500 out of 10,000. Blood Flame, Level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword, 55%. Hurting Hook, Level 4. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook, 1%. Blood Teleport, Level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport, 3%. Inventory. Silver Dragon armor set composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon. This heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also, can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Additional ability, Level 1. Dragon Defense. The teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set can now be controlled to shoot outwards as an additional offensive or defensive maneuver. Additional ability, Level 1. Pain Transfer. Absorb an attack and unleash that level of damage onto your opponents. Necklace of Healing. Increase health regeneration by 50%. Ring of Numbing. Reduce pain sensation by 40%. Ring of Empowerment. Super Rare. Tier Adept. Plus 10 Strength. Arcane Aegis. Mythic. Tier Adept. Floating Reflective Shield. Berserker Sword. Super Rare. Tier Adept. Special ability. Can regularly send enemies when hit into an unthinking hostile frenzy. Demonic Rune Blade. Mythic. Tier Adept. Plus 5 Strength. Kill Stacker. Special ability. Demonic Rune Blade gains more power each time you slay something. Power growth only stops if 15 minutes go by without a kill. He was happy to see his stats all rising. Most of his stats were getting closer to hitting 40, which would basically be halfway to those stats hitting journeyman tier levels, at which point his classes would rank up as well. He was pleased with the pace of his progress, but that wasn't what that morning's training session was all about. No, this morning's training session was all about experimentation and creativity. What was at his disposal, and how far could he push the abilities he had? He had loads of ideas he wanted to play with, but to start, he would test the limits of his blood teleport ability. How much could he teleport at once? How intense a distance? These were crucial questions he needed to know. He walked over to a nearby tree. Staring at the bark, he materialized a vial of blood in his grip and drenched half of the vial onto the tree. Sam then whipped the tree across the swamp, smashing it against another tree. Let's see what we're working with, Sam thought. He triggered level 2 of blood teleport. Nothing happened. As I expected, Sam thought. He had needed to create a baseline to get started, and that was exactly what he had just done. It looked as if objects that were rooted in place wouldn't get uprooted by the blood teleport ability. It meant he wouldn't be able to teleport whole houses or mountains over top of his enemies. At least, for now, Sam grinned. Sam moved on to the next test in his experiment. He materialized his demonic rune blade and sliced the tree in front of him. A second later, the tree fell from its trunk. Sam then tried teleporting the tree again. The tree at his feet disappeared and fell in front of the other tree. Sam smiled. He continued his tests and experiments. After he moved the tree, he tried to figure out the heaviest object he could teleport. He managed to find a massive boulder and couldn't move that. He couldn't find too many objects that were variable between the tree and the boulder, but he came to the temporary conclusion that the tree represented the maximum weight he could teleport. All good things to know, Sam thought. He then moved on to the next stage of his experiments. He materialized another vial of blood and poured it on his demonic rune blade. The red liquid dripped onto his powerful blade. He then smashed the vial and remaining blood against a new tree across the way. Here goes nothing, Sam thought. He triggered level 2 of blood teleport. His demonic rune blade reappeared in its position at the tree, falling to the ground. Okay, Sam thought as he walked over to pick it up. When teleporting an object, it appears in roughly the same position it was teleported from. The new ability was interesting, but in its current form, the offensive capabilities of the ability was mostly a bit of a dud attack unless in highly irregular situational moments. So far, its value was mostly in disarming an opponent and leaving them confused and open to attack. That was the obvious way to use the ability, but Sam thought with a little trial and error, he'd be able to come up with a more surefire offensive move. With his sword back in his grip, he walked back to his starting position. This time, instead of just triggering blood teleport, he whipped the demonic rune blade first. The sword flew through the air and then Sam triggered blood teleport. The sword vanished and reappeared explosively. It emerged right at the tree trunk, this time striking it as if it had flown all the way across from where Sam had thrown it. The explosive power of vanishing and reappearing had given the sword even more power, dealing enough damage to break the tree in half. Awesome, Sam grinned. He was adding some new tricks to his arsenal of abilities, and I didn't even have to hit a new tier level. 29. Toby awoke to the sounds of loud splashes outside their tent. It was enough to set his alarm bells off in his head, and he quickly triggered his mana sense to make sure they weren't being bombarded by monsters. His mana sense only picked up one presence nearby, which Toby figured had to be Sam. He sighed with relief and then rubbed his eyes to fully wake himself up. He took a quick stretch and then got himself ready and exited the tent. Far from the campsite, he saw Sam throwing his swords around and practicing his spells and techniques. Toby's eyes widened at what he was witnessing. He never failed to be impressed by Sam's utter dedication to improving himself as a traveler. Even though he was probably ahead of most other travelers in the guild at their tier level, Sam never stopped striving, never stopped pushing himself to be the best. And here he was experimenting with abilities, just like Toby had said he wanted to do himself the night before. I need to follow through with my own words, Toby thought. I need to take the powers I have and learn to improve them the way they are. At least in the short term, it was the only path forward for more strength. And the long term didn't really matter if Toby couldn't keep up or lay dead before then. A few hours later, Sam and Toby switched gears from experimenting with their powers to fighting monsters and raising their stats. They crouched in the water, spying on a squad of 3 Sorial guardians. "Follow my lead, Tobes," whispered Sam, pouring blood onto both his hands and demonic rune blade. The black-haired traveler then rushed forward straight into battle. The Sorial guardians swerved when they heard the sounds of Sam rushing through the water towards them. They raised their weapons and came at them. Sam whipped a vial of blood through the air. The glass smashed into the Sorial's face. The glass wasn't sharp enough to scratch through the toughened scales of the monster, but it did leave the monster's face dripping with red liquid. Sam followed up with another ranged attack, this time whipping his powerful blade right at the Sorials. It jumped out of the way to dodge the attack, but it didn't matter. Sam triggered level 2 of blood teleport. His sword reappeared wedged between the yellow eyes of the Sorial with the blood-drenched head. Sam's new blood teleport ranged weapon attack technique turned his weaponry with a powerfully accurate honing system. If you had blood on your face, there was no escaping death from Sam's blade. Sam triggered level 2 of blood teleport once more, the demonic rune blade disappearing from the brain it had deeply punctured and reappeared back in Sam's grip. He was pleased to be putting his experiments into practice. He ran up to the next Sorial and clashed weapons with the beast. Sam then materialized another vial of blood, and this time just jerked it forward, splashing the blood all over the Sorial's face. Sam then triggered level 1 of Blood Flame, sending the creature's whole head ablaze with crimson fire. The Sorial dived towards the swamp water to douse the flames, but in its panic, it left itself open to have its head chopped off. Now, Sam turned to the final Sorial guardian. He materialized another vial of blood and whipped it at the monster. The creature reacted swiftly, whipping its tail with fearsome rapidity, smashing the vial before it ever got anywhere near its face. "So," Sam smirked. "Looks like you've caught on quickly." Toby watched Sam in awe. He was so impressed with how he had used his new abilities in such ingenious and clever ways. He was curious to see how he would take out the third Sorial guardian now that it had become privy to Sam's strategy. After smashing the blood vial with its tail, the Sorial guardian had quickly let its tail wash away any excess blood lingering on it in the murky swamp water. This final Sorial guardian wasn't going to fall for any of Sam's new tricks, at least none of the ones he'd revealed already. Sam materialized his arcane Aegis shield. The arcane Aegis was a very rare and useful magical item. The shield floated and could be moved around at will, and it reflected magical attacks. The Sorial guardian clocked it, but had no idea what it did, so it attacked Sam with a reckless abandon. Sam reached out for the shield, smearing some of the blood from his hands on it. He then triggered a succession of moves that left the Sorial Guardian dead in the water within seconds, not letting it even get close to hitting Sam with its weapon. It all happened so fast it took Toby a second to realize what Sam had done. As the Sorial Guardian had charged towards him, Sam triggered level 2 of Blood Teleport, sending his arcane aegis across the battlefield to where all the blood was floating in the water behind the monster. To the monster, the shield had just disappeared. Where it had reappeared didn't matter to it because, as far as it was concerned, it didn't have any spilled blood on itself, so there was no way for the shield to somehow puncture its flesh like Sam had done with his swords to its brethren. But that was where the Sorial Guardian had been sorely mistaken. Sam had followed up his level 2 Blood Teleport ability with his level 2 Blood Flame power, creating a powerful ball of flames in his palm. He had whipped it at the Sorial Guardian, missing the creature on purpose, only for the ball to smash right into the reflective shield and boomerang back into the Sorial Guardian's unsuspecting head. Absolutely beyond belief, Toby thought. The arcane Aegis shield had amazing maneuverability already, but Sam clearly knew that if he used the mental control on the shield to have it float behind the Sorial Guardian, the monster would have picked up on Sam's plan much more easily. By using level 2 of Blood Teleport, the arcane Aegis simply disappeared from sight to some unknown location. Brilliant, Toby thought. Well done, Sam. Toby was extra happy for his friend, because witnessing the battle that had just ensued had left Toby understanding what he needed to do to improve his current set of abilities. Thanks, Sam, Toby thought to himself. His friend was the real embodiment of inspiration itself. 30. After another full day of training, Sam and Toby realized they'd almost cleared the entire dungeon. There were no more Sorial Guardians or Shadowmire bloodsuckers to slay. It looks like our time in this dungeon is almost over, Tobes, said Sam. There's just one thing left for us to do: fight the dungeon boss. It didn't matter if they had cleared the majority of the dungeon. If they left now without the dungeon boss slain, a dungeon break would still occur. And, in the event of that, it wouldn't matter that most of the monsters in the cursed swamp had been killed. The dungeon would start to spawn more monsters to prey upon the land of Westria. Without wasting another minute, the duo headed out from their current training grounds in search of the last monster still breathing in the wretched swamp they'd been living in for the last few days. They trudged through the shallow, murky water of the swamplands, going deeper into unexplored territory. The fog around them grew thicker as they came across a forest of trees with white, peeling bark protruding out of the water like bony tusks. A constant, eerie silence surrounded them, only ever punctuated by the soft squelch of mud underfoot and the quiet ripples they made in the water. They traveled through the swampy woodland for almost an hour until a clearing emerged abruptly, the fog parting like a curtain to reveal a glowing purple flame. They had entered the dungeon boss room. As was sometimes the case, particularly with more outdoor dungeons, the dungeon boss room wasn't a literal room, but rather an area of space that was specifically designated for the strongest monster in the dungeon world. In the center of the clearing, rising from the mire, was none other than the dungeon boss itself. The creature was a monstrosity, its vast bulk hunched and grotesque. Its skin, if it could be called that, was a mottled tapestry of rot and decay, resembling flesh that had long since been surrendered to the ravages of time and the swamp's corrosive embrace. From this diseased carapace, an unholy garden of tangled vines sprouted, covered in cruel thorns that dripped with venom. Sam and Toby both shuddered at the creature emerging in front of them. Sam recognized the awful, horrific being instantly. Vilethorn, the Wretched. The creature had been written about in Sam's previous timeline. Vilethorn's head was slightly lowered, with eyes that gleamed like malevolent emeralds, bloodshot and pulsing with a sickly, eldritch light. The gaze they offered was not one of a simple beast, but of a calculated and ancient evil. Below these menacing orbs, a cavernous maw stretched, revealing an unsettling arrangement of razor-sharp teeth, caked with layers of residue from past meals and tinged with a greenish hue. As the creature exhaled, The very air around Vilethorn seemed to shimmer and warp, thickening with a noxious mist, emanating the putrid scent of decay. This, combined with the muck and grime that clung to every inch of its form, made it seem as though the swamp itself had come alive, embodying its malice and malevolence in this singular entity. Sam held out the palm of his hand at his side and materialized his demonic rune blade, the devastating sword emerging out of nowhere and stabilizing within the black-haired boy's grip. "All right, Tobes," said Sam. "We know what to do. Cover me as I go in." Sam's eyes narrowed, and he rushed towards Vilethorn, ready to take the boss monster head-on. He immediately triggered Pain Ring, a bright crimson blast shooting outward from his chest and creating a large radius amidst the shallow water of the swamp. Sam rushed into striking distance of Vilethorn and slashed upward. His blade skidded across the creature's mottled skin carapace, barely doing any damage. The boss monster's skin may have looked rotten and decayed, but in reality, it was as strong and durable as steel. Sam wasn't too worried, though. With the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set tearing into his flesh over and over again, he'd soon take in enough pain to send his power levels far above Vilethorn's, and, once that happened, his strikes would break through the monster's flesh with ease. It was all just a matter of time. For Sam, most boss fights were a waiting game. The only thing he needed to manage was not dying before the time came for him to absolutely obliterate his enemy, which, with Vilethorn breathing noxious fumes down at him and with a massive jaw trying to tear his head off, wasn't going to be easy. Sam leaped back as one of the vine pincers writhing around Vilethorn's body struck towards Sam with the same level of power and sharpness as a sword strike. That was close, Sam thought. He moved back into striking distance, slicing his demonic rune blade across the creature's chest. Once again, the attack skidded across, dealing barely any damage. Sam continued to dodge, strike, retreat, over and over again, and still couldn't seem to land a hit that did any damage to the creature. As Sam reassessed the battle, a powerful water blast flew in from behind his shoulder, smashing into the creature in front of him. The creature writhed in agony. "It looks as if Vilethorn is weak against water-based elemental attacks," Sam observed. "Come on, Tobes," shouted Sam. "This one's on you. Hit it with all you got." "All right then," said Toby. "It's time to unveil my new move." Mana swirled all around the young boy as he materialized a diamond-like rock in one hand. He held out his other palm against the diamond contraption and pointed it in the direction of Vilethorn. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like thread of water blasted out from Toby. The boy swerved his hands, slashing the powerful burst of water right through Vilethorn, slicing its body in half. That was the first time Sam witnessed Toby's new homegrown ability, Water Jet Slice. 31. Sam watched as Toby's Water Jet Slice cut through the Vilethorn with utter ease. Sam was completely blown away by the power of his companion's new ability. The move was as powerful as a potential journeyman tier ability. Had Toby reached the next tier group so soon after reaching the last? Such a feat bordered on impossible, but how else did he deal such a powerful blow? The Vilethorn hissed and disintegrated into the swamp water until eventually it melted down into a large, monster stone. "Tobes," said Sam, "that was awesome. How did you do that?" Toby caught his breath and wiped sweat from his brow. "You were the one who inspired me," Toby explained. "What you did with your blood teleport ability and the arcane aegis completely blew me away. I knew then that the key to improving was to do something similar with everything I had at my disposal. That's how I came up with the Water Jet Slice attack. Essentially, I used Tsunami Blast, the level 2 version of my water manipulation ability, and then funneled it through this diamond filter contraption, which forced the intense amount of water through the smaller set of funnels, the power of which was so built up and intense on the other side that it created an incredibly thin and powerful knife-like slash that could cut through immensely durable material." Sam grinned. He was super impressed. Toby was growing as a traveler, and Sam was happy to be helping him on his journey. Unlocking powers and abilities definitely made travelers strong and powerful, but what separated the truly great travelers from the merely mediocre were all the things the two of them had been practicing in the dungeon gate over the last few days. Anyone could use their powers in the basic way they were intended, but to take them and grow them using one's own intelligence and strategy, that took a level of creativity and ingenuity only displayed by the greats. In that moment, Sam couldn't help but realize that Toby might be one of the strongest allies he might turn to when it finally came time to face the Demon King who wiped out all of Westria in his first timeline. A few hours later, a large group of travelers had gathered in the front foyer of the Resfall Travelers Guild Hall. "What if he doesn't show?" whispered Alice, crouching down behind a bookshelf beside Clara. "He'll show," said Clara. "He always does." "I can't take the suspense," said the Queen. "And also my knees are hurting. How much longer are we going to have to hide like this?" "I'll take your mind off things," smirked Clara. "What do you make of those?" Across the hall stood Edgar Redfield and Mildred Cross, hiding behind a large lamp. Alice scrunched her nose. "What do you mean?" "You tell me," hissed Clara. "You know Mildred better than anyone. Unless that's not entirely true. Maybe Edgar knows her better. A lot better." Clara raised her eyebrows lasciviously. Alice blushed. "Clara, that's my handmaiden you're talking about." "Well, am I wrong? I know they used to work together in their early days as travelers, but I feel like that's not what you're getting at." "I'm just saying they have a vibe," said Clara. "There you go again with vibes," said Alice. "I feel like Mildred doesn't really do vibes. That's why it's simultaneously easy to miss, but incredibly plain as day," said Clara. "Look at her lips." To any passing observer, Mildred's mouth looked stone-cold neutral and apathetic, but those who had grown close to her presence over time could detect the tiniest quiver of a smile or smirk. "She's happy?" said Alice. "Around the guildmaster?" "Shh," said Curtis, looking out the window. "They're coming back." Sam pulled the handle on the guild hall's door, holding it open for his companion. Just as the two friends stepped into the foyer of the guild hall, a loud, thunderous roar welcomed them. "Surprise!" 20 people jumped out from behind furniture and from the different hallways that led into the front entrance. "Happy birthday, Sam," said Clara, holding up a cake. Sam grinned at all of his friends. All the people he was closest to were there in the guild hall celebrating his birthday. Even Roxy, the unicow, was there, wearing a pointy birthday hat tied around her head. He couldn't think of a better way to return home from conquering a dungeon gate. The birthday party guests quickly moved from the front entrance to the dining hall, where more cake and pastries were waiting for them all. After eating his cake and greeting everyone, Queen Alice came up to Sam, her hands coyly behind her back. "Hey, Sam," she said shyly. Her cheeks were blushing. Sam suddenly felt his heart pick up a bit at the sight of the Queen. The girl was incredibly beautiful, but she also had a temper, one that was regularly directed at him. Their relationship had been tempestuous, to say the least. He had saved her life, but she had also kidnapped him, and they had bickered more in their short time of knowing each other than some couples who had been married for decades. Suffice to say, it was complicated. But things between them had felt easier since they had thwarted the dwarven cataclysm. Softer even. More affectionate somehow. Still, Sam kept waiting for the rug to be pulled out from underneath him, for the Queen to start barking at him with anger and frustration like she had when they had first met. But, surprising him, the young woman revealed a nicely wrapped present from behind her back. She smiled gorgeously at Sam, her bright blue eyes overwhelming him. "I got you this gift," she said. Sam thanked Alice and took the box from her. He opened it slowly to see a box of a dozen luxurious chocolate balls. Sam's eyes widened with surprise. "How did she get these? How did she know?" "Clara told me you guys used to eat them as kids, and that they were your favorite." It was true. As orphans, they used to steal the chocolate from a chocolatier in the market, but then the chocolatier had passed away, and they had to start stealing other kinds of delicious treats. But at least for Sam, none of them had ever quite hit the spot like those chocolate balls. My pastry chef at the Keep knew the chocolatier and was able to source the ingredients, Alice explained. Now, if you ever want to have more, you can just come visit the Keep. Sam smiled. This was the second best birthday gift he could ever remember receiving. It was basically the first, but Sam could never forget the first time years ago when Clara had told him they were celebrating his birthday that day. Clara and Toby watched Sam and Alice from across the dining hall. "Can't you see?" whispered Clara. "Not really," said Toby. "She gave him a nice gift. See what? The vibes." As the evening wore on, Sam smiled at all of his friends who had shown up to celebrate his birthday with him. Today officially marked his return to the past from the future. His birthday was the marker. This meant he'd been back in this new timeline for 24 months now, 2 whole years. It was hard to believe, partially because this new timeline was already so different from the previous one. This really was a whole new life, one he'd never experienced in the past. It brought him such joy and hammered home that he needed to keep striving and getting stronger to stop the upcoming apocalypse by the hands of the Demon King. But the threat of the Demon King was still 3 years away. There were more pressing tragedies and horrible events on the horizon that needed to be stopped, including the Grey Gate catastrophe. It was still a month away, but Sam could delay it no more. It was time they journeyed to Hawkstone, the city where the Grey Gate catastrophe tragically took place. 32. With the passing of Sam's birthday, the month of September came to a close, and so began the rainy month of fall's time. The weather grew damper and colder, summer becoming more and more of a distant memory with each passing day. The fall's time foliage had subtly crept upon them, but now the city was awash in its majestic colors and amber hues. Only a few weeks ago, at the end of Summerfin, the edges of some leaves were hinting at a softening from verdant green to mellow gold. Now, the colors were much more pronounced, from splashes of bright orange and sun-kissed gold. On a clear day, they seemed ablaze, as if holding on to the very essence of the sun. The change in color was also captured in the water, as the warm golden hues reflected beautifully upon the surfaces of the city's many canals. Smells of cinnamon, apple cider, and pumpkin pies wafted throughout the streets, adding notes of sweet and spiciness to the brisk, cool days. The inhabitants of Resfall donned intricate cloaks and scarves woven from leaves, petals, and feathers. These garments provided not only warmth, but also a connection to the nature around them. The sound of leaves crunching underfoot was ubiquitous. There was also the soft murmur of the wind rustling through the trees, and the occasional distant toll of the bells from different chapels of the spectral church. Kids could be seen playing with enchanted leaves that they bought from the market. The leaves, when dropped from a child's hands or from a high ledge, would transform into delicate, glowing creatures that danced in the air before gently fading away. The sights of all the residents of Resfall enjoying the change of seasons brought a smile to Sam's face, but only a brief and fleeting one. Sam knew the countdown to the Grey Gate catastrophe was coming up. There was a lot of work to be done, the first of which was having a very uncomfortable conversation, one he had been dreading for the last few days. A few minutes later, Sam stood outside Guildmaster Redfield's office. He stood, hesitating, waiting to knock. The Guildmaster and himself had grown close in this second chance at life Sam had been living through. They were far closer in this new timeline than Sam and the older man had ever been in his first life. Sam knew he needed the man's help now with regards to the upcoming Grey Gate catastrophe. He had to stop it in the build-up to the even greater historical tragedy of the Elven genocide. Just thinking of that terrible event that was just under a year away now, Sam grimaced. He remembered that the Guildmaster had died in that event so many years ago. Redfield was one of the strongest travelers in Westria. To lose him before the fight against the Demon King would be a devastating loss. More than that, Sam couldn't bear the thought of now losing his friend and mentor. "I have to keep training and getting stronger," Sam thought. For all our sakes. Sam took a deep breath and lifted his fist to knock on the door. Just as he was about to knock on the guildmaster's office door, a guttural scream echoed forth from the other side. Sam's whole body tensed, reacting immediately. He yanked open the door to see the guildmaster shirtless and with his whole back on fire. Sam rushed towards the window curtains and tore them from the wall and threw them onto the guildmaster's back. "Aye," said Redfield, slumping into his chair. "Thank you, Sam. Do you have any explanation for why your back was on fire?" "It's my chronic back pain," grumbled Redfield. "I bought this special elixir from a seller in the market, and clearly he sold me a faulty product. I knew it was too good to be true. Such is life. A series of empty promises unfulfilled." Said Sam, scratching the back of his head. "That got really bleak really quick." "You're telling me," sighed Redfield. "Okay, well, I hate to change the discussion from the utter misery that is life," said Sam, "but I do have a favor to ask you." The guildmaster straightened in his chair and looked at Sam with more serious intent than he had a few moments prior. Sam knew it was going to be tough to tell the guildmaster that they had to set off again from Resfall, after only being back for a couple of months since their most recent excursion to the Snow Peak Mountains. Worse, it was the kind of job that didn't require Redfield coming. "Who do you need?" "This particular mission is going to require 2 squads," said Sam. "So I'm going to need Toby and Clara with me, and then I'm also going to need Olivia, Brock, and Curtis as well." Edgar sighed. "You're asking for all our best people," said the guildmaster. "I am," said Sam. "Now, you've proven to me time and time again, young man, that when you ask for something like this, you're not just asking, you're telling me something. Normally, it's that you have an inkling, one that has proven to never fail you, that something catastrophically bad is about to happen. I'm guessing this is another one of those times?" Sam considered the thousands of people who had died in the wake of the Grey Gate catastrophe in his first timeline. He thought of the burnt-out husk of Hawkstone, a city littered with corpses and drowning in the blood of the innocent. Sam nodded his head to the guildmaster's question. It was indeed one of those times. 33. The following day, Sam and his chosen group of companions woke up very early in the morning. They all met in the dining hall for a quick breakfast before setting off on their journey. Candlelight flickered on the tables, illuminating the hall as the pitch-black sky of the early morning hours, seen from the hall's large and tall windows, did nothing to light the room. The group was groggy and puffy-eyed from waking up far earlier than they were used to. As Sam sipped on his coffee and munched on a pumpkin seed muffin, he sensed a particular air of animosity directed his way. He was the one who had chosen this mission and requested the team of specific travelers, so therefore he was the one to blame for their grumpiness. "Would you say you're a morning person, Brock?" asked Toby. The dwarf harumphed and then answered, "No." "Me neither," said Toby. Such was the short, simple, and sleepy conversations the group had before setting off on their journey to Hawkstone. The group of them, comprising of Sam, Clara, Toby, Brock, Curtis, and Olivia, strode through the darkened, misty streets of autumnal Resfall. The air was brisk and cool. Every breath they took only added to the fogginess around them. They eventually reached the gates of the city and were led out into the countryside beyond. As they traveled along the country roads that cut across the different farmers' fields, the sun began to rise, creating a pale blue and soft pink hue to the slowly illuminating skyline that lingered just beyond the dewy mist. As Resfall became a tiny silhouette in the distance, Clara sighed as she watched it disappear as they went down a steep country hill. "You said this mission is going to take us all the way into Navriel, right?" said Clara, turning to Sam. "That's right," nodded Sam. "It will take us a few weeks to travel to Hawkstone, and then the mission will take us into the first few weeks of Navriel." Clara let out a disappointed sigh. "That's what I thought you were going to say. It looks like we'll be missing all the Hallows haunting parties this year then." "We could have our own party?" Sam suggested. "In the woods?" balked Brock. "By ourselves?" "Yeah, I pass," said Curtis. "We'll just have to wait until next year. said Olivia. I had a cute costume planned as well. Both Brock's and Curtis's eyebrows raised at that. You know, maybe we could have a little Hallows haunting party on our own in the woods, said Brock. I agree, said Curtis, nodding his head vigorously. Traditions are meant to be followed. We couldn't break an honored tradition like this one, even for 1 year, could we? Clara smirked at Brock and Curtis, knowingly. Oh, how I wonder what could have caused this sudden change of heart. Both Brock and Curtis blushed sheepishly and tried to play it cool. Sam smiled at the group. Even if they had been grumpy when they had all first woken up, the journey was already off to a great start. Days passed. The group traveled through fields, forest, swamps, and then more forest, then some valleys, and then some more forest again. They spent nights at camp around the fire, eating and chatting, before going to bed early so they could wake up as early as possible and continue their journey forward. The whole time they traveled, Olivia watched Sam with a keen curiosity. The guildmaster seemed to do whatever Sam suggested, which normally coincided with the outbreak of some catastrophic event, which made Olivia wonder, what kind of horrible danger is this boy walking us all into? She planned to find that out before it caught her by surprise. Walking behind Sam, she couldn't help but admire the boy and wonder more about him. How does he do it? She would continue to keep her eye on Sam. Time and time again, the black-haired boy seemed to know more than he ever let on. A few days later, they were traveling through a particularly rocky patch of forest. Large rocks cut through the blanket of orange and brown crumpled leaves, creating jagged steps and bumps through the woodland. The soft rustle of a stream nearby hummed through the forest air. Sam was lost in thoughts of how to train for the upcoming Grey Gate catastrophe and what shortcuts they could take across the countryside to get to Hawkstone quicker, when he heard a noise cut through the thrum of the distant river stream. "What's that?" Sam said, holding his arm up to get his group of companions to stop moving and quiet down. To call what Sam heard a noise would be to do it an injustice. Echoing between the trees were the sounds of a melody sung by a lilting and beautifully soft voice. The song was enchanting. The forest felt like it had suddenly come alive in a way that it hadn't over the last few days of their journey. Sam triggered his mana sense and didn't pick on any danger nearby. Slowly and cautiously, the group began to follow the music, the distant hum weaving through the spaces between the trees, drawing them closer and closer. The melodious tune, sweet and alluring, danced on the breeze. It felt as if the very trees were humming along, their leaves rustling in time with the song. As they reached a sunlit clearing, they were met with a sight as enchanting as the sound itself. A young girl, no older than 16, stood at the edge of a meadow. Her raven-black hair cascaded down her back, shimmering in the sunlight. Her eyes were closed, lost in the magic of the song she was creating. The group paused, mesmerized by the ethereal scene. But the moment was shattered abruptly. The instant the girl's eyes landed on them, her melody, once sweet and gentle, transformed. Her face contorted in surprise, her song morphing into a high-pitched, ear-piercing screech. Startled, the group took a step back, but before they could process what had just occurred, the girl turned on her heel and disappeared into the dense forest. Her sudden departure was swiftly followed by another sound, the melancholic strumming of a lute. Sam quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the direction of this new sound. But when he turned to discuss this sudden twist with his companions, his heart dropped. Brock, Curtis, Olivia, Toby, and Clara lay scattered across the meadow's soft grass, suddenly and preposterously given the circumstances, fast asleep. Sam's mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Was it the girl's song? The lute's melody? Or something more sinister? The weight of a sudden drowsiness pressed down on him, threatening to close his eyelids. "No," he whispered to himself, trying to resist. But it was no use. As his knees buckled and he began his descent to the ground, a singular thought echoed through his consciousness. What's happening? It was the last thought Sam had before he collapsed on the ground and joined his companions in their deep slumber. 34. Sam awoke to the sounds of a crackling fire. He felt his cheek nestled into the cold, hard ground of the forest floor, a crumpled leaf scratching against his nose. The young swordsman was so in control of his own body that before he could even accidentally open his eyes as he broke out from the deep slumber he had been in, he gained control of himself and kept them shut. He didn't want his captors knowing he had returned to consciousness. With his eyes shut, Sam attempted to gather as much information as he could with his other senses. The cool breeze that wafted across the air hinted that it was now nighttime. That meant Sam had been out cold for quite a few hours. Whatever sleep spell had been used on him was a deeply powerful one. He was not facing off against a weak enemy, that was for sure. A sleep spell of that power meant that whoever had captured them, there was at least one traveler amongst them. Someone with the Bard class, most likely. Sam could also not hear any sound of the nearby stream, meaning his captors had moved him after they had knocked him out. Sam then considered his companions. He triggered his mana sense and could see a cluster of entities nearby. He counted 5 more entities besides himself, meaning they were all still together. A bit further on, he picked up the energy of another traveler. That must be the bard who put them to sleep. Sam was pleased to see they were only dealing with one traveler from the looks of things. There were others beyond the enemy traveler, though. Sam picked up the sound of a crackling fire and voices murmuring alongside it. The lack of knowledge of what exactly was happening put Sam on edge, keeping his threat levels high. But from everything he'd gathered so far, there was nothing immediately life-threatening. If he and his companions were in grave danger, his captors would have tied their arms up, but they hadn't. From all the information Sam had gathered in the short time he'd been awake, he concluded it was safe to open his eyes. As his eyelids opened, Sam first took in with relief the sight of his companions still sleeping all around him, followed by an amazed sense of wonder of the surroundings he'd woken up to. Elaborate wagons, adorned with intricate carvings and luminescent patterns, encircled a central fire pit where flames danced with a mix of gold and azure hues. The fire's light painted enchanting patterns on the ground, weaving intricate tapestries of warmth and mystery. Mystical lanterns suspended from the trees emitted a soft, enchanting glow that bathed the encampment in a gentle, dreamlike light. The lanterns seemed to have a life of their own, pulsating with the ebb and flow of the night's energy. Etched into the wooden walls of the caravan was a circular insignia, filled with both stars and musical notes. Sam's eyes widened with recognition and wonder, and instantly Sam knew that he and his companions weren't in any danger whatsoever. They had been captured by the celestial caravaneers. A smile grew on Sam's face. The celestial caravaneers were a traveling group of entertainers. They called no country or nation their home and spread out all across the land of Westria. They were made up of humans, halflings, elves, even the occasional dwarf, and were a wandering community who lived off the land and traded their entertainments of songs and dances to whoever they came across. Sam was pleased to see them. Under the reign of Clarence Erdstrom in Sam's previous timeline, the celestial caravaneers were hunted down and murdered for writing songs about the dead Princess Alice and what the world would have looked like had she not been assassinated. By the time the final battle had arrived and humanity had to face off against the Demon King, most of the celestial caravaneers had been killed off. Their scalps hung up like trophies in Clarence's throne room. Sam was overjoyed to see the sight of the celestial caravaneers and to know that they were still alive and well in this new timeline. It even made him wonder what the songs they sung in his previous timeline were like. The songs they sang of a world where Princess Alice hadn't been assassinated. Sam had never heard them in his first life, but he wondered if their songs resembled anything close to this new timeline where Sam had saved Alice from being killed. Knowing that he was in safe company, Sam quietly and gently stood up from the ground and walked over to the nearby fire. He would let his companions wake from their slumber in their own time. On his way to the fire, Sam was intercepted by an older man with brown hair and a full, bushy beard. The man walked over to Sam, smiling and holding up a plate of roasted lamb and potatoes. "Please, said the man, gesturing the plate towards Sam. Sam took the plate and nodded his head in thanks. "The name is Leander Nightshade," said the man. "I'm the guiding star of this troop." The guiding star was the name for the main leader of the Celestial Caravanseers. The guiding star was chosen from among the most experienced and wise members of the caravan. Their role was to provide vision, resolve conflicts, and make final decisions that affected the entire caravan. "I'm sorry for our rude greeting," said Leander. "When my young daughter Arya screamed, our one and only traveler with us used his bard magic to put you to sleep." Sam looked over to the dark-haired girl nearby. She blushed. Sam recalled her beautiful singing, and then, as soon as she noticed them watching, how her voice cracked and went so strange, and then erupted into the scream of terror that had led them all to getting put to sleep under a slumber spell. Sam smiled and returned to his discussion with Leander. "Your daughter has a beautiful voice," said Sam. Unsurprising for a young girl in the Celestial Caravanseers, not to mention the daughter of the guiding star, no less. Leander smiled faintly. "Those are kind words," said the man softly. "My daughter indeed has a beautiful voice, but she is afflicted with a grave curse, the curse of stage fright. Her lovely voice fades away into screams and screeches as soon as she's aware of anyone witnessing her beautiful voice. It's an awful affliction, isn't it?" Sam nodded his head. He could empathize with someone who fell into fear due to the immense amount of pressure of expectation. It was something he had to battle every day when he woke up in this new timeline. So far, he always succeeded in battling away the paralyzing power of fear. But he understood why it could prove to be a challenge to others. As Sam sifted through his thoughts, the older man moved on to another subject entirely. "Alas, there are other troubling concerns that occupy my mind," said Leander. "We've gotten word that a terrible bandit leader and rogue traveler is not far from us. A man by the name of Silas Grimborn. Ever heard of him?" Sam's whole face went pale at the sound of that man's name. Sam knew of Silas Grimborn. The man was a psychopathic murderer who had killed hundreds, if not thousands, in Sam's first timeline. Sam had a very good understanding of the historical events that were on the horizon, but this was out of left field. Silas Grimborn shouldn't be anywhere near here. 35. Sam's whole body tensed at Leander's words. Silas Grimborn was nearby. Sam tried to relax his body and calm his nerves so he didn't set Leander into a panic. But the older gentleman was quick enough to see Sam's recognition of the evil man's name. "So, you're aware of this man?" said Leander. Sam was definitely aware of Silas Grimborn. The man mostly kept to the shadows for most of Sam's first timeline, until he was ultimately killed in a fight between other rogue travelers. However, before Silas was killed, he had caused incredible amounts of harm and destruction. This was mainly because Silas had a very powerful traveler class. The class was a super rare on the rarity scale, which was the same level of rarity as Sam's Blood Knight class. Silas's class was known as Body Manipulator. Most people with the Body Manipulator class didn't live for very long, as their opening abilities weren't very strong, and so they were quite vulnerable and weak when entering beginner Bluegate dungeons. However, those who managed to survive and get to Journeyman tier with their class unlocked an incredibly powerful class that allowed one to manipulate their entire body, creating extra limbs or even extra organs for defense. Silas used his class abilities to turn his body into a breeding ground for genetic diseases, becoming a carrier of such viruses and letting them loose on the world around him. With this ingenious way of using his class's power, Silas had single-handedly caused the creation and rapid spread of a vicious and deadly disease known as the Black Web virus that had killed thousands of lives in Sam's previous timeline. According to the historical timeline, though, that wouldn't be for another 12 months or so. Hence, why Silas wasn't at the top of Sam's priority list of significant people he needed to stop. He thought he still had another year until he had to take on Silas. This was a lucky opportunity. Sam now had the chance to remove the horrendously evil man from Westria far before he had achieved his most deadly deeds. Sam planned on taking the opportunity to do so. He had no doubt. Sam's mind was settled. He knew what he needed to do. He handed his plate of food back to Leander. "Thank you, but I have no time to waste," said Sam. "I have food in my inventory that I can eat on the way. I hope you'll understand. Please inform my companions when I wake up where I've gone. I might wake up one of them before I go as well, so that they know you're telling the truth." "Where are you going to go?" said Leander, startled by the boy's sudden determination. "I have to go train," said Sam. "I might be gone for the next few days. Don't stray far from the encampment and be on guard for any bandits." Leander took the boy's words seriously and nodded. Sam respected the man for that. He was taking what he told him seriously, which was the markings of a true leader. A strong captain didn't let their ego get bruised when someone overstepped their authority over them. They recognized the need for teamwork, and when it was time to give orders, and when it was time to listen. Sam was glad he was dealing with such a person as Leander. He then quickly returned to his companions, gently shaking Clara awake to let her know where he was going. Once he'd done that, he began to head towards the woods. "We won't be able to take Silas and his cronies on until I get stronger," he thought, as the luminescence of the encampment's fire faded away from view as he strode deeper into the nearby forest. The urgency to get stronger was even more apparent now than ever before. He had to hit Journeyman Tier with his Blood Knight class. It was the only way he would be able to take on Silas Grimborn and win. Sam gathered his thoughts, and he moved through the forest, his boots crushing and crunching on the fallen leaves. Leander's words had indeed spurred him to action, but he wasn't behaving rashly. No, not at all. As soon as Leander had told him that Silas Grimborn was nearby, Sam knew he needed to seize the opportunity to take him out, which led him to forming a plan. To take Silas out, he needed to get stronger fast, and with his knowledge of the many dungeon gate appearances across Westria, Sam knew of one that had only just formed the day before that wasn't too far from him. Sam had been planning on searching for this gate on their journey towards Hawkstone anyway. It would provide him with the perfect training zone for reaching Journeyman Tier with his Blood Knight class. Sam hurried through the woods and about 45 minutes later came across a yellow dungeon gate glowing amidst the trees. "Here goes nothing," Sam thought, and without another moment's hesitation, he stepped through the dungeon gate and entered the dungeon world on the other side. A millisecond later, cold, frosty wind slapped against Sam's cheeks. He found himself on a pathway between two massive mountains with more in the distance. The landscape was rugged with sharp peaks, deep crevasses, and treacherous cliffs. The entire region was shrouded in a perpetual mist, making visibility limited and creating an eerie atmosphere. The wind howled and screeched like horrific banshees or phantoms that only existed in the worst of nightmares. This dungeon world was going to be Sam's training zone for the next few days, a treacherous and dangerous place that Sam had remembered reading about in his first timeline. The Labyrinthine Pinnacle. 36. Sam took in the sublime and intense atmosphere that was the Labyrinthine Pinnacle. As he sucked in another cold breath of the thin mountain air, he took in the lofty peaks that lay before him. Each peak was like the spire of a grand cathedral, twisted and contorted by time, their summits disappearing into a haze of ghostly mist that engulfed the entire region. A path lay before Sam that went deep into the mountain range, forking and winding in such a way to lead the unsuspecting traveler astray. Luckily for Sam, he knew a lot of the dangers this dungeon world had to offer. In fact, he was eager to meet those challenges head-on. Before Sam started on his training, he wanted to review his profile first, see what he would need to get done during his time here in the Labyrinthine Pinnacle. Sam class: Blood Knight, super rare, rank Apprentice tier. Ability: Pain Ring, Novice tier, level 3. Mark part of the battlefield is yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. After significant damage is taken, User acquires split-second vision to see where their opponent is going to move and do seconds before they do it. Herding hook, apprentice tier, level 3. Shoot a hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it can pull them back closer towards you, or send you hurtling quickly towards them. Hook can be bent at will to whip and hurl enemies with. Herding hook can also latch itself onto inanimate objects and be used as a magical grappling hook. Class: Death Lord, Legendary. Rank: Apprentice tier. Ability: Blood Flame, Novice tier, level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood Teleport, Apprentice tier, level 2. Teleport to and from spilled blood on the battlefield. Objects with blood spilled on them can be teleported to and from other sources of spilled blood now as well. Strength: 42.9. Agility: 41. Endurance: 41.3. Magic Affinity: 40.8. Skill Quests: Pain Ring, level 4. Destroy 10,000 monsters with the aid of split-second vision, 500 out of 10,000. Blood Flame, level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword, 55%. Herding Hook, level 4. Gain mastery over your new herding hook, 5%. Blood Teleport, level 3. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport, 3%. Sam scanned through his profile, his eyes narrowing on the two most critical stats for his current training goals: his strength and endurance stats. Every traveler had to raise certain stats to the different tier thresholds to reach the next tier with their class. For Sam's Blood Knight class, those two stats were strength and endurance. He had to get both of those stats to 51. Strength would be easier to accomplish, though it would take more time. Endurance he'd be able to raise to 51 fairly quick, but he knew the process wasn't going to be pleasant. He opted to work on the harder stat first. He shuddered just thinking about the pain he was about to voluntarily put himself through. And then he got to work. Sam turned off the mountain pass and began walking up a steep hill towards a far-off summit in the distance. He stepped over loose rocks and jagged boulders jutting out from the landscape, slowly moving himself higher and higher up the mountain pass. For the first hour of his journey up the mountain, he was able to walk straight. Sure, it was steep, and he felt a slight resistance with every step, but it wasn't too difficult. Eventually, however, he arrived at such a steep portion of pure rock that he had to move around it. The journey up the mountain continued for hours. Sam didn't stop even as it got dark, and he reached the snowy cold part of the treacherous spire he was climbing. As the abrasive wind and cold, sharp shards of snow began to hit his face, Sam knew then that his endurance training was only just beginning. The best human mountaineers could travel through low-altitude, rough terrain at a pace of just under 10 miles a day. Sam had already surpassed that by a long shot. He had traveled almost triple that amount that day as he climbed up the large mountain in the labyrinthine pinnacle. He could feel the intensity of his hike all through his body. His muscles were throbbing and strained. He felt his heart and lungs tightening in his chest. The thin air was becoming scarcer, making breathing more and more difficult. For most human mountaineers, if they didn't stop at the point at which Sam was at, they would surely perish. But Sam was planning to climb throughout the entire night. The violent snowfall and wind only got more intense the higher up Sam climbed. The cold of the mountain was powerful enough to kill most humans. The cold wasn't just a sensation, it was a palpable presence, a surrounding heaviness, as if the air around Sam was threatening to end his very existence. It began as a whisper against his skin, a subtle sting, then quickly transformed into a relentless bite, as if the wind around him had the sharpened fangs of a lion. Sam tried to stay calm in the face of the overwhelming pressure pounding against his body. He tried to stay focused on his climb. Every inhalation felt like drawing in shards of glass, making Sam's chest tighten and his lungs twist and heave in protest. Most humans would have been dead by now. The same could be said for any traveler at apprentice tier or below. Even for a journeyman tier traveler, this climb would have a high fatality rate. But Sam knew of a special mana cultivation technique that had yet to be developed in this timeline that would help him survive. As he climbed higher and higher, he focused on the core inside of himself, spinning it one way and then another, quickly creating a friction inside of himself that began to create a powerful heat throughout his body. Within minutes, Sam's body was recovering from the intense cold all around him. The special mana technique was known as the inner hearth. By creating friction with one's mana core, one could create a warming sensation throughout one's entire body. For the rest of the night then, Sam went 10 minutes in the deadly cold, only to recover with his inner hearth technique. He did this on repeat for hours and hours until, just as the morning sun broke across the labyrinthine pinnacle, he reached one of the highest plateaus of the mountain he was climbing. In the clear morning sun, Sam looked both exhausted but also incredibly powerful. His body looked both hardened and strengthened. The harsh night that would have killed most travelers, Sam had survived and come out all the stronger because of it. His endurance stat had hit 51/37. Having achieved his goal of hitting journeyman tier with his endurance stat, Sam spent the rest of the day heading back down the mountain he'd spent the last 24 hours treacherously climbing. The journey was a lot easier on the way down than it had been on the way up. Sam knew he needed to rest and get his bearings before he began training his strength skill. His whole body was sore, from his arms to his legs. And yet, behind that soreness, Sam could feel his body had strengthened. His muscles were tighter and firmer, his skin thicker and more durable. At this new level of endurance, Sam could withstand a basic iron sword swung to his bare flesh by a normal human. Such an attack wouldn't even scratch him now. It was this level of growth potential that made travelers so frightening to the rest of the human population. Travelers had the potential to go from humans to something else. Some might call them superhuman, others might call them monsters. A few hours later, he was back at the foot of the mighty labyrinthine pinnacle, where he quickly established a base camp. Sam knew he needed to regroup, let his body rest, and make a plan for the next stage of his training. Sitting in front of a fire, eating a bowl of hot beans and sausages, Sam quickly reviewed his profile. Looking over the numbers on his stat profile, he couldn't help but smile. Beyond just hitting 51 in his endurance stat, all his stats had grown over the course of his deadly night of training. His agility stat had grown by 1.1, now sitting nicely at 42.1. His magic affinity had grown by 3.2, now at a solid 44. This made a lot of sense, as utilizing the inner hearth mana cultivation technique had required a lot of intense mana usage, which would relate to such a massive gain over the course of the evening. Finally, his strength stat had grown by 1.6, which put him now at 44.5. That meant that if he wanted to hit journeyman tier with his Blood Knight class, he now only needed to raise his strength stat by 6.5 points. A perfectly achievable endeavor, Sam grinned, especially with the training regimen I have planned for tomorrow. As the fire of the bonfire flickered in front of him, Sam couldn't wait for the following day's training session. Journeyman tier, here I come. The following day, Sam woke up bright and early to a sunny and clear-skied day in the labyrinthine pinnacle. Despite the sun, the landscape was still bitter and cool, giving the air Sam breathed in a violent edge to it. Sam's eyes narrowed as he took in the different rock formations and figured out the direction he needed to go in. He knew from his research in his first timeline all the details of the labyrinthine pinnacle, including the coordinates of the best training areas. About an hour later, he reached a large canyon filled with slender rock platforms. The treacherous path was known as the Steps of Equilibrium. Far from steps in the traditional sense, the jagged rock formations laid out before Sam's eyes were remnants of an ancient seismic upheaval. Jutting out at various heights and angles, they formed a precarious bridge across the deep chasm. Traversing the deadly steps would be the first part of Sam's strength training. Each rock step was unique, which was what made the passage so dangerous. Some steps were barely the width of a foot, demanding perfect precision to land upon. Others tilted alarmingly, slick with dew, threatening to pitch the unwary traveler into the abyss below. Sam closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then ran and jumped onto the closest rock step nearby. His training had begun. The first few leaps across the perilous passage were easy enough, but Sam could begin to see how the steps of equilibrium was not only an arduous physical battle, but a mental and emotional one as well. As he balanced on a narrow step, he could feel the wind funneling through the canyon, tugging at his clothes and chilling his skin. Sam took a deep breath and returned his focus on the deadly passage in front of him. He continued forward, leaping between the steps, holding his position and staying balanced. When raising one's strength stat, most travelers, including Sam, focused on fighting monsters. But there were other ways to raise the stat, and that included more muscle-based and demanding challenges, like traveling across a perilous pathway that demanded focus, precision, and balance on top of strength. After hours of traversing the steps of equilibrium, Sam got close to the other side, where he faced his most daunting challenge: a vast gap between two rocks. It was too wide to simply jump across. Taking a few steps back, he sprinted forward, using the last rock as a springboard. As Sam soared across the gap, he felt an unsettling moment of weightlessness. His heart raced. For an agonizing second, Sam wasn't sure he was going to make it. Then his boots landed on the next platform, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Holy goddess," Sam thought to himself. As Sam caught his breath, he checked his profile and saw that just traveling across the deadly steps had raised his stats by 1.5 points. Good stuff, Sam thought as he caught his breath. He then looked out across the massive valley of rocks and the hulking monsters pacing the area. The creatures were a tangled mess of fur that was frosty white and bluish gray. Their bodies hung heavy with chunks of ice, glistening like diamonds in the pale sunlight of the labyrinthine pinnacle. Sam materialized and re-equipped his silver dragon armor set, which he hadn't been wearing during his traversal of the steps of equilibrium. He then materialized his demonic rune blade and rushed towards the monsters. So began the second stage of his strength training. 38 days passed both inside and outside of the dungeon gate, and while Sam may have been training and fighting deadly monsters, Arya's life remained pretty much the same as it always was. She woke up in her partition of the caravan she shared with her family and helped out with chores around the encampment, until she was shooed away to occupy herself. It was in this state of idle boredom that Arya once again found herself playing in the nearby woods. She was following a cute yellow baby bird as it flew from one branch to another, slowly waiting for Arya to catch up before it flew off a little bit further. The bird chirped and whistled, and soon enough Arya found herself singing and harmonizing with the cute bird that she was following. She sang a note, and the bird would sing back, creating a cute little duet. Arya's chest rose, and suddenly she had a skip in her step. Her entire body felt lighter, her spirits lifting with every note she sang. Oh, how she loved to sing. She just wished she could share her voice with others. I mean, I am sharing it with Mr. Birdie over there, Arya thought to herself. But she knew it wasn't the same. Something came over her when she knew other people were watching her sing. A horrible, overwhelming feeling took over her body. A rising and crippling fear that made her whole body tighten and twist. Just thinking about when those travelers came upon her was enough to make her ears burn with unbearable embarrassment. She shook her head and pushed the thoughts of the fear away. I don't have to worry about that right now, she said to herself, letting loose another harmonizing note with the bird. She continued deeper into the forest. She couldn't see the eyes watching her from a distance. Silas Grimborn watched the young girl as she traipsed through the woods. His feet lay still as he crouched between bushes and leaves with his bandit followers alongside him. The girl's sweet voice echoed through the woods and filled Silas and his bandit crew with a lust to kill. The girl's innocent voice worked on them like the scent of prey. We could kill her, hissed a bandit beside Silas. Boring, said another. Let's kidnap her. Silas didn't respond to his underlings straight away. Instead, He continued to watch the girl with a mesmerizing awe. They had options for what they could do with the girl, so many options. Then, like an animal picking up the mere sound of a twig snapping, Silas's eyes darted to the side. "Before we do anything," he said, "we have to remove that thorn. Then we can debate what to do with the little girl." The bandits snickered. Today was going to be a good day. Arya followed the yellow bird all the way to a clearing in the woods. There was a small pond nearby with a few wind-swept leaves floating across the surface. The bird landed on a decrepit, half-sunken log in the middle of the pond and chirped a new melody in response to Arya's singing. Arya began to sing a new note when she felt her voice wobble, then falter. Her voice screeched and cracked until not even a peep could exit her throat. It was exactly what happened when she knew other people were around. But it was just her and the bird, wasn't it? Arya gulped. She suddenly had a bad feeling overtake her entire body. Something's not right. She looked to the bird once more. The bird blinked and tilted its head at Arya, as if to ask her, "What's wrong?" Before Arya could say or do anything, an arrow appeared out of nowhere and exploded the bird into tiny little pieces. Arya screamed. She turned to run back the way she came when a group of haggard men in ragged clothes stepped out from the trees. The men's faces were grizzled and malnourished. They carried sharp weapons and blades that gleamed in the sun. They smiled at her with yellow, crooked teeth. She took a step back and tried to run the other way, but she found more sinister-looking men stepping out all around her. Arya didn't think she could get more frightened until the man who must have been their leader emerged from the throng of deadly mercenaries. The man looked like a figure from nightmares. He was tall and imposing. He stepped out into the clearing with an unsettling ease. With broad shoulders and well-muscled physique, the man had an intimidating stature. Long black hair fell down to his shoulders, contrasting his pale white and ghost-like skin. That was the first indicator that this man was more than human. A nightmarish mutation that could only come about after someone unlocked a specialty class from the White Gate tutorial dungeon. But more than his stature and sickly skin, it was his eyes that held true horror. They were straight black, two portals into nothingness itself. They seemed to draw in the light around them, leaving nothing but a chilling emptiness in their wake. Arya knew she needed to run, but she wasn't sure where to go. No direction was safe. While the situation felt incredibly dire, she also knew she had one ace up her sleeve. Her father didn't hire a traveler with them for no reason. It was precisely for moments like this. Any moment now, all of these men would be unconscious from the bard's sleep spell. The terrifying man with jet-black eyes smirked at her. "Expecting someone?" From behind the horrifying man, a group of bandits carried the mercenary traveler who was hired to protect Arya and the rest of the celestial caravaneers. He was bloody, bruised, and worst of all, tied up. "Sorry, little girl," snickered the sinister man, "but no one's coming to rescue you." 39. Meanwhile, Sam made his descent down a long mountain path. Cold air and biting wind swirled around him as he strode down the summit road towards the dungeon boss zone. Beneath his silver dragon armor set, his muscles had both thickened and tightened over his days of training. He'd fought every Frostclaw Yeti find and stretched every battle he could so that he could reap the most amount of statistical benefit from it. Now, after days of heavy training, he was only 1 point away from hitting Journeyman tier in his strength stat, at which point, his entire Blood Knight class would rank up to the next tier as well. "I'm almost there," Sam thought. "Just need to push a little bit more, and I'll be ready to take on Silas Grimborn." He eventually reached the bottom of the mountain passageway, reaching a point where 2 massive cliffs stood, acting as an open doorway to a hidden area. Between the 2 giant cliffs glowed a purple flame, signaling that a dungeon boss lay just beyond that point. Sam took a deep breath in. As he breathed out, he watched his breath turn into a frost-ridden fog before getting swept up by the wind. He held out his hand and materialized his demonic rune blade. The hilt of the sword appeared neatly within his grip. He stepped forward, crossing the purple flame threshold, and entered the dungeon boss area. The dungeon area was a large, open chasm surrounded by cliff faces. There was only one way in and one way out. Off to the side at the far end, Sam took in the sight of the slumbering dungeon boss, a huge, white-furred beast, a cross between a snow lion and a gorilla and significantly larger than either, lay sleeping at the side. Sam had read about this boss monster in his previous timeline. The creature was known as the Ascendant Yeti King. The creature's eyes, tightly shut asleep, opened as soon as Sam spotted the monster, revealing a terrifying and otherworldly set of ice-blue eyes. The boss monster instantly growled, baring its sharp, pointed teeth, as it picked itself up off the ground and stood tall, looming far above Sam. He had thought the Ascendant Yeti King appeared large when sleeping, but it was even more imposing when stood up. The Ascendant Yeti King was a towering colossus of frost and might. Its enormous figure, swathed in fur as white as the untouched snow and rimmed with ancient and hardened frost, was a sight to behold. The Yeti King's massive head was crowned with a formidable array of ice shards, a jagged circlet that glittered like a crown forged from the very heart of a glacier. From its mighty shoulders, powerful limbs extended, each ending in claws as long as swords, curved and cruel as the icy gales that swept the mountaintop. Shaking itself awake, the very ground trembled beneath its weight, and Sam could feel the echoes of this incredible monster's presence reverberate through his bones. Let the boss battle begin. Sam rushed towards the Ascendant Yeti King, ready to strike. Before he had even barely closed the gap between him and the humongous dungeon boss monster, the creature thumped its chest and let out a huge roar. Oh crap, Sam thought to himself. He knew what was about to happen, and it had been pretty much unavoidable. This was one of the Ascendant Yeti King's most powerful abilities. It was known in the scholarly articles written on the monster in Sam's first timeline as Glacial Roar, an incredible ability that allowed the boss monster to literally influence the environment around him. And that was exactly what happened. The clouds darkened, the wind picked up, and so did the snowfall. Soon, Sam and the Ascendant Yeti King were duking it out in a full-blown blizzard. Sam winced as the violent flurry of snow bashed into his eyes. The Ascendant Yeti King became nothing but a glimmer, a shadow, a ghost within the white curtain of snowfall. Looks like I'm going on the defensive. Sam triggered Pain Ring. A crimson light shot out from his chest and created a huge radius around him. With the aid of his silver dragon armor set, he could feel the gnawing teeth of the deadly armor eating away at his flesh, slowly empowering him via his Pain Ring ability. If the Yeti King is going to come to me, I might as well be increasing my power output, Sam thought to himself. Staring into the pure whiteness of the deadly blizzard, Sam triggered his mana sense, immediately locking on to the boss monster. The creature was circling Sam, waiting for an opportune time to strike. Another mana entity appeared in Sam's mana sense, jolting Sam to leap back. A huge, deadly sharp ice shard appeared out of the curtain of snow, pummeling the ground where Sam had formerly been standing. It was one of the Yeti King's frost projectile abilities. Take your time, Sam thought. I only get more powerful within my Pain Ring the longer you take to truly come fight me. The Yeti King continued to bombard Sam with frost projectiles, and thanks to his mana sense, he was able to dodge all of the attacks outright. After a few more minutes of this delicate dance, the Yeti King suddenly lost his patience and rushed in with a powerful clawed punch attack. Sam's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, it felt like time slowed to a crawl, and Sam suddenly was witnessing both the Yeti King in present time and seeing a translucent overlay of the Yeti King in future time. It was one of his newest ability evolutions. Level 3 of Pain Ring granted Sam split-second vision after enduring a certain level of pain within the ability's radius. Sam could instantly see the Yeti King was about to sidestep him and attack him from the side. It was an unexpected move that would be enough to kill Sam in a second. However, because Sam knew it was coming, it opened up a huge blind spot for the Yeti King. Sam didn't waste the opportunity. He ducked and moved as the Yeti King came in for the attack, slicing his demonic rune blade upward, feeling all the accumulated power from time spent in the pain ring blast through the creature's skin, organs, and bone. The Ascendant Yeti King was no more. As the boss monster collapsed into a puddle of flesh and blood, a prompt rushed across Sam's retina screen. "Congratulations. Blood Knight has reached Journeyman tier." Sam grinned. His training was now complete. 40. Arya shivered with fear. Her whole body felt cold and frozen over. Time seemed to be moving agonizingly slow as she felt every twitch and beat of her heart as she looked out onto the group of bandits that had surrounded her. The grizzled, awful-looking men all stared at her with a creeping hunger in their narrow eyes. They took small, cautious, and predatory steps towards her. The only one who didn't move was the pale-skinned man with beady black eyes. He was the one that frightened Arya the most. "That's right," said the strange, black-eyed man. "Don't move. Just stay right where you are." Arya felt her insides squirm furiously, and yet she remained motionless. Such was the overwhelming contradiction of the fear coursing through her. Her paralysis reminded her exactly of her stage fright, except this time, it wasn't just her self-worth and pride on the line. It was her life. The bandits all took a step closer towards her. She looked around. She couldn't see any escape. Maybe that was why she felt so paralyzed. There was no escape here, only misery. Then death. "That's right," said the horrible bandit leader. "There's nothing to be done." Something broke in Arya at those words. The squirming intensity she felt inside of herself began to turn hot, like a surge of magma rushing through every fiber of her body. "I don't care if there's no escape. I don't care if there's no hope. I'm going to fight these jerks, because there's no reason not to." Arya screamed as loud as she could before charging the bandit closest to her with a raised fist. "Die!" she cried out as she swung her fist at the man. Her fist barely got within half a meter towards the man's cheek, before he lifted his boot and kicked her right in the stomach. Her whole body hurtled backwards, slamming onto the ground below. The bandits snickered. They were all above her now. She kicked and screamed and fought with all of her fury, but there were too many bandits now. They pinned her to the ground and covered her mouth. "This is it," she thought. "It's over." Then, as one bandit loomed above her, blocking out the sun, out of nowhere she felt a sudden splash of water on her face, like heavy raindrops. She blinked, and her vision had gone red. It wasn't rain or water on her face. It was blood. The bandit who had previously been looming over her now had a black sword right through his neck. The bandit's eyes bulged with disbelief as blood spurted out from the gaping hole in his throat. Arya felt the wind shift all around her as the figure who had stabbed the bandit in the neck leaped through the battlefield. The figure was moving so fast, Arya couldn't keep up with the man's movements. All she could see was a trail of red lines left across the individual bandits' necks as the figure flew through the battlefield, ending the lives of her captors. Gurgles and groans echoed across the gang of bandits. Many of them reached up to their necks in shock as blood spurted out, covering the fallen leaves on the ground. The power of the figure attacking the bandits was truly incredible. Who is this? Arya was blown away by the swordsman's fearlessness. Bodies collapsed to the ground all around her. The bandits were a chorus of corpses, all thumping to the ground in their finality. In a matter of seconds, the clearing in the forest had been whittled down to just Arya, the terrifying rogue traveler, and the unknown figure that had single-handedly wiped out the majority of the bandits. The rogue traveler stood motionless. His face didn't communicate anything, not frustration or anger. It was a quiet and calm focus. The total lack of emotion horrified Arya. Finally, flickering into view, the unknown figure appeared. It was a powerful swordsman with shaggy black hair and deep crimson-red eyes. His silver armor glistened and gleamed beneath the sun. He held a deadly black sword with glowing red runes on it. Arya's eyes widened with surprise. Silas Grimborn stared at the young traveler who had appeared in front of him. The powerful traveler quickly assessed the boy with mana sense. The fool doesn't even attempt to hide his power level, Silas thought to himself. So he's a full traveler tier lower than me. Silas couldn't help but feel annoyed by this interruption. He didn't really care that much about the dead bandits who had formerly worked for him. He was just annoyed at the thought of tediously having to hire more underlings. He decided he'd worry about that later. First, he'd end the life of this young traveler, and then the girl. In Silas's estimation, the red-eyed traveler was an absolute fool. Sure, he had ended the lives of a few non-traveler mortals, but anyone above novice tier could do that with ease. The kid has no idea who he's dealing with. The young man didn't know how fortified Silas's body was, and that it would be impossible for him to even penetrate his skin. The red-eyed kid suddenly charged at Silas. So it begins. Silas raised his fists. Just need to grab his throat and I'll squeeze it tight until his head is separated from the rest of his body. The young traveler rushed towards Silas. A red beam of energy shot out from him, creating a circle around them. Silas quickly took it in. He scanned his own body, not noticing anything different. Given that he wasn't feeling any debuffs or sudden disadvantages in his person, Silas quickly surmised the red radius must be buffing the young man somehow. It doesn't matter, he thought. Using his body manipulator class, Silas had cultivated incredibly thick and sturdy skin. Swords and magical abilities wouldn't be able to pierce or cut him at all. The young traveler rushed forward and stabbed Silas. The blade went right through the side of the man's chest. Silas's eyes widened with shock. Pain rushed through him. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in years. Impossible, Silas thought to himself. The kid had stabbed in one of the 4 blind spots his fortified skin had. How in all that was holy could that boy have hit one of the blind spots on his first try? It had to have been a lucky shot? Except a second later, the kid stabbed Silas again, this time in the second blind spot. Silas threw out a powerful punch at the young man, but the kid dodged it, maneuvering around Silas. Oh no, Silas thought. He's behind me. Before Silas could spin around, he felt the blade cut right through his skin and puncture inside of him. Only one weak point left. Silas was overwhelmed. He didn't know whether to start healing his body on the spot, focus on defending against the kid, or going offensively. Before he could make a decision, the young traveler's black sword stabbed Silas right in the final blind spot. Silas felt his vision wobble. What is this overwhelming sensation? His knees collapsed onto the ground. Silas was in complete and utter shock. He was nearly invincible, except for those 4 points, and the kid knew exactly where to puncture them. He fell to the ground, dying. His final thoughts were questions of disbelief. How? How is this young man so magnificently powerful that he could defeat me? Silas didn't stay alive long enough to receive an answer. 41. Sam caught his breath as he stood over the defeated body of Silas Grimborn. He didn't think the man could get any more pale, but as blood leaked out from the 4 holes Sam had punctured with his blade, the man got even more ghostly white than he had been before. Sam dematerialized his demonic rune blade. It was all thanks to Sam hitting Journeyman tier with his Blood Knight class and the new ability that he had unlocked alongside it. At Journeyman tier, Sam's Blood Knight class unlocked an ability known as Blood Vision. The ability allowed Sam to see beneath people's skin, granting him insights into their inner body and locations of organs and potential weak spots. The ability was crucial in fighting someone like Silas Grimborn. He had known from his research in his previous timeline that Silas Grimborn's body manipulator class made him nearly invincible. But even when augmenting one's own body, there would always be limits, hidden points of weakness. Sam knew if he could unlock Blood Vision, he'd be able to defeat Silas. And that's exactly what had happened. Using Blood Vision, Sam was able to stab his blade at all of Silas's weak points in his constructed and manipulated inner body. Sam shuddered as he looked down at the evil dead man. He was glad he'd destroyed Silas, But he didn't feel any huge sense of satisfaction. He still felt the pain of the thousands the man had killed in his first timeline. All Sam thought, as he stared down at the defeated rogue traveler, was 2 words: good riddance. A few days later, the entire encampment of the Celestial Caravaneers had been decorated in celebration of Hollow's haunting. Fake cobwebs and bats hung from the different wagons and caravans. One of the dancers in the troupe was hosting an apple bobbing contest for the little kids. Others were carving out pumpkins and giving them spooky faces. The finished pumpkins were dotted about the encampment, glowing with candles inside of them. Everyone was dressed in costume. Sam and his companions all had to make last-minute costumes, but it wasn't too difficult as the Celestial Caravaneers had a whole caravan full of strange clothes and chests of weird and interesting props. It took Sam ages to find a costume he was happy with. In the end, he found fake teeth and a cape that made him look like a vampire. Though, he was a much more pleasant-looking vampire than the horrific fiends he had fought in the dungeon world he had chased the summer killer into. Once he was happy with his costume, Sam stepped out of the costumier's caravan to join the rest of his companions. He found Olivia, standing by a bonfire. Her black hair was tied up in a red bandana, and she had large gold hoop earrings dangling from her lobes. She wore a frilly white shirt that exposed her belly button. In her hands, she held a toy scimitar. Hello there, matey Sam," she said, greeting him. Olivia couldn't hold character for very long until breaking into laughter. "Where are the others?" asked Sam. "Not sure," Olivia replied, looking around. "Not sure?" said a voice, echoing Olivia. "Not sure," said a different voice, mimicking Olivia as well. "Ah, there are my costume accessories. I mean, my fellow squad mates," said Olivia. Brock and Curtis emerged from nearby, both dressed head to toe in big green parrot costumes. Sam grinned when he saw the dwarf and elf. "Hey," said Sam, "what's better, your sheep costumes from last year or these new parrot ones?" Both Brock and Curtis grimaced. "Shut it," they both said in unison. A few minutes went by, and eventually Clara appeared in a blue sequined leotard with magical fairy wings behind her. "Happy Hallows haunting," she said. "Hey," said Sam, "where's Toby?" At that exact moment they heard a voice yell, "Ow!" In the distance was a suit of armor with its helmet closed firmly shut. The suit of armor had just walked into a tree. "I guess that answers my question," Sam laughed. They chatted and laughed some more, and eventually the whole troop of Celestial Caravaneers gathered around the bonfire. They erected a small stage in front of the fire and began to put on a show. The dancers did an elaborate dance that included juggling fire, and a flute player played a spooky and haunting melody. As the show continued, Sam couldn't help but notice Arya dressed in silver armor and wearing a black wig. Sam looked at her confused. Who is she supposed to be? All of his friends stared at Sam with disbelief. You dummy," said Clara. "I can't even see and I could have told you that," said Toby from beneath the suit of armor he was hiding in. Eventually, the guitar player finished his song, and Arya took to the stage in front of everyone. She looked out at the crowd and gulped. "Hello," she said quietly. "Tonight I'm dressed up as the man who showed me how to be fearless." She smiled and then began to sing. There were no screeches or odd change of octaves. She sang her heart out, and for the first time ever, everyone could hear her beautiful voice in its full, magnificent glory. Everyone listened with awe and admiration. Arya knew that this moment was all thanks to Sam, who had inspired her and showed her how to be one's best, even in the face of incredible fear. This was the night when Arya finally started her career as a professional singer for the Celestial Caravaneers. When looking back on this year and this particular Hallows haunting, Arya's father would tell her that even the stars that night wept at the beauty of her voice. 42. For a few days after the Hallows haunting celebrations, Sam and his companions traveled alongside the Celestial Caravaneers. But eventually they came to a crossroads, and it was clear that it was time that their paths peeled off in their own directions. "I don't want to say goodbye," said Toby, pouting. The woods feel safer when we're traveling in such a big group. May I remind you that most of these people would rely on you to protect them in the presence of danger, Tobes, said Clara, playfully elbowing him in the ribs. Toby sighed. It astounds me every day that someone like me with his fair share of worries and concerns got a job with the maximum amount of things to worry about. I have this feeling that you could be working at a candle maker's or a blacksmith's and you'd find something to worry about, laughed Clara. Ain't that the truth, smirked Sam. The trio's discussion got cut off by Leander Nightshade, the guiding star of the Celestial Caravaneers, approaching to say his final goodbyes. I couldn't help but overhear your dismay at the separation of our two groups, said the older man. We have an expression in the Celestial Caravaneers that might be of some comfort to you. We may part, but the stars will always link us. The group of travelers nodded at the wise man's words. Sam liked the expression. It didn't matter if they never saw the Celestial Caravaneers ever again. The stars would always connect them, remind them of their time together. Perhaps one's presence with someone might not be long-lasting, but one could always hold on to one's memories. And so, in some ways, goodbyes were never truly goodbyes. He felt the comfort in the older man's expression. Leander then turned to Sam directly. He pulled out from his pocket a small enamel flute. If you're ever in need of the Celestial Caravaneers, he said, play this note and we'll make sure to come find you. It might not be immediate, but we'll come find you and bring you whatever aid we can bring. Without saying it, Sam knew this coveted gift was a thank you for saving his daughter, Arya. The groups nodded once more, and they all turned off in their directions. They had moved a few steps when a loud voice echoed behind them. Wait! It was the voice of young Arya. She rushed forward and hugged Sam tightly. Thank you for saving me, Sam, she said, tears in her eyes. In more ways than one. She wiped the tears from her eyes and looked up at him. I promise I'll grow up to be a great singer, said Arya. And one day I'll write a song about you, and its melody will be passed on throughout all the corners of Westria. I promise. Sam knew the importance and gravity of a promise. He knew because of the promise he had made to himself when he was sent back in time. The responsibility one placed on one's own shoulders. He smiled down at Arya and said, You honor me too greatly, Arya. Arya shook her head. It's the least I can do. Sam smiled. In that case, I look forward to one day hearing this song. I know it will be even more wondrous and majestic than the song you shared last night. And with that, Sam and his companions said goodbye to the Celestial Caravaneers and continued on their journey to Hawkstone, where the events that led to the Grey Gate catastrophe would be soon underway. A week later, Sam and his companions came to the crest of a hill that overlooked a large valley below. At the end of the valley, they could make out the smoky chimneys and rooftops of the industrious small city of Hawkstone. Everyone in the group's eyes widened. Smiles formed on all of their faces as they felt the satisfaction and contentment at knowing they were about to complete their month-long journey. There it is, said Sam. Hawkstone. Hawkstone was a bustling trade city that had been economically growing over the years due to its powerful geographic location. The city was nestled by the powerful Silverwing River that connected to both North and South Volsungar. There was a deeply lush forest also nearby, a valley of arable farmland, and a range of mountains full of mineable ore not too far off either. It was because the city was at the center of so many abundant natural resources, Hawkstone was growing at a rapid pace. Sam stared out, solemnly, at the city below. They had arrived. He was the only one in the group not smiling. Staring out at the city nearby, all he could see was the wreckage and ruins from his past. The buildings on fire, the dead innocent families, bodies strewn horrifically everywhere. A small army of travelers had to be sent to Hawkstone to deal with the destruction that had laid waste to the whole city and so many of the innocent lives who lived there. It all came down to the evil group of travelers who had entered the Grey Gate and came out with more power than they ever deserved. The group was known as the Arcane Reavers. Their leader was a vile man known as Damien Blackthorn. Sam shuddered, just thinking about the heinous leader of the arcane reavers. Now that they were here, hopefully they would be able to stop the tragedy that was about to befall them, and rid Westria of one of its most murderous rogue travelers. Sam was glad they had arrived, but he wouldn't be content until he knew the incoming disaster had been truly averted. The group began to head down the hill in the direction of the city, only Sam carrying the weight of the knowledge of what had once happened here in a different lifetime. 43. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth stared out the window of her office in the Hawkstone Town Hall at the center of the city. She was sipping on a mug of coffee, trying to sort through her thoughts and decisions. From her jacket, she pulled out a silver flask and poured a tiny bit of an extra ingredient into her mug. It helped her decision-making process. She took another sip, satisfied with the result of her new morning cocktail. What to do, she thought. What to do? She stared out at the rooftops of Hawkstone, the glorious city she had called home her entire life. She was proud and honored to call this place home, but boy, oh boy, was she getting frustrated with the place these days. The miners were about to go on strike, which threatened a large ripple effect across all the industries in the city, which would then lead to an economic meltdown that would lead to the city's downfall. Making things worse, she suddenly had a political opponent enter the mayoral race against her, and was now fanning the flames of all this discontent. The city she loved was fracturing before her very eyes. The miners hated the government, but they also hated the lumber yards and the shipping docks. All these adjacent and complementary industries were suddenly at odds with one another. How the heck do I bring them all together? She was so lost in thought, she was caught off guard by the appearance of her assistant beside her. It almost made her spill her mug of spiked coffee. "Mayor Elmsworth," said the assistant, "I have some news." "Don't tell me," groaned Lydia. "The different workers are having an all-out gang war in the streets." "Fortunately, that has not happened," said the assistant. "Though I must say it's an unexpected development, and one that I'm sure you won't be pleased with." "Okay, spit it out then," said Lydia, getting irritated. Lydia had quickly realized being mayor meant that one never cleared their plate of work that had to be done. They just kept getting more and more plates of work stacked on top of each other. It was nerve-wracking and exhausting, but for the city that she loved, she knew it was worth it. And that's what kept her going every day. She just wished she could inspire some of that cooperative spirit into the rest of the city's citizens, but that was the ongoing struggle. "A group of travelers from Resfall have just arrived in the city and are requesting a meeting with you." Lydia's eyes twitched. "You gotta be kidding me," she moaned. She already had all the city's strife. Now a group of magical warriors had just shown up, which only foreshadowed property damage and destruction to come. "We have a busy day," said Lydia. "Can we push them off until tomorrow?" "I'm not sure we can," said the assistant. "They say it's important. Something about a—" Sam and his companions walked through the cobbled streets of Hawkstone. The air was filled with the sounds of daily life, the chatter of townspeople, the clip-clop of horse hooves, and the occasional ring of a blacksmith's hammer. The scent of fresh bread wafted from the bakery, mingling with the earthy aroma of a nearby flower shop. They walked through a market square, a bustling hub of activity. Children chased each other around a grand fountain, while vendors hawked their wares from colorful stalls. A musician strummed a lute, adding a melodic backdrop to the lively scene. Despite all the hustle and bustle, Sam began to pick up on an undercurrent of general strife. An air of hostility floated throughout the streets. Passers-by would sneer and shoot angry looks at one another. Sam didn't know what to make of it all. He was used to getting uneasy glances when walking into a new place with his blue traveler's cloak billowing behind him. However, he was less used to suspicious, unfriendly glances being shared between the citizens themselves. Plastered on many of the windows were posters for strike action, and from what they gathered, there appeared to be disputes from the different industries. The miners were at war with the lumberjacks, and those who controlled the docks were refusing to ship any goods. "The city seems in disarray," said Clara. Sam knew the potential misery that was coming to Hawkstone and that it was far worse than what he was seeing currently. A few minutes earlier, they had paid a guard to pass on a message that they wanted to see the mayor. Sam was hoping they could maybe evacuate the city. It was a solid plan, but the only way it could work was if they got word with the leadership of Hawkstone. An hour later, Sam and his companions stepped into Mayor Lydia Elmsworth's office. Leaning back against the front of her desk stood a striking woman with her arms crossed. The woman had raven black hair with a white streak running through it. Most noticeable was the way her almond-shaped emerald eyes took in everything with a sharp, discerning gaze. The look made Sam feel slightly uncomfortable. These were the eyes of someone who had seen countless council meetings, bitter disputes, and navigated the politics of a volatile and important city like Hawkstone. "So," she began, "I hear you have something important to discuss." Mayor Lydia Elmsworth did not waste time on pleasantries. The travelers hesitated for a quick second, and Lydia sighed. "I got a lot of people breathing down my neck," she said. "Why are travelers from Resfall here to give me grief as well? Don't tell me there's a powerful tremble rumbled across the floor of the mayor's office. The ornaments on the shelves all shook. The mayor's assistant rushed into the office. "Mayor, you're going to want to come and see this." Sam understood what was happening. And so it begins. 44. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth did not like the sound of the earthquake-like shudder they just experienced. She looked at the blue-cloaked travelers and finally connected the dots. "How bad is the situation?" She looked to the black-haired woman who had the most impressive orange metal badge pinned to her person. She understood the travelers were ranked by tier groups of powers, and her pin indicated that she was the strongest of the group, and so Lydia presumed she was also the leader. Curiously, however, none of them answered, and they all turned to the handsome black-haired boy with strange red eyes. "What's going on here exactly?" "It would be best to explain outside," said Sam. The group wasted no time, hurrying out of the mayor's office and out the front entrance of the town hall. From there, the issue was as clear as day. Hovering in the center of the city was a massive flaming portal in the sky, a dungeon gate. But it was unlike any dungeon gate Lydia had ever seen or heard of. "A gray gate?" she gasped. "I didn't know they had gray gates." "It's an irregular gate," Sam explained. "Don't worry, we came here specifically to deal with this." The black-haired boy and his companions hurried off down the street. "Hey, wait!" They were already beyond earshot. Who is this handsome, dashing man, Lydia wondered. And how the heck did he know this gate would appear? Sam hurried down the main street of Hawkstone with the giant gray gate in sight. His heart beat and his throat burned. It had nothing to do with the level of energy he was expending. At journeyman tier, he could run for a long time without getting tired, but even still, the sight of the gray gate was enough to create a physiological stress response inside of him. He knew a moment of historical significance was about to take place. He understood the responsibility he had here. If he messed up, thousands of innocent people died, and the ripple effects could cost the entire world as well. Even still, he tried to steady his breathing. Remain calm. Stay focused. They had created a plan, and now they just needed to execute on that plan. He kept reminding himself, "We have the advantage." Soon enough, the whole group of travelers were standing right in front of the powerful gray dungeon gate. "Just one last time," said Olivia, looking at Sam. "Are you sure about this plan?" Sam nodded his head. "Okay, well, let's not waste any more time then," said Olivia. With that, the group of travelers split into two squads. Sam turned to Olivia, Curtis, and Brock before rushing into the gray gate alongside Clara and Toby. "You got this." Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a Hawkstone city guard watched a duo of merchants move up a cobbled path. Their whole bodies were covered in cloaks, and they wore large straw hats over their heads concealing their faces. One was incredibly large and was dragging the carriage forward in place of a horse. Beside the big man was a smaller and more slender merchant. The guard wiped his brow, turning from them to the large dungeon gate that had just appeared over the city. Well, thought the guard, they sure picked a bad time to show up. The city guard decided he better warn the two merchants and hurried towards them. "Excuse me, misters," said the guard. "I'm sure you can probably see the gray gate in the distance." The two merchants nodded their heads solemnly. "You might want to go find cover," said the guard. "There's word that the whole city might evacuate." The two merchants nodded their heads again. They made a gesture that they were going to keep on moving forward. The city guard found the two merchants very strange, but he wasn't going to fight them on it. Their funeral, I guess. Just as the merchants were about to pass the guard by, a gust of wind pushed in their direction, and the straw hats the two merchants were wearing flew off their faces. The guard's eyes widened at the sight of the two men in front of him. He recognized their faces straight away, and immediately felt a shiver of horror run through him. Those two weren't merchants. They were rogue travelers. He'd seen illustrations of their faces on wanted posters in the guards' barracks. It was Kalen Pyreforge and Brom Grimfury, two out of the three members of the deadly trio known as the Arcane Reavers. The two men shared a look with each other. "Too bad about the wind," grumbled Brom. "It's true," said Kalen. "If it weren't for the wind, we wouldn't have had to kill him." The city guard turned to run. "Should I do it or you?" sighed Kalen. "I'll do it." Brom let go of the carriage and hurried after the retreating guard. He caught up with the man within seconds. Journeyman tier travelers could run so fast it appeared like teleporting to mere mortals. In front of the guard once more, Brom reached out his massive hand and wrapped his palm around the guard's face and squeezed. Damien Blackthorn lay on the floor inside the carriage. He was wrapped in bandages. His whole body throbbed with pain. He could barely move. He looked over through the window to see Brom walking back towards the carriage, a headless corpse and a wall splattered with blood behind him. From there he looked up at the sky. It was dusk, almost night. His full power would return to him soon. Brom returned to the carriage and picked it up once more, dragging Damien closer to their destination. He looked out at the large gray dungeon gate ahead of them. "It's just like the new queen promised," he thought. The trio of rogue travelers moved closer towards the gray gate, ready to commence their mission. 45. In the blink of an eye, Sam was standing in a whole new world. Hawkstone was gone, and in its place was utter chaos. Screams and cries for help echoed all around them. A message appeared in Sam's retina. Faction undecided. Choose faction to progress scenario gate. 10 minutes to decide. Sam had been expecting this to happen. The gray gate was an irregular gate similar to the turquoise challenge gate. The main difference between the two irregular gates was that the gray gate created more of a team-based scenario that involved moving actors and demi-humans that existed within the dungeon gate to complete. Sam quickly scanned their surroundings. They were in the city of Eldoria. The place was full of smooth metal buildings with round domes. Green energy and runes glowed all throughout the city that was built upon foreign and alien magitech far beyond the scope of anything seen currently in Westria. A growl suddenly echoed nearby. "I did not like the sound of that," said Toby. "What was—" Before Toby could even finish his question, galloping down the street in front of them was a vicious, bipedal, wolf-like creature. The monster had vicious teeth and hellishly yellow eyes full of hostility. "Stay back!" shouted Sam. He materialized his demonic rune blade in his hand and rushed towards the werewolf coming at them head-on. Sam triggered his new blood vision spell. Suddenly, his vision went red, and he could see beneath the fur and skin of the werewolf to beneath. He saw the creature's stomach and liver and heart, and all the blood cells traveling through the creature. He narrowed his eyes. As the werewolf leaped viciously towards him, Sam sidestepped out of its way and slashed his demonic rune blade with such speed one could hardly register its movement. Yet, as the werewolf landed behind Sam, a huge cut appeared on its side, bursting open, draining the creature of its blood and organs, killing it near instantly. As soon as the life faded from the werewolf's eyes, A new prompt appeared in Sam's vision. Faction decided. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldoria. Stage 1. Push back the werewolf crisis on Eldoria. Sam grinned. It was time to get started. If everything goes according to plan, Sam thought, this mission shouldn't be too difficult. Toby looked around, freaked out. There was a group of humans with glowing eyes and strange robes, Eldorians, huddled in fear nearby. You mean we could have killed some of those scared people over there? Toby asked. Yep, said Sam. And then we would have been on the werewolf faction. It didn't matter anymore what could have been, really. Their roles within the scenario gate had been decided. Brom Grimfury dragged the carriage carrying their leader, Damien Blackthorne, up the cobbled streets of Hawkstone. They hadn't encountered any trouble since that one city guard had spotted them. The streets had become completely empty with the appearance of the dungeon gate, many citizens hiding in their homes. It made Brom's job easier, less obstacles blocking their mission. They eventually turned a corner and came into view of the massive gray dungeon gate overlooking the city. When they got close enough, Brom parked the carriage. Kalen looked up at the sky above. We'll wait until the boss is ready, said Kalen. Agreed, said Brom. Brom looked around the market square where the dungeon gate had formed. It was empty, except for them. Something seemed off. Surely they would have guards standing nearby to keep citizens from getting closer, Brom thought. It's almost like they've chosen to keep it empty, like they were expecting some... Brom couldn't even finish his thought before the ground started trembling at his feet. His ears went numb, only hearing a sharp, piercing sound. The shrill sound had enough power and intensity that it made his knees wobble. He let go of the carriage, carrying Damien Blackthorne. This was bad. They were under attack. Brom tried to piece together what he knew so far of their surprise enemy. The attack on his eardrums felt powerful, but it was not a traditional bard attack, especially not if you factored in the ground trembling first. No, that felt more like his own class, warrior. It could be an apprentice-tier weapon evolution ability. One of them is a warrior, Brom said quickly to his companion. Apprentice tier at least. I suspect higher. Agreed, said Kalen, his eyes widening as he spoke. Watch out! The ground at their feet suddenly glowed, and both Brom and Kalen leaped in opposite directions. A huge obelisk of white light shot out from the ground with a violent fury. Oh man, spat Brom. We're dealing with a paladin as well. Kalen, get ready. He turned to Kalen to see him squirming in the confines of a cage composed of lightning. You gotta be kidding. Brom turned only to find a blast of lightning knock into him. The attack wasn't that strong, and Brom had sturdy endurance, so he was only pushed back a mere step or two. However, the spell quickly revealed itself to not be a conventional attack spell. The lightning magic upon hitting Brom's chest didn't dissipate into nothing, but instead quickly transformed into a cage similar to the one binding Kalen. Stepping out from the shadows were a trio of travelers. A black-haired human woman, a dwarf, and an elf. Based on their attire, Brom quickly figured out who had what class. The woman with her armor and sword was clearly the paladin. The dwarf with the warhammer was a warrior, leaving the elf with the staff to be both a wizard-class traveler and the creator of this frustrating lightning cage he was trapped within. Sorry, said the paladin, but we have strict orders to not let you enter this gate. 46. Damien Blackthorne squirmed in the back of the carriage. His body was too weak to move. Something bad was happening outside. His team had run into an unexpected obstacle. How could this be? He wondered. The new queen said no one else would know about this irregular gate. He triggered his mana sense to get a better understanding of what was happening beyond the carriage. There were 3 powerful mana entities, 1 adept-tier traveler and 2 journeyman-tier travelers. He looked at the sky. It wasn't quite night yet, but it was close. If they could survive until night, they would be fine. If not, their entire plan could be in ruins. Olivia gripped her sword and took in the two paralyzed rogue travelers in front of her, squirming beneath the power of Curtis's lightning cage spell ability. Both were human, and she recognized them from the illustrations and profiles of wanted rogue travelers. The large mountain of a man was Brom Grimfury, a formidable warrior. The slender mage was Kalen Pyreforge. These two were incredibly dangerous rogue travelers. Finishing them off here and now would be an incredible feat for the Travelers Guild. It would send a message to all rogue travelers across the land that their days were numbered. Sam had warned them ahead of time that they'd be facing off against these cretins. The two rogue travelers were trapped. It was time to end their lives before they caused any more damage. She gripped her sword and rushed towards Kalen. Just as she slashed, however, Kalen disappeared, leaving only a pile of ashes in his place. What? A teleport spell? But he's a fire wizard. A cascade of fireballs suddenly rained down on Curtis and Brock. With Curtis's attention broken, the lightning cage binding Brom disappeared, and he materialized his signature weapon, a terrifying flail with a large silver skull of a deadly monster at its tip. The massive, bone-crushing skull descended towards Olivia, who leaped backwards to avoid the blow. The skull smashed into the cobbled street, creating a crater of destruction. Olivia retreated backwards. Darn, she thought. The two arcane reavers have broken out of their trap and quickly retaken control of the battlefield. This isn't good. Brom then rushed to the center of the battlefield and then began to swing his flail anew. The chain sung a hymn of impending doom as the skull began to carve an arc around him, a merciless guardian orbiting its master. Quickly, the skull flail created a deadly perimeter. As the skull whirled faster, it became a blur, a spiraling harbinger of destruction bound by chain and will. The attack forced Olivia and her companions further back. But as Olivia retreated from the flail, she was soon overcome by a storm of fireballs raining down on her. Olivia pulled back even further. She tried to figure out what the enemy's strategy was here. The whirlwind flail and firestorm was a great defensive and protective strategy. Yet as an offensive attack, it was easily countered. All Olivia, Brock, and Curtis had to do was step out from the perimeter of the attacks, and they were safe. If the arcane reavers wanted to defeat them, they would have to come at them with something different. Unless the end goal of their strategy was something different. She quickly eyed up the carriage Brom Grimfury had been dragging along. She knew their leader, Damien Blackthorn, was inside of there. The man's traveler powers only triggered at nighttime. She turned to the sky above. So that's their plan. They're buying time until their leader can come get them out of this jam. That gave Olivia a few minutes to take out Damien while she still could. But there was no way for her to get close to the carriage without falling within the radius of Kalen's barrage of fireballs. All right, Olivia concluded in her head. We'll just have to defeat all of them in a few minutes then. She lifted her sword and triggered level 3 of her novice tier paladin ability, Divine Inspiration. A silver coating of divine inspiration imbued itself onto Olivia and her companions, granting them greater strength, defense, and luck. Let's do this, Olivia shouted. Across the battlefield, blue lightning swirled around Curtis's arms until shooting out of his palm was a series of chains composed entirely of throbbing and deadly electricity, led by a powerful, thunderous hook. The lightning chain attack shot right into the center of the battlefield, knotting up the chains of Brom's flail, thus canceling his whirlwind attack. Both of the arcane reavers were now exposed. Olivia rushed forward towards Kalen. The wizard quickly created a huge fireball in his hand and whipped it right at her. Olivia slashed her sword at the attack, quickly triggering her journeyman tier paladin ability, Spell Cancel. The fireball instantly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Olivia was in front of Kalen within seconds, slashing her sword and cutting a thin line across his neck. The wizard collapsed on the ground, dead. She quickly turned to Brom, who was still paralyzed by Curtis's lightning chain hooked into his flail. Both Brock and her came at the man from either side, delivering a mighty blow right into either side of his chest. Brom collapsed onto the ground, blood dripping out from his mouth. "All right, let's take out Damien now," Olivia ordered, turning to the carriage. But then multiple things happened at once. Brom's final breaths were filled with a sinister snicker. The sun in the sky had set. The formerly paralyzed man who had been lying dormant in the carriage stepped out into the cobbled street, his eyes glistening as the moon set forth, and power surged through him. Damien Blackthorn's Night Stalker class had awakened. 47. Sam and his companions hurried down the streets of Eldoria. Fire and smoke could be seen in the distance towards the city wall. A cacophony of noises echoed in the direction Sam and his companions were heading. Screams of terror, groans of fighting, and growls of inhumane beasts. And, witnessing it all, like a god drunk on power and fury, was the luminous moon shining down from the night sky, the arbiter of the werewolves. "We have to get to the wall," said Sam. "There we'll be able to help the Eldorians fight off the werewolf threat and push the monsters back." That was their number one goal right now. That was what the scenario gate prompt had told them to do. As they rushed towards the wall, they had to maneuver out of the way of screaming and terrified Eldorian citizens rushing inward to safety. "Shouldn't we help these people?" said Toby. "Don't they need protection?" Sam shook his head. "If it were the instructions of the prompt, I'd say yes," said Sam. "But it's not. Our goal is defeating and pushing back the werewolves." Sam could feel Clara and Toby sharing an uneasy look with one another behind him. "The citizens you're seeing," Sam explained, "they're not any more alive than the monsters in a standard dungeon gate. They'll all be gone, their existence nullified, when we clear the gate and it closes up." Sam hated to sound so heartless, but it was the truth. These were the hard, stomach-twisting decisions one had to make as a traveler. He had to ignore easing the terror and anguish of the individual Eldorians for the greater good. They had a scenario gate to win, a catastrophe in their own world, one that wouldn't disappear in a few hours' time, that needed to be averted. Sam knew what his priorities were. Even still, as they hurried towards the city wall, Sam couldn't help but admire the city of Eldoria. It felt like a more advanced version of Westria, or like a version of Westria in another world or something like this. An alternative version of history. As they moved forward, Sam noticed an Eldorian woman with terror in her eyes rushing towards them. The woman had blood on her robes and tears rushing down her cheeks. The woman was clearly distraught, overwhelmed by the horror of the werewolf attack on her city and home. Just as she was a meter away from Sam, the woman disappeared for a second, only to flicker back once more, and hurried onwards. Sam's stomach sank at the eerie sight. The flickering woman reminded him of that moment with Magnus Finch in the dungeon, when the monster bat began to flicker and almost turn into a demon. Once again, Sam had an uneasy feeling. He was unsure what to make of it. Nothing like this had ever been recorded in his first timeline. He needed to stay focused on the current task at hand, however. Sam and his companions turned a corner, the city wall coming into sight. It was utter chaos. The street below the wall was littered with the corpses of Eldorian guards and slain werewolves, all drowning in puddles of blood. Such were the surroundings of the ongoing battle. Special Eldorian guards with Magitech spears with glowing blue tips fought large werewolves in groups of 3. The Magitech spears were able to cut through the toughened werewolf flesh in a way that normal humans without traveler's gifts would have failed to achieve. A werewolf raised his clawed hands and slashed all 3 guards, cutting their bodies up with ease. The Eldorian guards collapsed on the street like diced beef. Across the street, an Eldorian guard fired a flaming arrow from a Magitech crossbow. The arrow zoomed through the air and knocked right into the werewolf, first puncturing its flesh and then igniting the beast and its fur completely ablaze. The flaming werewolf rushed toward Sam and his companions. Sam quickly materialized his demonic rune blade. The red runes of the black sword glowed in the night. The werewolf raised its clawed fist, but collapsed on the ground in front of them, burnt alive. 3 different sets of claws appeared at the top of the wall. "More incoming," said Clara. "Come on, let's get up there and push them back," said Sam. The trio rushed towards a stairwell that led up to the top of the wall. The 3 werewolves had pulled themselves up and were growling towards Sam and his companions. Clara materialized her spear and rushed forward to take on the 2 incoming her way. Toby quickly triggered his geyser blast ability, creating a groundswell of water shooting out from the walls, knocking the 2 incoming werewolves off their feet and into the air. Clara then triggered her Starfire spear attack, magical energy suddenly imbued in her spear as she stabbed the 2 helpless werewolves to death. The remaining werewolf chose to head in the opposite direction, but soon an obstacle was in its path. Sam. There was so much blood strewn across the battlefield already, Sam could pretty much teleport to anywhere he wanted, including right in this 3rd werewolf's way. Sam sliced his demonic rune blade across the werewolf's upper body, cutting the creature into 2 distinct halves. The Eldorian guards that were still alive cheered the trio of travelers. The werewolf threat was being pushed back. Sam quickly triggered level 2 of his blood flame spell, creating balls of fire in his hands. He started whipping them down below towards the woods where the werewolves were streaming out from. He knocked one out right in the head, sending its whole snout ablaze. Toby came in with more geyser blasts and water balls as effective ranged magic that kept the werewolves from getting close to the wall like they once had. Sam grinned. The fight was going in their direction. Sam just hoped things were going as smoothly for Olivia and her squad. 48. Olivia's eyes narrowed at the arrival of their new enemy. Standing in front of them was one of the deadliest and most wanted rogue travelers known throughout the guild. Damien Blackthorn. By day, Damien Blackthorn was a specter of frailty, a man whose presence was as forgettable as it was pitiable. Wrapped in layers of gauze and bandages, his figure was a mere wilted silhouette. And yet now, in the cover of night, the man was reborn. Most of the bandages had unraveled now, revealing his pale skin inked with the veins of midnight blue, pulsating with the eldritch power of his Night Stalker class. Damien's entire frame had unfurled from the weak man he had been moments before. His spine straightened, and his shoulders broadened, all as if the darkness itself was weaving flesh onto his bones. Beneath the strands of his long black hair, his sickly yellow eyes glowed out in the night. The rogue traveler smirked at the 3 opponents standing before him. Olivia didn't like the man's sense of confidence. It was 3-on-1. Any sane person would bet on him losing. Still, even with their advantages, they shouldn't underestimate him. She triggered her divine inspiration. A silver coating of extra luck, strength, and defense imbued her and her companions. Next, she triggered her apprentice tier spell, Divine Blade. Her sword suddenly transformed into a magical glowing blade. Olivia and Brock then rushed towards Damien to take him on directly, while Curtis hung behind to use ranged spells. Brock came at Damien from his right, wielding his hammer high overhead, slamming it down with a mighty attack burst. Damien dodged the hammer swing and retaliated with a move of his own. Glowing blue claws formed out from his hands, and he swiped them at Brock, forcing the dwarf to jump backward to avoid the deadly slice. Damien gleefully cackled at Brock's retreat, taking joy in the fear he was creating. Elizabeth triggered level 2 of her Divine Blade ability, stretching the glowing magical blade further like a beam of light. Damien caught wind of it at the last second, dodging as a piece of cloth from his clothing burnt off slightly from the attack. "Close," Damien grinned, "but not close enough." At that moment, Curtis threw out his Chain Lightning ability, going straight for Damien's chest. "Let's see you dodge that," Olivia grinned. Just as the Chain Lightning was about to pierce Damien's heart and send damaging electrical current all throughout his being, the leader of the Arcane Reavers disappeared. "Oh, this man is bloody annoying," Brock said, exasperated. Olivia's eyes narrowed. "Keep your mana sense triggered." She could still sense the man, and she could see he was coming towards her. She gripped her blade, ready to strike the air, when out of nowhere she caught wind of someone behind her. Her whole body went cold. What? A blue mana claw appeared right under her neck. She could feel Damien's breath as he stood behind her. Didn't expect me here, did you? No, she hadn't. She quickly figured out that Damien must have thrown an invisible mana-based projectile as a distraction, while he completely lowered his mana sense so he could get behind her unexpectedly. It was a very clever strategy. The man wasn't one of the most notorious rogue travelers for nothing now, was he? "Don't move," hissed Damien to Brock and Curtis, "or your captain gets it." The problem with clever strategies, Olivia mused to herself, is sometimes they fall short against the simplest of counterattacks. Summoning all her strength, Olivia forced her head backwards, headbutting Damien as hard as she could right in the face. He stumbled backwards, losing the fatal position he had over her. The other problem with clever strategies, Olivia continued to think as she readied her next attack, is that when they fall apart, it can be hard to come up with a contingency plan. She triggered level 3 of her Divine Blade ability. Suddenly, Damien was surrounded not just by the tip of the glowing blade Olivia gripped, but several floating, glowing blades all around him. "Let's finish this!" The multiple blades all stabbed right into Damien, cutting into his flesh. Curtis stabbed the dying body with his lightning chain, while Brock came at the already weakened man with a hammer blow powerful enough to obliterate Damien into nothing but dust. "Looks like we accomplished the mission Sam set out for us," Olivia thought to herself as she caught her breath. "It's all up to him and his squad now to finish." Olivia's thoughts were cut off as the smoke from all of their explosive attacks cleared. There was no charred or decrepit corpse on the ground in front of them. No. All that remained of Damien from their attack was black smoke leaking out from his empty clothes. The garments didn't even have any marks or cuts from the attacks they'd landed on him. "That doesn't make any sense," Olivia muttered. Suddenly, laughter echoed all around them. Olivia's thoughts raced. What the heck is going on? She started to reconsider Damien's earlier strategy to sneak up behind her. Everything she had known about the infamous rogue traveler hadn't mentioned invisible projectiles. Yes, he could turn invisible, but she'd never read about his magic doing that. She had just assumed in the heat of the battle that was what he had done. But perhaps they'd fallen victim to a far more powerful and encompassing ability than she realized. Olivia, Brock, and Curtis all turned to one another as the laughter continued to echo all around them. It was most frightening because there was no body or mouth to connect the laughter back to, and it echoed all around them in every direction. It was as if the night clouds above them were laughing down upon them. Eventually, the laughter died down, and Damien's sinister voice echoed all around them. "When it turns to night, all reality bends to my will." 49 Oliva felt her body freeze over with fear. A sense of overwhelming alarm filled every pore of her body. Damien's voice and laughter had echoed all throughout the area, as if they were in an environment completely of his own creation, which meant every molecule and atom of their surroundings was a potential threat. There was no way to defend against an ability that powerful. It was enough to make someone trapped within such circumstances go insane. She gulped. "Is it even safe to breathe in here?" She scanned the environment. They were in the market square of Hawkstone. The glowing gray dungeon gate was behind them. The two other arcane reavers, Kalen Pyreforge and Brom Grimfury, lay dead on the ground in front of them. The moon, stars, and cloudy dark blue sky loomed over them. Her companions, Brock and Curtis, were here as well, scanning the area. They were all searching for some kind of clue, some kind of tell that separated their original environment to this new, fabricated one. "How long have we been in this fake reality, you reckon?" asked Brock. Olivia really couldn't tell. The transition had been so seamless they hadn't even noticed. "I think it might be safest to presume that Damien altered our reality as soon as nightfall hit," said Curtis. Both Olivia and Brock muttered expletives. Damien's laughter soon echoed all around them again. "I see you've realized that you've been defeated," he laughed. "There's no escape." Huge explosions of black smoke appeared all around Olivia and her squad, and they readied themselves for a new attack. One blast of smoke materialized into Damien Blackthorn. Then another puff of smoke did the same thing. Then another, and another. Soon enough, they were surrounded by multiple clones of Damien Blackthorn. The countless glowing yellow eyes all glowed throughout the night. Next, the different clones all snickered in unison as they materialized shining blue claws of their own.
Well, if there's one benefit of this blasted dream realm, said Brock, lifting up his warhammer, we get to kill this damn rogue traveler more than once.
That's a very demented silver lining, said Curtis, lightning crackling in his palms. I can think of worse ways to die than smashing Damien Blackthorn again and again, said Brock. Let's do this. Brock rushed forward and triggered level 1 of his apprentice-tier warrior ability, Sonic Blast. Swinging his hammer through the air, a huge wave of energy shot forward, knocking back a huge wave of Damien clones. The clones fell backwards, toppling one another, some of their claws stabbing and cutting the other. Curtis then lifted up his arms, triggering level 3 of his novice-tier elemental manipulation ability, creating a massive storm of lightning, shooting down massive tendrils of deadly lightning from the sky to the ground below. The lightning attack was perfect because, even when it missed, it forced the clones to stumble and move to get out of the way. And then there were times when the lightning bolts didn't miss, erupting the Damien Blackthorn clone into a massive flame of electrical damage, charring the clone into obliteration. Olivia guarded their rear with her Divine Blade ability, sending multiple glowing blades through the necks of Damien clones. Multiple decapitated clone heads were soon rolling on the ground below. With a suite of powerful area of effect abilities, the group of travelers were well suited to take on an army of weak doppelgangers. However, for every clone they defeated, Damien conjured even more. The army of Damiens wasn't getting smaller. In fact, despite their best efforts, it was only growing. "This isn't good," said Olivia. "He's trying to tire us out. We can't keep fighting like this forever." "I think I have an idea," Curtis explained. "Damien's making us think he's bested us. But if this nightmare reality was so all-powerful, why hasn't he diminished the use of our abilities? Or literally turned the air into knives that can kill us? There's clearly limits to the power, which is the running theme of the Night Stalker class. It comes with weaknesses to balance out the sheer intense power of the class. So, in theory, there must be some weakness to balance out the nightmare reality we're in." "Love the scholarly banter, Elf," shouted Brock, smashing a Damien clone's skull into the cobbled street. "But do you have any idea what that weakness might be?" "The weakness must be environmental, as in, the nightmare realm must lock us in within a certain space. Just imagine that the nightmare reality is almost like a dome or cube that we're standing in. If we were to run in one direction, we would eventually break out of the nightmare. So we just need to run to the edges." More and more Damien clones appeared, filling up the streets of the reality on and on. Olivia shuddered. "There's no way to get to the edges of the environment with this army of clones," said Olivia. Curtis grinned at that point. What if there was a way that broke the nightmare reality without getting out of its physical radius? He then turned to the gray gate. Interesting, Olivia thought. What would happen if they entered the gate from inside the nightmare reality? She had absolutely no idea, but it was the best solution they had to the terrible situation they were in. Olivia ran to the gate and leaped into it while Curtis and Brock followed right behind. In the blip of a second, Olivia was standing in the market square of Hawkstone. The gray dungeon gate loomed behind her, glowing fiercely. Something doesn't feel right. Brock and Curtis materialized right behind her a second later. The street was empty. Olivia felt almost more confused than she had been earlier. The defeated bodies of Brom Grimfury and Kaelin Pyreforge were nowhere to be found. There wasn't even a stain or puddle of blood left behind from their wounds. In fact, the street itself was pristine. None of the structural damage from all their abilities and attacks could be seen. Then, the gray dungeon gate behind them disappeared completely. Olivia shivered. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she knew it wasn't good. 50A Werewolf rushed at Sam, claws raised. Sam dodged the deadly swipe, retaliating with a slash of his own. The sharp, black edge of his demonic rune blade cut through the fur and skin of the werewolf's throat, blood spurting out of the monstrous beast with a violent fury. The dying werewolf's eyes bulged as it took its final, strained, last gasps of life. Sam and his companions had helped the Eldorians retake the wall, and they were now out on the ground just below, fighting wave after wave of werewolf. They didn't seem to stop. "I don't understand," said Clara, wrenching her spear free from the gut of a werewolf she'd just slain moments before. "We've taken back the wall. Haven't we completed the stated goal of the first stage? We've pushed the werewolves back, have we not?" Nearby, Toby shot out a tsunami blast, pummeling a werewolf right into the readied Magitech spears of Eldorian soldiers. "Maybe it's more than just reclaiming territory," said Toby. "Maybe we need to actually get the werewolves to retreat." Another wave of werewolves rushed out of the forest with plenty more glaring red eyes approaching from deep within the shadows of the woods. "To do that," said Sam, grinning, "we need to do something big." Sam knew just what to do. He rushed towards the incoming werewolves, closing the physical gap between them, so that there was less room between the werewolves and the forested area from which they came. Then, in a flash of delicate sword moves and footwork, he sliced and diced a quartet of werewolves in quick succession. Blood flew everywhere, but most importantly, the blood spilled onto the nearby trees. Sam grinned, knowing this was crucial to his plans. He then triggered Blood Flame, watching all the blood nearby erupt into lethal crimson fire. The blood flames spiraled up the trees, lighting up the branches and then leaves. Soon enough, the whole forest was on fire. The nearby Eldorian soldiers looked at Sam with a mix of horror and awe, glad that the strange black-haired boy with red eyes was fighting with them rather than against. Damien Blackthorn stepped out on the other side of the gray dungeon gate. The cool breeze of the nighttime forest gently whisked against his cheeks. He could hear the screams of battle in the distance. It was just as the new queen said it would be, he thought to himself. Emerging in the woods behind him were his fellow arcane reavers, Kaelin Pyreforge and Brom Grimfury. "Glad to see we're all here in one piece," said Damien. The situation had gotten far closer to defeat than any of the three of them wanted to admit out loud. There was someone who knew they were coming. They had been set up. Both Kaelin and Brom were on the verge of death when Damien's Night Stalker powers had come online. In an intense few seconds, Damien had set up his Nightmare Reality ability, trapping their attackers in an alternative reality of Damien's fabrication. As the three travelers stood there with faded eyes in a statuesque trance, he quickly attended to his colleagues' wounds, serving them healing potions that helped them recover quickly. Then, once recovered, they left the frozen-in-place travelers and stepped right into the dungeon gate they had come to conquer. Obviously, he would have killed those pesky fighters that had come in the way of his goals, but it was one of the many trade-offs of the Nightmare Reality ability. Those trapped inside it were actually temporarily invulnerable to any other attacks. To swipe a sword through them would simply swoosh their bodies like a ghost. It was very annoying, but normally it wasn't the end of the world, as in a less time-constrained battle, he could set it up to kill his enemies as soon as the Nightmare Reality wore off. But there had been no time for that in this particular case. He was also annoyed that he had to use one of his best abilities this early on. He wouldn't be able to use the ability again for over an hour or so. He took solace in what he had accomplished, though. He could see in his mind's eye that the group of travelers had stepped out of his Nightmare Reality, only for it to be too late. The gate had closed. The noble fighters had failed. Now, the arcane reavers could continue with the mission they had come here to do. Sam stood beside his companions and watched as Sam's blood fire engulfed the forest nearby. Sam's plan to push back the werewolves had resulted in a roaring inferno across the woodlands just outside the city of Eldoria. The air was now thick with the scent of charred pine, and the sounds of destruction echoed through the air. The crackling fire, the thud of falling timber, and the distant cries of werewolves roasting alive. Sam had turned the forest into his own personal oven, and today He was cooking werewolves. The raging fire had created a new wall between the Eldorians. The werewolves had stopped coming towards them in waves. To do so would be to ignite themselves on fire. He could not think of more apt words than to say that Sam had truly pushed back the threat. Suddenly, a slew of messages appeared in Sam's retina. "Congratulations! Blood Flame has leveled up. Congratulations! Stage 1 of Scenario, the werewolf assault on Eldoria, has been successfully completed. Please await instructions for Stage 2. Sam grinned. Everything was going according to plan, and more. The scenario gate only became incredibly difficult when there were other teams of travelers working for different factions in the scenario gate. But Sam had made sure to cut off their greatest threat before he was even able to get into the dungeon gate by having Olivia and her squad guard it. Now they just had to make their way through the scenario, and they were home free. It would also give Sam a chance to practice the newest evolution of his Blood Flame ability. He looked it over quickly to see what it did, and was amazed by the description. Can't wait to give this a try, he thought. Just as Sam awaited the next prompt, outlining Stage 2, a new, unexpected message suddenly appeared in his retina. New challengers have entered the gate. New challengers have been assigned. The werewolf faction. Sam's eyes widened at the news. "Sam, what's happening?" asked Clara. "I thought you said there weren't going to be any other challengers." Sam gulped. Olivia's squad must have failed. He didn't like all the implications of that fact. It looked like his original plan hadn't worked out the way he had hoped. The greatest threat to the success of their current mission hadn't been neutralized in the way Sam had been planning on. Damian Blackthorne and the Arcane Reavers had entered the dungeon gate. The Grey Gate catastrophe could still come to fruition. Tens of thousands could die. The mission was now looking a lot more challenging. Not that Sam wasn't unprepared for such a scenario. He never did anything without a contingency plan. 51. The Eldorian soldiers cheered with triumph as they watched the forest that neighbored their city burn to the ground. A grim stench of burnt wood, blood, and bodies wafted through the air. Even though it was night, the sky was orange with smoke and flame. It wasn't a pretty sight. Most of the Eldorian soldiers, if shown a depiction of the scene in front of them, would have said a great catastrophe had occurred. They wouldn't necessarily see this forest engulfed in magical fire the way the soldiers were now. The soldiers standing on the wall saw it as a sign of hope, of salvation. One soldier counted his blessings that the werewolves had stopped coming forward like a relentless horde battering against the walls. They were gone. For a moment, even if it was just a moment, he could breathe and collect his thoughts. He had been there when the werewolves had first arrived earlier that evening. He'd watched the glowing red eyes and drooling maw of the horrific beast as it clawed its way over the wall and entered into Eldoria to create terror and havoc. He had been with his wife and family, 2 little girls standing at their knees. He had been off duty that night. They weren't far from home. At the sight of the murderous creatures, he escorted his family and a few other innocent citizens back to their home and told them to hide down in their cellar. Then he'd grabbed his Magitech spear and joined his other countrymen to protect Eldoria. Their attempts ultimately proved futile. The werewolves were simply too powerful. The monsters would have slaughtered all of Eldoria if it weren't for one thing: them. The guard stood on the wall, looking down to the group of 3 people down below. They looked like Eldorians, except their eyes were more faded and didn't glow quite like his people. They also had powers far beyond anything he'd ever seen. A girl who drew upon the power of the stars with her spear. A boy who could summon deadly amounts of water. And then there was their leader, a black-haired boy with ominous red eyes. The deadly swordsman fought with the power of blood. His skill and abilities were absolutely breathtaking. But the strangest thing about the odd trio was the way they currently looked. They did not share the happy and triumphant smiles of victory like his fellow Eldorians did. Nope, they looked like they were all in mourning. Sam's eyes stared out emptily to the massive forest fire in front of him. Both Clara and Toby looked at him quizzically. "Sam, are you there?" asked Toby. Sam gulped. He was lost in thought, overwhelmed by it. He had to reassess the whole situation. He was worried about Olivia, Curtis, and Brock. In fact, more than worried. He was grieving. If Damien had entered here, it was quite likely that he'd killed them. Sam's stomach sank. His heart wrenched, just thinking about the thought that his friends had been killed. That he'd never see Brock pick a fight with a random stranger again. Or Curtis explain the history behind some old theory and how competing views had evolved over the centuries in Westrian academic scholarship. Or who Olivia would choose romantically between the two of them, if she ever chose either one of them at all. A nervous laugh exited his mouth, only to be followed by tears in his eyes that he quickly wiped away. They can't really be gone, can they? It would be the first thing he'd colossally screwed up in this timeline. None of them died until the final battle with the Demon King in his first timeline. Had he somehow accidentally engineered an earlier death for them? "Sam?" said Clara. Sam took in a deep breath and looked at his friend. "What do I tell them?" He decided he couldn't hide this truth from Toby and Clara. He had to tell them, especially because it affected their current mission. "I think Olivia, Brock, and Curtis are dead," said Sam.
Both Clara and Toby went pale at Sam's words.
"What do you mean?"
asked Toby. "I mean what I just said. They're dead," said Sam. "I had stationed them in front of the Grey Dungeon Gate to stop Damien Blackthorne and the Arcane Reavers. They've now entered the gate, which leads to only one conclusion."
"Yeah, that they failed their mission,"
said Toby.
"Not that they're dead. Maybe they made a play for time to stall them once they realized they couldn't win, and then ultimately retreated?"
Toby raised a good point. Sam didn't know for certain that Olivia and her squad had been killed. He just knew the extent of Damien Blackthorne's abilities, and if he had been able to overpower them, well, the outcome didn't seem good.
"I think Toby's right," said Clara. "We don't know what happened, and we won't know until we finish this mission. Whatever the outcome, we need to push forward and fight on behalf of our friends and all those we've sworn to protect. We can't give up now."
Sam was taken aback by the bravery and optimism of his two friends. The two of them had died so long ago in his first timeline. He felt overwhelmed when he experienced new memories and moments with them. Now here they were in front of him, not just being rescued and saved by him, but propping him up, inspiring him to be better. It was miraculous, beautiful, and filled Sam with hope. He looked at his friends and smiled. "You're right," said Sam. "The details of the second stage should be coming up any moment now. We need to prepare ourselves for the challenging battles ahead." The sadness in Sam's heart had been lifted, and in its place, a small ember of rage began to burn in its place. A quiet and stoic anger for all those the Arcane Reavers had already harmed in this timeline, and all those who they would harm if they were to succeed with their goals. He couldn't wait to rid such pieces of trash from this world. Right then, a new prompt appeared in their retina.
Stage 2 of Scenario, the Werewolf Assault on Eldoria, will commence in 30, 29, 28. 52. Damien Blackthorne grimaced at the sight of the burning forest in front of him. Through the flames, he could see retreating werewolves, futilely running towards them, only to arrive as charred bones at his feet. "Some faction we've been assigned," spat Brahm at the werewolf corpses. Damien was also disappointed by all the dead werewolves around them, but that was outside his control. He had to give this small victory to whoever they were fighting against, whoever had been crafty enough to delay their entrance into the gate. Whoever that was, their craftiness had earned them a head start. Thankfully, that's all they had gained from their little trick, Damien mused. But whoever this was, Damien recognized them as a worthy opponent. Similar to how the new queen had provided him with knowledge of the Grey Gate, so too did their opponent seem to have some kind of foreknowledge that they would be there. Such prescient thinking should not be shrugged off. Their opponents were definitely a threat of some kind. Damien had already forgotten about the dead werewolves at his feet and stared at the forest fire, trying to gain as much information on his opponent as he could. He looked at the flames. They weren't quite orange, more a red-crimson pink. He turned to his companion, Kalen Pyreforge. If anyone knew anything about fire, it was him. "What do you make of these flames?" asked Damien. Kalen narrowed his eyes as he took in the burning forest. "This is not normal fire," said Kalen. "We're definitely not dealing with another wizard-class traveler with fire affinity, that's for sure. This looks to me more like blood magic." Damien nodded. There were multiple classes that utilized blood magic, too many to narrow it down just by the forest in front of them. But blood magic was a rare enough type of power to narrow down the abilities of such a traveler to someone with a super rare class or above. A class with such rarity aligned with everything Damien had already gathered about the mysterious person they were up against. They were dealing with a worthy opponent. They also should presume this person had allies in here with them. Damien sighed and looked up at the dark sky above. He took a little solace in the fact that it was night in this dungeon world. At least, he had that going for him. His Night Stalker class was at full power. Then, a message appeared in his retina. Just by their straightened shoulders, Damien could tell his companions had received the same prompt as well. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldorian faction. Werewolves. Stage 2. Protect and defend the source of the werewolf curse. 3 hours remaining. Damien nodded and took in the instructions. Before he even had a chance to think about the fact that he had just arrived in this world and absolutely had no idea where the source of the werewolf curse was, he suddenly just did. The source was just a bit south from where they were. "What a strange dungeon gate," said Brom, looking in the direction where Damien knew the werewolf source lay. "What's the plan, boss?" Damien grinned. It was the first time he felt a sense of true satisfaction since entering this irregular gate. "Listen closely," said Damien, as he began to tell his companions what they were going to do next. Sam and his companions read the message of the new prompt in their retinas. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldoria faction. Eldorians. Stage 2. Break through the defenses and discover the source of the werewolf curse. 3 hours remaining. Sam grinned. He was pleased with what the prompt said. It aligned with everything he had read about the Grey Gate catastrophe he had read about in his previous timeline. He was thankful that it hadn't altered here. On more than one occasion, Sam had to deal with the consequences of his actions altering the current timeline, and therefore changing what he expected to happen next. Not the case here. Beyond the major frustration of the arcane reavers actually entering the irregular dungeon gate, everything else was going to plan. Now they just had to keep going and let all the pieces come together. They had won the first stage, now putting the werewolves on the back foot. He knew from his research in his previous timeline that those on the werewolf faction would know the location of the werewolf curse, while those on the opposing faction would not. It was the irregular dungeon's way of handicapping those victorious in the first stage of the scenario gate. He quickly scanned his profile and could see that his stats were all improving. Perfect. "Okay, the prompt seems simple enough," said Clara. "What's the strategy here?" asked Toby, turning to Sam. Sam looked at the prompt one last time, watching as the timer went down. They didn't have any time to waste, but a few important conversations and key details needed to be discussed. Prior to the emergence of the Grey Gate, Sam had informed Olivia about who they would be fighting, and whatever details he could provide that would make that fight easier. The group was quite well aware of the rogue travelers already, so Sam didn't have to share that many details. Toby and Clara, on the other hand, would be less familiar with the arcane reavers. Sam walked them through the deadly trio of travelers they were going to have to face in the coming hours. He watched as his friends' faces went pale with dread and fear. "You mean," gasped Toby, "not only do we have to fight 3 of the deadliest travelers we've ever faced off against, we have to do that and find the bloody source of the werewolf curse all in under 3 hours." "You're mostly correct," grinned Sam.
"The only place where you're wrong, Tobes,
is that I know exactly the location of the source of the werewolf curse. As Sam took in Toby's dumbfounded face, he was reminded about how much he could enjoy being from the future. 53, Damien Blackthorne hurried south from the raging forest fire. His two companions sprinted right behind him. They moved together as a unit, a team. The arcane reavers knew how to fight, work, and travel together as a squad. They had originally met in a travelers' guild in southern Volsungr, where they were training to become travelers. They were the only 3 people in their group of students who had survived the tutorial dungeon. It was because the 3 of them had slaughtered their fellow classmates. With no one to counter their story about what happened in the White Gate, the trio were able to stay under the radar for at least a little while. But eventually, the guild caught on. These 3 travelers were not working with regards to the betterment of their society and country. They were working purely for the destruction of others and for the benefit of themselves. All telltale signs of travelers who will eventually go rogue. Inside the Grey Gate, the group eventually arrived at a river. The river rushed along, protecting a patch of woodland on the other side that was protected from the raging forest fire behind them. Just nearby was a small bridge that allowed them to cross. Once on the other side, Brahm cut the bridge down so that it collapsed into the water. From there, they hurried forward towards their destination. Eventually, they arrived in front of a large stone cave. The shadowy black entrance was both beckoning for them to explore further, while also intimidating them with its mysterious, foreboding presence of the unknown that lurked inside. Damien stared at the cave's jagged mouth covered in moss and ivy. He grinned. This should be easy. There was only one entrance. No one would be able to get past them. This feels wrong, said Toby, shooting out a massive tsunami blast to hose down the burning forest around them. I'm surprised you're the one on the side of pyromania, said Clara. I'm not, said Toby. It just feels wrong to be dousing down the forest fire that led to our victory in Stage 1. Aren't we concerned more werewolves will start attacking once the flames are gone? Sam shook his head. Nope, he said. Most of the werewolf army is gone now. It really comes down to Damien Blackthorne and the arcane reavers fighting on behalf of the werewolf faction. If we defeat them, we pretty much have this scenario gate in the bag. As Toby hosed more of the formerly fiery forest down to its scorched remains, he sighed and said, No more werewolves, just astonishingly powerful rogue travelers to face off against. Great. I know that somewhere in the kernel of what you just said there is something to be relieved about, but I'm struggling to really feel any sense of comfort. No one asked you to be comfortable, said Clara. Just to clear the flames so we could go fight the bad guys. Toby frowned as the forest began to clear of flames and wondered what terrors they would face down the path he had just opened up for all of them. Shortly thereafter, they were rushing through the woods in the direction of Damien Blackthorne and his squad of rogue travelers. As they moved closer to their destination, Sam walked them through the battle plan. Are you sure about this? Asked Toby nervously. I feel similar to Tobes, said Clara. This plan feels slightly unhinged. Trust me, Sam said. He knew it would work. Damien smiled as he watched the timer in his retina tick ever downward. Every second brought them closer to victory. The 3 of them were spread out in front of the cave's entrance. The cave was surrounded by a small clearing which was encircled by a large forest of trees. The smoke from the forest fire began to clear, revealing the stars and moonlight of the night sky above. Damien's Night Stalker class increased his natural senses. He sniffed the air, picking up the smallest hints of water vapor, carrying the smell of singed leaves and charred wood. Looks like they quickly doused out the forest fire, Damien mused. It's safe to say they have a water manipulator in their ranks, said the leader of the arcane reavers to his companions. It's possible this world's inhabitants have incredible technology, but to wash away a forest fire of that magnitude that quickly could only be explained with the use of water magic. Makes sense to me, said Brahm. A little concerning, said Kalen, given that water is my elemental affinity's natural weakness. I'm sure you'll manage, said Damien. I've seen you survive in situations far worse than being up against a water-based spellcaster. Damien was not worried in the slightest. Their plan was foolproof. It demanded that their enemies fight them head-on. In such a battle, Damien was confident he could win. He did wish his nightmare reality ability was usable, but it still had 15 minutes or so until it recharged. Kalen grinned. What can I say? I am pretty amazing. A twig snapped in the woods. The damp air suddenly smelled a lot less damp and a lot more smoky. They can't be serious, said Brahm. They're using the exact same strategy again? The trio watched as the trees around them began to go on fire. Except this time, grinned Damien to Kalen Pyreforge, they're up against a foe who can manipulate fire themselves. 2 travelers rushed out of the fiery woods. One was a hazel-haired girl with freckles, wielding a spear. The other was a slightly portly brown-haired boy wielding an impressive-looking magical staff. They rushed directly at them. Damien quickly assessed the situation. The freckled girl must be the one wielding blood magic. She's the more powerful of the 2. The group rushed to meet their new enemies head-on when a message appeared in Damien's retina. Scenario: the werewolf assault on Eldoria. Faction: werewolves. Stage 2. Failed. Stage 3 has commenced. Stage 3. Defeat intruders before they destroy the source of the curse. Damien's eyes widened. What the? 54. Sam sprinted down through the darkness of the cave with a huge grin on his face. Explosions and the screams of battle echoed behind him as he hurried further towards the source of the werewolf curse. Just as I expected, Sam thought to himself. Damien Blackthorn and the Arcane Reavers were not unintelligent rogue travelers, but they did hold their powerful skills, abilities, and journeyman tier status in high regard. Considering how versatile and destructive Damien's Night Stalker class was, their strategy wasn't that foolish. They were just foolish to expect their opponents to take them head-on. But then that was exactly why Sam had Toby use his water magic to clear the flames in the forest. He knew Damien would catch a whiff of the damp air and put everything together. Sam knew this would cause Damien to perceive his enemies as having reason to be overconfident, which in his mind would lower the threat of an indirect strategy versus a direct one. Using the second forest fire and Clara and Toby's full frontal assault as a distraction, Sam was able to slip right past the Arcane Reavers and head straight towards the real goal of their mission, the source of the werewolf curse. The only downside to the plan was that it left Clara and Toby in a 3-on-2 fight, but Sam figured it wouldn't stay that way for long. Plus, if he could destroy the werewolf curse, it would end the scenario anyway. So, really, Clara and Toby just needed to survive more than anything else. As Sam descended through the darkness, he could see the hint of a luminescent light in the distance. When he reached the bottom of the tunnel, he found himself at the center of an ancient ruin with an altar in the middle of the room. At the altar glowed a magnificently blue light. Damien scowled at the message in his prompt. He furiously looked over his shoulder, and he could faintly make out a figure rushing down into the depth of the cave below. That must be the blood magic user then, he thought to himself. He quickly surmised that it was the blood magic user who had been outsmarting and besting them consistently throughout this challenge. He could be wrong, but based on his own personal experience, it was normally cunning and crafty individuals who unlocked super rare classes and above from the White Gate. Not only was he the smartest and most powerful of their 3 opponents, the blood magic user was also the biggest threat to the success of their mission. If he ended up destroying the source of the werewolf curse, they failed the scenario gate and the mission. It was all done then. He felt a pain in the back of his neck just thinking that thought. No, he thought quickly. I can't let the new queen down. You 2 handle the spear girl and the water boy, shouted Damien as he hurried off after the blood magic user. I want to be the one who kills the intruder. Clara gripped her spear tightly, rushing towards the burly warrior in front of her. The warrior was an ogre of a man and was spinning a massive flail above his head. The flail was extra terrifying as it was the skull of some monstrous beast the man must have defeated in the past. "You fool!" shouted a voice to her side. In her peripheral vision, she saw a huge blast of fire come flying towards her. Her eyes widened at the sheer magnificent sight of the blast coming her way, only for it splash out of existence from a huge, gushing force of water. "Thanks, Tobes," shouted Clara as she moved closer to her target. The warrior threw the chains of his flail where Clara was heading, the monster's skull smashing into the ground, leaving a small crater in its wake. Clara managed to sidestep the attack once more, putting her right in vicinity with the man. She put herself into position and then triggered her apprentice tier ability, Starfire Spear. A huge burst of light and energy came as she stabbed the man right in the ribs. She felt the tip of her spear lightly puncture the man's flesh. It wasn't a critical hit or anything. She could sense that the man was a good tier level above her, but with the help of her special abilities and extra powerful spear, she was in a position where if she landed enough attacks, she could defeat this guy. It wasn't necessarily an impossible battle, just a near impossible one. The warrior groaned with annoyed agony and quickly wrenched the monster's skull from the ground to swing towards Clara yet again. Clara retreated, staying focused on learning the man's movements and patterns. This was going to be a long fight of attrition. She was going to have to get in good hits again and again, all while keeping herself protected as the man had the capability to end her life with one hit. Therefore, the faster she could read her opponent's moves, the faster she could get to dealing consistent hits and damage on him. She looked to Toby, who was still intercepting the fire wizard's attacks. "Keep it up, Tobes. So long as they kept working together, they could potentially win this thing. They were stronger together." The warrior spun the skull at the end of his flail's chain above his head once more. "He's leaving himself open again." Clara rushed in to get another hit, this time on the other side of his ribs. She wrenched her spear from the man's flesh and prepared to dodge another attack, just like last time. Except the man wasn't going for the person directly attacking him this time around. Uh-oh. Clara looked to Toby as the monstrous skull flew in his direction. The skull smashed right into the dirt between them. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and crack, creating a huge crevice between the warriors and the wizards. The man with the flail grinned at Clara. "Looks like you're going to have to fight me one-on-one, little girl," he snickered. Clara gripped her spear and spat on the ground nearby. "Do your worst," she said. 55. Toby's eye twitched as he took in the huge shards of cracked earth that lay between him and Clara. The battle had just gone in a direction Toby had been hoping to avoid. He could hear the grunts and groans of both Clara and the other man, duking it out from beyond the rock shards. He could hear, but he couldn't see. He felt an anger and frustration boil up inside of him. That guy better not mess with Clara. Toby knew that if he wanted to protect Clara, he was going to have to focus on defeating the fire mage as quickly as possible. He was sure that was everyone's strategy here. Defeat one's opponent and then overpower the remaining enemy. There was also the fact that, as Sam had explained the plan to him, it was just a matter of waiting Sam out to destroy the werewolf curse. For a very quick second, Toby had wondered if Clara and him should just retreat. But he had then realized, if they were to do that, the two rogue travelers would go join up with Damien Blackthorn and put Sam in a hugely difficult spot. As much as Toby would have preferred to run away, it was clear that he would have to fight this guy. He would have to believe that Clara could handle the warrior she was facing, just as she would have to do the same for him. There was no time to waste. Toby quickly conjured a ball of hostile water in his palm and whipped it at the fire mage across from him. The fire mage ran from the attack, materializing a huge ball of magma in his hands and whipping it right back at Toby. Toby moved quickly to get out of the radius of the attack and retaliated with another water blast of his own. He felt relieved in the fact that he had an elemental affinity, water, that his opponent was weak to, fire. But Toby also knew that the advantage would only get him so far. Sam had told him that Kalen Pyreforge was journeyman tier, making him a full tier stronger than Toby. A difference in tier levels like that pretty much negated any advantage Toby had over the guy, basically flipping the table on who had the better odds of winning in a fight. As they moved back and forth, trading low-level spells, Toby knew he had to step it up. Foreseeing where Kalen was heading, Toby joined his hands together, quickly materializing the special diamond stone, and unleashed Water Jet Slice. The fire mage snickered as the devastating yet razor-thin attack came his way. He created a wall of fire, using it as a shield to block Toby's powerful Water Slice move. Toby's eyes bulged with shock. That was a clear display of the power of someone a whole tier level above you. That even against the fire element's weakness, it was so strong it could just simply withstand a water attack of an apprentice-tier wizard. Toby grimaced at his enemy's raw power that was making a mockery of his most recent attack. The only way Toby could even hope to do some damage on this guy was by a surprise attack. Any attack Kalen saw coming, he would be able to overpower. Toby thanked the goddess that he hadn't revealed all of his abilities just yet. "Just give up," said Kalen. "Can't you see how futile this battle is for you?" Toby ignored the man's taunts and went back to trading low-level elemental blasts with the man. He paid attention to the man's movements and had deduced the way the man was fighting. He was not rushing to defeat Toby. Kalen enjoyed watching his opponent struggle. He was toying with him like a cat torturing a trapped mouse. Toby did not like the implications of this attitude. It meant that both him and his accomplice had absolutely no fear that the other's opponent had any chance of defeating them. For Toby's opponent to be so confident was deeply uninspiring to the young man's hopes of leaving this battle alive. And then Toby had a light bulb moment. This man's arrogance will be my greatest shot at defeating him. Toby quickly conjured 2 huge globules of hostile water in either palm and whipped them one by one at his opponent. He gave his throws a curve so that each water blast would come at Kalen from either side like a pincer movement. The hostile aquatic orbs flew across the battlefield. Kalen jumped and dodged, retaliating with fiery elemental blasts of his own. But where Kalen had tried to move was suddenly blockaded by the gushing force of Toby's tsunami blast. Kalen doubled backwards, but by this point, he'd already fallen into Toby's trap. "Gotcha." The soil darkened right in the spot where Kalen had moved to, only to then completely split open with a resounding crack. From the fissure, a tumultuous spire of water surged upward with unbridled ferocity. Toby's geyser blast completely enveloped Kalen with so much force and power it ripped through the man's clothes, skin, and flesh, leaving nothing but dust. The young wizard wiped sweat off his brow. It had been tough, but he had outsmarted the evil rogue traveler. Now he could turn towards getting back to Clara and assisting her with her fight. Toby went over to the ridges of the rock wall Brahm Grimfury had made to separate them. He quickly scanned the area, trying to deduce which would be best way to climb over. But then a strange crackling sound happened behind him. A staccato of snapping sounds and odd bursts. Toby turned around to investigate the odd noise. His body suddenly tensed. From the cracked earth where Toby's geyser blast had finished off Kalen Pyreforge, an odd phenomenon was happening in its place there. Orange and red ashes flew and swirled from the ground with more and more emerging. The countless grains of ash spun and trembled with a strange newfound purpose. The ashes began to coalesce, each speck drawn to another as if by some bizarre ancient call. A silhouette emerged within the maelstrom of orange, black, and gray. At first, it was just undefined and hazy, gradually sharpening with the convergence of a million tiny fragments. It was like watching an artist's sketch fill in with rapid, precise strokes, except the medium here was the ash itself. Toby watched on with horror. "No," he thought, "this can't be possible." As the whirlwind of ashes tightened, the form of a body became more distinct. Limbs materialized from the chaos, fingers stretching forth as if grasping for existence itself. The granules swirled and spun, binding together to recreate the intricate details of his being, from the folds of his robes to the stern set of his jaw. It was undeniable now. With a sudden rush of force that expelled the remaining ash outward, Kalen Pyreforge stood whole once more. His eyes flickered open, glowing with the embers of the magic that had just wrought his return from annihilation. This man, Toby thought, trembling, is an utter monster. The newly reincarnated Kalen Pyreforge snickered and looked at Toby with a newfound hunger and bloodlust. Toby suddenly knew that this man was no longer going to underestimate him, which meant he had just lost his one advantage in this fight. 56. Clara's heart burned. She continued to circle the warrior, always staying agile and on her toes. The warrior was spinning his massive flail overhead. "You won't be able to run forever," said Brom Grimfury. Clara knew that was true. She would eventually tire out and get fatigued. However, her mobility was also her greatest asset. Defensively, it allowed her to avoid the whirling ball of destruction that Brom was swinging around, and offensively, being able to move when your opponent remained mostly stationary to wield his flail was an advantage she definitely had to exploit. Brom yelled furiously as he threw out his flail once more in the direction that Clara was heading. She abruptly cut off her run. She jumped backwards just as the giant monster's skull-turned wrecking ball landed where she had been. She was so close to the attack she felt the whiff of it against her skin. She had no time to bask in the horror of her almost death. She needed to take advantage of the moment straight away. One of the greatest weaknesses of any flail user was not just the lack of mobility, but a very exploitable recovery time. With the flail's head firmly lodged in the ground, Clara rushed forward. She didn't have to move much to get in striking distance with her spear. She gripped the handles of her spear and thrusted it forward with all her might, triggering attack burst. The energy of the blow made a huge dent in Brom's stomach. A significant red gash opened up just beside his navel. The warrior groaned as he violently ripped his flail head back to him. By the time he was able to strike with his flail once more, Clara had already retreated back to the outer zone of his flail's attack radius. Brom's eyes narrowed as he was getting more and more noticeably angry. He continued to swing his flail overhead, letting the momentum and power of his next strike build and build. Clara continued to run circles around Brom, making it more difficult for him to strike at her. She kept close attention on the warrior, from his stance to the way he gripped his flail. All the while, the swooshing and whistle of the swinging monster skull echoed through the air, as did the clinking and clattering sound of the flail's chains. The longer Brom went without striking, the more the incessant sounds of the spinning flail began to unnerve Clara more and more. It felt like the buzz of a fly in one's ears, except in this case, the irritating sound could spell sudden death. Clara's eyes stayed focused on Brom's hands. When they moved, Clara could predict exactly where the strike was going to go. Another overhead strike was coming, and it looked like it would land close to where she was currently running towards. She quickly halted and switched to running in the other direction, only for her to come face to face with the incoming monster skull. "What?" She jumped. The monster skull grazed her shoulder. Pain shot out from the location of the indirect hit and suddenly surged all throughout her body. She quickly got her bearings. Her composure was off, but she couldn't let that stop her from staying mobile in the face of Brom's flail threat. How did his flail change direction like that? Clara surmised that Brom had feinted with his grip, her reaction tipping her hand and setting herself up for the trick shot. Thank goodness it was only an indirect hit, she thought to herself. The pain in her shoulder throbbed. Still bloody hurts, though. Clara kept her eye on Brom. Not that her eyes had helped her much in the last few minutes, but still she'd be more on the lookout for feints and other fake-outs. As she moved around her enemy, he began to blur along with everything else in her environment. Huh? The pain in her shoulder throbbed with more intensity than it had moments before. She was suddenly assaulted with more than a physical pain, but an intense feeling of dread. Her nostrils filled with the stench of blood, despite there not being that much blood around her. Fear overtook her body like a contagious disease, spreading from her shoulder down to her toes. Something's not right. Across from her, Brom was grinning. He must have done something. Clara felt like she'd been poisoned, even though she knew she hadn't been. She quickly put together that the overwhelming sensations had something to do with the indirect hit Brom had landed on her shoulder. A sense of terror and overwhelming agony filled her, creeping throughout her whole body like a cold draft sifting through a house. That was when Clara realized something. These aren't my feelings. The clarity helped dispel the assault of emotions and sensations invading her. She looked to the monster skull swinging through the air. Are these? The feelings she was experiencing must have been a special ability of Brom's monster skull flail. She was experiencing the final excruciating moments before an agonizing death. The death of the monster whose skull had hit her. The intensity of the feelings was holding Clara back. Brom was nothing but a blur. She sensed the incoming rush of another flail attack. She managed to jump out of its way, but in her current state, it was only a matter of time before Brom landed a direct hit. Then, it would be all over. Clara knew she needed to break out of this strange spell the skull hit had infected her with. Focus on your own feelings, Clara thought. Push back the fake ones and own your own. The dread and agony suddenly disappeared, replaced by a fiery anger. "Leave my thoughts alone," she bellowed, pushing back the false sensations even more. She gripped her weapon and triggered Starfire's spear and whipped the spear right in Brom's direction. The man's eyes bulged. He hadn't been expecting her to attack, let alone go with such a risky maneuver. It was too late, though. Brom couldn't escape the glowing spear rocketing right towards him. A second later, it went right through his throat and out the other side. 57. Toby looked on with horror at Kalen Pyreforge as he shook off the last bits of ash lingering on his fully reincarnated person. The fire wizard gave Toby a sinister grin. "Surprised to see me?" Toby was more than surprised. He was horrified. His whole body felt an intense, paralyzing fear that felt like it had seized every muscle, joint, and bone inside of him. His heart pounded against his chest. His palms slicked with sweat. The dread of seeing Kalen reincarnate filled him with such an all-consuming sense of doom, it felt like a heavy cloak of darkness had enveloped him. How am I supposed to beat this guy? He had obliterated Kalen down to dust. He had won the battle. But this guy could come back to life via ashes. That basically made his opponent invincible. Toby tried to push back against the fear overtaking his body. Think, Toby, think. It was incredible that Kalen was able to revive himself with ashes like a phoenix, but surely there was a long recharge time on such a powerful move. So, if Toby could quickly come up with a new strategy and defeat him again, maybe he had a chance of surviving. But that would be harder now that Kalen had dropped his arrogant stance and was treating Toby as a serious opponent. The only other strategy was one of delay. Delay the battle until Sam could destroy the curse and win the scenario gate for them. That might be the best strategy. At least it was something to do until he came up with a plan to defeat Kalen a second time. Across the battlefield, Kalen merely grinned at Toby's horror. The fire mage lifted his arms and conjured 2 fireballs in either palm, 2 bright orbs of flame. At the sight of his opponent readying a new attack, Toby snapped out of his paralyzing fear and readied himself for the incoming onslaught. He materialized 2 spheres of swirling deadly water in either palm of his own. Kalen did not throw a single fireball, though. Instead, he moved his arms in a strange formation until the 2 fireballs formed into a massive weapon of some kind. I see what he's doing, Toby realized. Kalen was initiating his journeyman tier wizard class spell, which was a unique elemental weapon evolution. He was most familiar with Curtis's lightning chain hook, but had seen swords and axes as well as others over his time as a traveler so far. The conjured flames shifted and waved as the magical inferno melded into the silhouette of a weapon. Specifically, a crossbow. Toby shivered. I do not like the look of that. Kalen pulled a trigger, launching a massive arrow towards Toby. Ah! Toby cried, running away from the attack. The fire arrow was massive. It was the size of a tree, 10 times the size of Kalen's fireballs. How the heck am I supposed to avoid getting hit with something as massive as those arrows? Toby quickly retreated, but Kalen just kept lobbing flame arrow after flame arrow. He eventually ran so far that he was back in the woods, surrounded by trees. Having just witnessed the success of lighting a whole forest on fire to destroy an enemy, Toby felt far from safe. His heart pounded in his chest, his throat burned. He realized that the biding time strategy just wasn't good enough. Time to go back on the offensive. Toby rushed back the way he came, strafing to dodge the giant flame arrows Kalen was sending his way. He conjured 2 water balls in his hands and whipped them in the direction of his enemy. Toby quickly surmised that the flame crossbow was deadly powerful. However, it came with a pretty big weakness. It had a lack of good mobility, and Toby knew exactly how to use that to his advantage. He threw a water ball that forced Kalen to move slightly, right into the location of another geyser blast. Right before Kalen was obliterated, the man merely smirked. "Fool, you and I both know that won't work." The geyser blast removed Kalen from existence, much like it had done the first time Toby had succeeded with this attack. Toby grinned. He had managed to use a similar strategy to destroy Kalen. The only question now was, would he stay destroyed? I hope this next strategy worked. Toby materialized his wizard staff in his right hand. The staff was incredibly powerful. It had been a gift from Athena, the mermaid queen. The staff was known as Atlas's Scepter of the Tides. It was a super rare adept tier item with incredible stats. The staff made all water elemental spells 50% more potent and 50% more damaging. The reason why he hadn't materialized it to help in his battle with Kalen earlier was that most of the staff's benefits came in the form of damage dealing. He had to land hits to get the maximum benefit from the scepter. The battle so far had been less about damage dealing and more about controlling the battlefield, and for that Toby needed an extra hand to hurl as many water balls as he could. But now, he was gearing up to finish this. He needed to call on as much power as possible. In the distance, he could see the ash where Kalen had begun to swirl around just like it had done previously. Toby then triggered Geyser Blast again, and again, and again. He didn't stop casting the spell until he had created multiple geyser blasts all around the area where Kalen was utilizing his Ashen reincarnation ability. Then, he began manipulating the water of each of the geysers he had created. He twisted and wrenched his hands, doing something he had never tried before: evaporation. He rapidly caused the evaporation of the 4 geysers. Then, standing in the middle of the battlefield was half of a body formed of ash, completely frozen. Toby grinned. His plan had worked. He had effectively spell-canceled Kalen's reincarnation ability. The ability didn't just pause and wait to start up again. Nope. It was finished. Kalen was never coming back. By rapidly evaporating the geysers, he had sucked out all the heat in the environment, creating a devastatingly impressive cooling effect. It was more than cool. It was ice cold. 58, Brahm Grimfury, lay on the ground in a puddle of deep red blood, a spear skewered through his neck. Clara's whole body heaved as she breathed in and out. It's over. A wave of exhaustion rippled through her, along with a great sense of relief. Her thoughts, her feelings, her memories, they were all hers. She was no longer being oppressed by the other haunting feelings of the monster's skull. She had used most of her remaining energy to break through the psychological assault on her brain and to make that final Hail Mary attack on her opponent. Her legs shook as she walked over to Brahm's corpse. She bent down and wrenched her spear free. The beautiful weapon, currently covered in blood, was known as Sariel's Spear of the Sea. It had been a gift from the Mermaid Queen after helping save a group of kidnapped mermaids from an evil dwarven death cult. It was a super rare item with an adept tier level of power. It gave her a boost to her strength stats, but it was, crucially, the spear's one other bonus that had saved her in this fight with Brahm. The spear had a 50% likelihood of dealing extra critical damage. It was that extra critical damage that had punctured Brom's neck, flesh, spine, and more. With her spear in her grip once more, she turned to the large ridges in the ground that Brom had created to separate the battlefield. "I need to go help Toby." She took a step forward and felt her whole body shake. Every muscle in her body trembled. She fell to the ground, knees digging into the dirt. Her vision wobbled. She could barely keep herself up. Everything was suddenly getting very heavy. Toby stared at the frozen half-corpse of Kalen Pyreforge. The bottom half of the fire wizard was eternally paused in mid-reincarnation, standing like an odd statue in the center of the battlefield. Flecks of gray ash and frost speckled the half-formed body of a man who would never return to this world. Toby couldn't even rejoice in any feeling of rest, as he knew that Clara could still be fighting against her opponent, and it was crucial for him to come with aid as soon as possible. He turned to the massive shards of earth Brom Grimfury had created with his devastating flail attack. He rushed towards them and began climbing. As he clambered over the rocks, he felt disconcerted by the lack of noise coming from the other side. "Why is it silent?" he wondered. His heart began to quicken as worries filled his head. Had Brom Grimfury killed Clara? Was he now waiting for any future opponent to climb over the rocks, where he'd instantly hit them with a sneak attack? Toby stopped climbing and triggered his mana sense. His whole body froze. His mana sense was only picking up on one mana entity across the divide. Toby gulped and climbed over the rocks. He moved slowly and quietly, as he didn't want to expose himself in case Brom was waiting. As he pulled up to the top of one rock shard, he was able to see onto the other side of the battle. A massive body lay still on the ground, drowning in a puddle of blood. Brom. Toby instantly felt a flutter of relief. "Thank goodness," he thought. "Well done, Clara." His fears returned just as quickly as he couldn't spot Clara straight away. With no nearby enemies to fear anymore, Toby quickened his climbing pace and found himself on the other side of the battlefield, searching for Clara. She was just beyond Brom's corpse, lying on her back. She had been concealed by the rogue traveler's massive corpse. The girl was bruised and shaking. His heart panged at the sight of his friend. "Clara!" Toby cried, rushing over to her. He fell to his knees and held her. Her eyes opened narrowly. Toby sighed. "She's alive." Clara smiled up at him. In that moment, he was so incredibly thankful. He was grateful that Clara was still alive, that he had someone like her in his life. Someone so kind, thoughtful, beautiful, and strong. A few moments ago, for the briefest of seconds, he had to imagine what life would be like without her. He had felt hollow and empty just imagining such a scenario. Tears formed in his eyes as he looked down at Clara. "Tobes," Clara finally said softly, "I definitely thought you were a goner." Clara's joke only made Toby cry harder. He felt his own body wobble. He used his last remaining strength to conjure nearby another geyser blast. Then, as the healing water rained down upon both him and Clara, their wounds disappeared, and their strength returned to them. They had to go help Sam. They rushed forward to find, just inside the cavern, a huge blockade of stone. Damien Blackthorne must have torn at the cavern walls to make sure no one could disturb his confrontation with Sam. There was no way through. It was all up to Sam now. Sam stood in the depths of the underground cave. Beyond the strange sepulchral altar at the center of the large cavernous chamber were jagged walls that looked like they could be climbed up. In the highest corner of the cavern was a small opening that revealed the night sky far above them. Moonlight shone down through the cave like a spotlight. Sam took a step towards the ancient altar and the glowing blue crystal at the center of it. That's the source of the werewolf curse, he thought. He knew it for a fact. It had come up in his research from his previous timeline. Destroying the crystal would end the scenario gate, making Sam's faction victorious. He materialized his demonic rune blade, the deadly and terrifying sword appearing within his grip. Sam moved towards the glowing crystal. There was no time to waste. He had given Toby and Clara as much pointers as he could with fighting the arcane reavers, but there was still a huge power difference between his friends and their enemies. It would be better to finish the scenario gate and ensure everybody's safety. Sam got within a meter of the stone when he felt a brush of wind nearby, and suddenly 2 glowing blue claws appeared out of the darkness, attacking him. He quickly shifted his feet and leaped away from the attack. Sam gripped his sword and took in his newly arrived opponent, Damien Blackthorn. It looked like the final showdown was about to begin. 59. Damien Blackthorn's eyes narrowed as he took in the black-haired boy in front of him. The boy wore powerful and rare silver armor and had strange crimson eyes. "So this is the person that has caused me so much trouble today," Damien mused with venom. This must be the mastermind who had been thwarting him at every turn. He couldn't believe it. His enemy this whole time was nothing but a kid, a bloody teenager. Damien's mana sense told him the boy was a whole tier level lower than him in terms of power. It would explain the exclusive reliance on subterfuge and trickery as his main form of strategy. At a whole tier level beneath him, the boy couldn't rely on any strong-arm tactics. Yet what Damien's read on the boy's tier level didn't explain was the absolute lack of fear in the young man's eyes. After being outsmarted by the kid multiple times, Damien wasn't going to be arrogant. If the kid wasn't afraid of him, that told him something. He couldn't be sure on the specifics, but it told him that the young man had more tricks up his sleeve. That was for sure. If that wasn't the case, why wouldn't the kid attempt to hide his tier level by tempering his mana output? Just another reason that Damien needed to keep his guard up. This kid was suspicious. Damien quickly formed a short-term plan. He would need to be careful. Observe the black-haired boy's moves. He figured the young man would most likely wait for him to strike first, given the power imbalance. Which led to a new question for Damien. An utterly delicious question that he'd savor contemplating. How do I want to end this young man? Roughly 3 seconds had passed since Damien had made his surprise attack on Sam and revealed himself. In those 3 seconds, Sam could see Damien sizing him up, tinkering with a plan and strategy in the back of his mind. He was trying to size Sam up. Caught off guard, Sam only had one strategic option left to employ himself. It was simple. He needed to be just as surprising as his enemy. And so, with reckless abandon, Sam charged forth at Damien Blackthorn, powerful leader of the Arcane Reavers. Given that Sam had not made any effort to conceal the fact that he was a whole tier level less powerful than Damien Blackthorn, that would lead his enemy to think that he might act cautiously given the power imbalance. In that case, Sam thought, let's surprise him with aggression then. Sam rushed forward, gripping his demonic rune blade. He triggered Pain Ring, a crimson-red light shooting out from his chest and creating a circle on the battlefield. Immediately, the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set, digging in and out of his flesh, began to make his power levels rise by the second. Let the ticking clock of destruction begin, Sam thought to himself. He slashed his blade at Damien, and the man quickly jumped backwards. The man came swinging back at him with his 2 glowing blue claws. Sam held out his sword to block. His rune blade and Damien's claws clanged as they clashed against each other. Sam materialized a vial of blood and whipped it on the ground beside him and triggered Blood Flame, level 2. Blood on the ground flew up to his palms and formed a swirling ball of molten blood flame. Damien was now in a bind. Release the clashing claws and blades, or take the molten blood flame ball to the face. What's it going to be, Damien? Sam thought. Just as Sam shot the blood flame ball in Damien's direction, the evil rogue traveler did a double backflip away, only to then completely vanish and disappear. Damien quietly stepped into the shadows of the cave, his invisibility power still masking him from his enemy. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes on the irritating black-haired boy. Damien quickly went over what he'd been able to gather from the boy. The kid clearly has a rare blood magic class. He's able to take blood and turn it into flames. He also did the exact opposite of what Damien had been expecting him to do, which frustratingly reminded him of something he was already well aware of. The kid was smart. Damien watched as the kid moved in a circle defensively, keeping himself agile because he had no idea where Damien might attack him next. The whole time, though, the young man stayed inside the confines of that red circle he had summoned. What does that red circle do? What kind of traveler class is this? The red circle must be boosting his power or giving him some kind of advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay in it. Or the red circle did something disadvantageous to his enemies, not that Damien had picked up on anything during their brief melee within the radius of the Crimson Circle. Well then, I guess I know where I won't be going. Damien quickly came up with a new plan of attack. Sam stayed agile in the middle of the cave. He was prepared for Damien to come from any direction. "What's your next move going to be, Damien?" Sam wondered as he readied himself for his enemy's next attack. Sam didn't like being so exposed, but there were a couple of things working in his favor. His power levels were increasing by the second from within his pain ring, and soon enough, both his battle awareness and split-second vision, the level 2 and 3 evolutions of the ability, would come online soon enough. Then it wouldn't matter if Damien was a tier level of power above him. The man would still be outclassed by the amount of power and abilities Sam would be bringing to the table. Out of the darkness of the cavern came a hurtling blue dagger. Sam quickly moved out of its way, only for another one to come in the opposite direction. Then another and another. Sam kept dodging the projectiles, but he didn't like that he couldn't detect or sense which part of the room they were coming from. A creeping realization began to dawn on Sam. Damien wasn't going to come fight him from within his pain ring. Sam smirked. So the man has pieced together the nature of my central ability. Finally, he thought. I haven't fought such a worthy opponent in a long time. 60, Damien circled the cave, cloaked beneath his invisibility spell. He moved with a subtle speed and grace. His toes bounced off rocks with as much ease as a rabbit hopping across smooth grass. The leader of the arcane reavers was well practiced in his abilities, knowing their weaknesses and strengths. Invisibility was powerful, but it came with a very simple drawback: the sound of his body. Years of training, however, had allowed him to perfect the art of quiet movement, allowing him to be both undetectable to the ears as well as the eyes. He also made sure to temper his mana, so there was no way the boy could tell where he would attack from next. Damien narrowed his eyes from within the dark shadows of the cave. He generated a glowing blue mana knife in his hand, and arched back his hand like he was throwing a dart, and threw it right in the direction of the young man's head. It flew towards the back of the boy's skull. He wouldn't even see it coming. Yet, as soon as the knife left Damien's hand, the boy quickly swerved his feet, narrowly dodging the knife attack. How was he doing that? The kid's skills were truly remarkable. Damien's mana knives were designed so that they flickered in and out of existence at a rapid speed, making them undetectable via mana sense. That meant the kid's ability to sense the knife flying through the air was due to an incredibly tuned ear that could only be developed through years and years of training. Years that this kid simply did not have on him. How is it even possible that this kid is such a talented fighter? The battle continued in this way for another minute or so until Damien decided they'd reached a stalemate. Time to change up my strategy. But then it looked as if the kid had beat him to the punch. The kid lifted up his blade far above his own head. Damien's eyes widened. He's not even focusing on me. He's focusing on destroying the source of the werewolf curse. Sam swung his demonic rune blade down upon the glowing blue crystal. His sword sliced downward in a glorious and triumphant arc, only for a shrill clang to echo throughout the entire cavern. His sword bounced back towards him like he'd attacked an invisible energy barrier of some kind. A message appeared in his retina. Source of werewolf curse cannot be destroyed if more than one faction is within a 10-meter vicinity. Sam's eye twitched with annoyance. This was new information to him. In his previous timeline, Damien Blackthorne had won the scenario gate fighting on the side of the werewolf faction. There was less information on this version of Stage 3 of the scenario gate. Stage 3 in Sam's past had been for Damien to succeed in murdering the Eldorian king and taking the throne. The scenario gate worked in such a way that the stages evolved in branching paths based on who won each stage. Sam had already changed so much of his previous timeline by winning the first 2 stages of the scenario gate that he was now in completely uncharted territory. None of that truly mattered right now, however. What did matter was what the dungeon world was telling him. To win the scenario gate, he had to defeat Damien Blackthorne. There was no other way. Sam was slightly irritated by this turn of events. Destroying the crystal had been a good strategy. If Damien wanted to fight from the shadows in the coy way that he currently was doing, then attacking the crystal would either lead Sam to an easy victory or force Damien out of the shadows. Sam wasn't too frustrated, though. Destroying the crystal while Damien hid from afar was more of a spontaneous, on-the-fly plan. His overarching plan was still moving forward with great effect. He looked up to the opening high up in the cavern. The sky was slowly turning orange. Sam smirked. "My plan is almost complete." Damien kept moving around the shadows, throwing out mana projectiles at his opponent. The boy continued to dodge them with the skill and grace that he had been exhibiting for the entire battle. "Why won't you just die, you runt?" Damien thought to himself with frustration. Damien had almost dived straight at the boy when he had attacked the crystal, but then a message appeared in his retina that had given him great relief. "Looks like your craftiness can only get you so far," he thought to himself viciously. Damien was prepared to go on a full frontal assault. He still had a whole bunch of skills and abilities he hadn't yet used on the boy. And yet, Damien felt hesitant to use those abilities. Mainly because they still had a timer on the clock, 30 minutes left. If the kid didn't defeat him in that time, Damien's faction ended up winning. There was just one tiny problem for Damien with waiting out the clock. It was right at that moment that Damien suddenly felt his knees buckle. Damien froze on the spot. He was well aware of the sensation going through his body right now. Power was draining from him by the second. Daytime was approaching. Such an insolent little fool, Damien thought as he collapsed on the ground. The crafty little runt has been playing a waiting game all along. The projectile attacks had stopped. Sam looked up to the top of the cave, where the night sky could be seen slowly giving way to early morning. Soon enough, it would be safe for him to find Damien's weakened body and finish him off. Then he'd be in the clear to destroy the glowing crystal and finish the scenario gate victoriously. But then something strange happened. Instead of getting lighter and brighter, the orange sky began to darken, going purple, then blue, then black. What? Stars reappeared in the sky, and moonlight shone back down upon the cavern. A large laugh echoed in front of him. Sam shivered. This was a new ability that Sam had never heard of Damien possessing. As far as Sam knew, the rogue traveler couldn't rewind time. And yet, it appeared as if his enemy just did. 61. Sam shuddered at the sight of the moon's luminescent gaze shining down through the open crevice in the cavern's ceiling. Footsteps echoed through the cave, followed by a pair of yellow eyes glowing out from the shadows. Soon, stepping out from the cover of darkness, was Damien Blackthorne. The man chuckled to himself as he took in Sam's confused face. "You fool. You think I don't have a contingency plan for my greatest weakness?" Sam did not like the man's growing confidence. For the last few minutes, the rogue traveler had stuck to the shadows and had been dead silent. Now, suddenly, he was standing right in front of him without the tiniest air of caution. It made Sam uneasy. He preferred to be the one with tricks up his sleeve, not the other way around. He wasn't sure if this was an evolution of one of Damien's abilities, or that he'd managed to conceal reaching an even higher tier level. Or perhaps it was a magical item. He was well aware of Damien's nightmare reality ability, but that ability stopped functioning as soon as daytime arrived, and Sam had been keeping track of the time since they had entered the dungeon gate. It was genuinely morning in Eldoria now. Whatever the ability was, Damien Blackthorne had managed to keep it secret in Sam's first timeline. "Looks like your cowardly strategy isn't going to work," hissed Damien. "What are you going to do now, fool?" Damien felt an overwhelming joy just looking at the confused face of his opponent in front of him. The boy's whole forehead was quizzically creased.
his eyes filled with perplexing bewilderment. Finally, Damien thought, I finally put this squirmy little runt in his place. The whole mission had gone awry due to this kid's annoying craftiness that it felt so deeply satisfying to have gotten the upper hand over him. In some ways, the kid should be honored. Damien had held on to this rare magic scroll for years, in case there ever came a point where he truly needed it, where he found himself in a do-or-die scenario. The magic scroll unleashed a powerful area of effect ability called Endless Night. It was the perfect item for someone like him with the Night Stalker class. His greatest weakness was the loss of powers come daytime. This magic scroll, at least for a one-time usage, allowed him to stay powerful for a little while longer. It was his trump card, and he'd finally played it. Sam's eyes narrowed on his enemy. The rogue traveler offered him a sinister grin. "Tick-tock," laughed Damien. In one move, Damien had completely altered the state of the battle. Before Damien had unleashed his artificial nighttime ability, it was beneficial for Sam to be letting time pass. Now that Damien would stay in his Night Stalker class for the foreseeable future, however, he was now under a lot more time pressure to destroy the source of the werewolf curse before the scenario gate's timer ran out. He wasn't sure what his best move now was. His waiting strategy was bust. He now needed to figure out how to take Damien on while he was still at full power. It also looked as if he wasn't going to be able to rely on Pain Ring, or at least not as consciously as he had hoped. Sam suddenly knew what he had to do. Gripping his demonic rune blade, Sam took a step forward, exiting the confines of the Pain Ring, and rushed towards Damien. Damien's eyes widened with glee as the kid rushed out of his little power buff circle or whatever it was and rushed towards him. Damien materialized his Night Stalker's sharp mana claws in either hand and met the young man head-on. The boy's sword immediately clashed with his thick energy claws. The rogue traveler quickly assessed the power level of the kid. It was the same as it had been before, which meant that whatever advantages he had been gaining inside that red circle of his did not carry over to outside of it. Just as I had expected. The young man pulled back his sword with the glowing red runes, only to slash downward towards Damien's skull with a vicious fury. As the sword came flying towards his forehead, Damien quickly triggered his invisibility and slipped away from his opponent, back with the cover of darkness. The young man then materialized glass vials of blood that he began to smash all over the cave. Echoes of glass shattering on the floor filled the room. What the heck is the kid doing? Soon, almost the entirety of the cavern had a puddle or rivulet of dark red blood covering it. The sickly sight of blood everywhere had Damien on edge. Seeing blood everywhere when fighting someone who could use blood magic was the equivalent of fighting a wind mage and seeing a tornado. It spelled trouble. At that very moment, the black-haired kid unleashed the ability that Damien had been keeping a lookout for since the beginning of the fight. Blood Flame. From the scarlet-stained ground, crimson fire rose with a terrifying wrath. An intense scent of metallic bitterness and charred embers filled Damien's nostrils as the blood flame crackled and popped nearby. Tendrils and waves of intensely destructive heat erupted all around him, including the very place Damien was standing. This was the ability the kid must have used to set the entire forest on fire and wipe out the majority of the werewolves. Okay, Damien mused. So it looks like the flames can appear anywhere there is spilled blood on the ground. He needed to get somewhere in the cave where there wasn't any blood. He rushed forward to the one clear spot he could make out. It was only once Damien was standing in the middle of the clear spot did he recognize the boundaries of the red circle he was standing in. His eyes widened. Uh-oh. Gotcha! Hissed a terrible voice from above him. 62, Sam descended upon Damien Blackthorn, holding his demonic rune blade high above his head. He slashed downward. The glowing red runes of the black sword blurred in the air as the blade rushed towards its enemy's forehead. This is it, Sam thought. My plan is working perfectly. By filling the cavern with the level 1 version of his blood flame ability, he simultaneously distracted Damien from his pain ring
while also pushing him right towards it. Sam had purposely made it the only safe ground in the whole cavern. He had effectively forced Damien to enter his pain ring, and now Sam was about to unleash all the built-up strength and power he had gained inside the pain ring upon his enemy. It had been whole minutes since it had begun, and given all the buffs from his powerful sword and other items, his power level was on the same tier as Damien's, meaning his sword should cut through the man just like it would normally. And that's what it did. The demonic rune blade hit Damien's forehead, rapidly creating a split gash of flesh, peeling open the man's head, brain, and eventually entire body in half. Damien Blackthorn's faded eyes stared out at Sam in horror as the two sides of him collapsed onto the ground on either side of him. Blood and entrails spilled out on the ground below in a pathetic puddle of squishy flesh. Sam did not even waste a second to revel in the victory and destruction of his opponent. He still had the scenario gate mission to complete. If he didn't destroy the crystal in time, his triumph against Damien would be all for nothing. He quickly turned towards the glowing crystal at the center of the room. He attacked it with all of his might. Time to finish this. As soon as the sword hit the crystal, a familiar clanging sound echoed all throughout the room. Huh? A message prompt soon followed Sam's attack. Source of werewolf curse cannot be destroyed. If more than one faction is within a 10-meter vicinity. Sam did not understand. Damien Blackthorn was dead. He turned around to investigate the body, only to find that it wasn't there. All that remained of it was wispy black smoke. That can't be right, Sam thought, just as he heard a laugh echo all around him, and it suddenly became abundantly clear what was happening. Sam was trapped inside Damien's nightmare reality ability. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damien must have set up the nightmare reality as soon as he had prolonged his ability to stay in his Night Stalker class once morning hit. Sam didn't waste a second, rushing back towards the cave's entrance. Damien's nightmare reality ability was one of the Night Stalker class's abilities that Sam had been aware of due to his knowledge from his previous timeline. He knew about the power, including its weakness. The ability functioned both as a psychological assault as well as an environmental one. It was the latter characteristic that explained its blind spot. If you stepped out of range of the fabricated reality, its effect on your brain disappeared, canceling the ability from continuing forward as well. So, Sam rushed out from beyond the artificial reality until he felt a blip, and suddenly Sam was standing right in the center of the cave before he had started running. Sam had broken through. Now time to go take on Damien in actual reality. Damien crouched in his hiding spot. He had climbed and perched himself up on a rock towards the open crevice in the cave. This position should buy me a bit more time, Damien thought. That was all he cared about now. Whittling time away. Even if he loved the idea of slaying the black-haired boy to bits, the kid was too talented a fighter. Damien would happily complete his mission by a technicality if he had to now. That was why he had set up the nightmare reality, and why he had perched himself high above. It was all a means of killing time. The nightmare reality would function as a distraction. His current position would also protect him from the boy's deadly blood magic flames when he finally broke through. From what Damien had observed, the blood flames could only appear where there was spilled blood, and there was none high up where he was. Suddenly, the black-haired boy who stood in an invulnerable daze in the center of the room looked up at him with a knowing stare. So he broke through, Damien thought to himself. It's over, Damien taunted. Just face it. The boy walked towards him, just shaking his head. You're right, said the black-haired boy. It is over. Just not for who you think it is. The boy then dematerialized his sword and clenched his fists. He then let out a huge roar as he triggered an ability Damien had up until that point not witnessed yet. In fact, no one had witnessed this ability of Sam's before, not even Sam. As Sam let out a huge scream, blood flames began to swirl around him. His eyes glowed red with ember. The whole ground of the cave began to shake. What's happening? Then a huge light suddenly glowed above the leader of the arcane reavers. A huge molten ball of blood flame came crashing down into the wall of rocks beside him. The small meteor of flame smashed into the cave wall, creating an explosion of rock and flames that shook the very core of the cave itself. Damien would have sighed with relief if it was just the one ball of flame, but things were quickly going from bad to worse. There were multiple balls of blood flame hurtling down from high above. It was an absolute barrage of incandescent anger falling from above. A meteor shower of molten, smoldering spheres of crimson fire. It was the newest evolution of Sam's blood flame ability, otherwise known as the blood flame storm. It rained down on Damien Blackthorne, obliterating the man, once and for all. 63 meteors of destruction continued to crash down all around Sam. Finally, he unclenched his fists and found the new ability to begin waning in its assault. "It's over, Damien," said Sam with triumphant satisfaction. He looked on with amazement as a few more balls of fire rained down above him. It was the result of the newly evolved Death Lord ability. This was level 4 of the novice tier ability, Blood Flame. He could now unleash Blood Flame Storm, hurling meteors of blood flame from the sky above. This was a whole new level of power, and Sam was extremely excited with it. It added unprecedented versatility and range to his main area of effect power. Before the ability's evolution, Blood Flame could only erupt from spilled blood on the ground, but now he could rain down damage from the heavens. This meant that the Blood Flame Storm could deal damage and hit areas far beyond simply where there was spilled blood. It only needed to be within the vicinity. Phenomenal, Sam thought to himself. He watched as Damien's body twitched in its last seconds of life. But then something strange happened. Sam's eyes widened, and he hurried over to the dying man. It couldn't be, he thought. But that would mean... Meanwhile, outside of where the gray dungeon gate had first appeared, the mayor of Hawkstone, Lydia Elmsworth, stood in front of 3 travelers, a dwarf, an elf, and a human woman. Lydia narrowed her eyes in frustration at the 3 travelers in front of her, then looked at where the gray dungeon gate had been before it had disappeared. "I thought you were here to alleviate my problems," she sighed. "How come the dungeon gate disappeared?" The 3 travelers looked to each other. The captain, Olivia Reeves, spoke for the group. "We're not sure, ma'am." Lydia's eyes twitched. These 3 were meant to be magical super beings who could travel into dungeon gates and slay monsters. If they had no idea what was going on, how were the rest of them supposed to cope? "That's helpful," said Lydia. "Could you elaborate a bit more? Do we need to prepare for an attack?" The elf spoke up. "Well, Ms. Mayor, if our allies inside succeed, then we have nothing to worry about. And if they don't?" "If they don't succeed, there's 2 possible outcomes," said Curtis. A group of deadly rogue travelers exit the dungeon with rare and powerful weaponry that they then use to wreak destruction on Hawkstone. The other possibility, in the event that all the travelers in the dungeon gate don't make it out alive, is that there's a dungeon break, and a group of powerful demi-humans exit and murder everyone in sight. Lydia suddenly wanted to punch the elf. "Shut up, elf," said the dwarf. "Can't you see you're freaking the mayor out? Don't worry, ma'am. If a horde of genocidal demi-humans exit the dungeon gate, you can rely on the 3 of us to squash them." "You 3?" balked the mayor. "The 3 people who were allegedly meant to stop the rogue travelers from entering in the first place. You 3 are going to help?" "That's right, ma'am," said Brock, not noticing the mayor's frustration with him. "I'll happily squash a group of murderous monsters for you. My absolute pleasure. That is, if they come out. They still might not." "Exactly," all 3 of them said at once. "As you can see," said Olivia, mustering a smile, "you have nothing to worry about." Before Lydia could say anything else, her assistant rushed towards her. "Mayor," said the assistant, "there's been reports that the Arcane Reavers hired a group of mercenary bandits to invade the city and create chaos in the streets." Lydia groaned inwardly. "Just what I needed." "Okay," she said. gather up the different guilds. We're all going to need to work together if we're going to take on this threat. Lydia quickly started assigning tasks to the different industries and smaller communities within the city, and what they would be needed to do to help defend themselves. She looked at the three travelers. "Come on," said the mayor. "We've got work to do." Sam stepped toward Damien. The man's skin had begun to fill with strange black veins, appearing just beneath his pale skin. Sam shuddered. He recognized those veins. He didn't like the meaning behind them. Damien snickered as life began to fade away from him. "You fool," said Damien. "You won't be able to stop the new queen, Lilith." Damien's eyes went glassy, and his jaw stretched open wide. A strange cracking sound of insectoid legs then filled the room. Odd legs squishing on dead flesh. Eventually, climbing out from the deceased mouth of Damien Blackthorne was a massive black cockroach with beady red eyes. Sam reacted on pure instinct. Thrusting his arm forward as he materialized his demonic rune blade, the sword skewered the black bug before it could fly away. He quickly sighed with relief once he knew the bug was dead. The bug could have infected him, and all his plans would have gone out the window. That was a mind roach. It was the exact reason he kept the fact that he was from the future a secret to even those closest to him. If that bug had taken over his body, all of his knowledge of the future would have become information his captor could have used for their own benefit. His relief was short-lived, however. The presence of the bug, the fact that Damien even spoke of Lilith, was all very bad news. Horrifying, actually. Damien Blackthorne had been under Lilith's control all along. That completely rewrote Sam's understanding of history. This was a secret fact that scholars, historians, and academics had all missed in Sam's first timeline. That meant Lilith had not only been the architect of the Elven genocide, but she had originally been behind the Grey Gate catastrophe as well. Sam shivered. She's come into being much faster than I had expected her to. There was still so much work to be done. 64. Sam stepped away from Damien's pale corpse and hurried over to the glowing crystal. The scenario gate still hadn't been completed. He gripped his demonic rune blade and slashed the glowing crystal with as much strength and force that he had in him. With relief, the attack went through. Cracks appeared in the glowing crystal, spreading throughout the entire thing, until it exploded into a flash of light. "Congratulations! Your faction has won the scenario." Sam's vision went completely black. Sam's eyes opened to a great white expanse. He distinctly felt the sounds of breathing nearby. He turned over and saw Toby and Clara lying on the ground beside him. A huge sigh of relief automatically exited him at the sight of his friends. Once he'd separated from them, there was no way of knowing what had happened to him. He had confidence in them to hold their own, but even then the battles they were facing were tough. The two of them going up against members of the Arcane Reavers had never been part of the original plan. He was glad to see they were able to fight them off. Clara's eyes fluttered open, followed by Toby's. "Sam," Clara said with excitement. "You're all right." "Sorry we didn't get down to the cave to help you, mate," said Toby. "Damien blocked off the tunnel." Sam's eyes widened with shock. "Wait. You guys defeated Brom Grimfury and Kalen Pyreforge?" "Don't act so surprised," grumbled Clara. "I know," said Toby. "He acts all cool, but underneath it's all ruthless condescension." "Sorry," said Sam before grinning. "I'm just impressed." "We can tell you all about it on the journey back to Resfall," said Clara. "In the meantime, do you mind explaining where the heck we are?" "Yeah, I was just lying on the ground beside Clara and then, poof. I'm in this creepy white room," said Toby. "It's weird." "I'm sure before you were sent here you got a message in your retina?" asked Sam. "Yeah, just congratulating us on winning the scenario gate," said Clara. "Exactly," said Sam. "And this place is where we collect our prize. It's kind of like the class-choosing zone at the end of the White Gate." At that moment, a strange, purple portal appeared in front of them. "We each have to step in there," said Sam. "Choose our victory item, and then we'll be sent back to outside of the Gray Gate. We shouldn't waste too much time as there might be a horde of bandits about to attack Hawkstone." Both Clara and Toby's eyes widened at that statement.
How the heck do you even know that?
Sam couldn't answer because he'd sprinted and leaped into the purple portal. The world on the other side of the purple portal was much like the zone before it, an expansive white room. It was like existing on a three-dimensional blank canvas. It was incredibly strange. The only difference to the expansive white room before it was the lack of a purple portal and the addition of a wooden treasure chest. "Here we go," Sam thought, stepping towards the chest. He felt his heart pick up as excitement began to overtake him. He undid the latches of the chest and opened it up. Inside was a scroll, glowing with red light. Sam felt his stomach sink. Oh no. It was a special type of item, a red illuminated item scroll. Such an item would force Sam to make a choice between the items, but he'd be given less information than a normal illuminated item scroll. He bent over and pulled the magic scroll out of the treasure chest. He pulled the string that held the rolled paper tight and tossed the string into the empty white expanse. He then unfurled the scroll. Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade, redacted, redacted. Ability, redacted. Or Holy Blade of Light, redacted, redacted. Ability, redacted. Sam instantly felt his stomach twist into knots. He knew it was going to be an agonizingly difficult choice as soon as he saw the red illuminated item scroll, but he didn't realize how excruciating it was going to be until he read the scroll. He basically only had the names of the swords to go off, but they both sounded great. The problem was he had no idea what either sword's special abilities were, or their rarity or tier level. He shuddered just thinking about the worst-case scenario where he ended up picking one and it ended up being low in rarity or tier where the other one was epically rare and powerful. Still, he figured either sword would be worthwhile. It was normal for rarer items to have longer names, which both swords had. It really came down to making an educated guess. He considered the first option, Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade. He imagined a black sword with tendrils of black smoke emanating around it. The ability might incorporate some kind of shadow magic. Very interesting. He then mused over the second option, Holy Blade of Light, a paladin's sword if he had ever heard one. It probably glowed with bright energy and offered to heal damage or allies. Also, fantastic. The choice was very difficult and challenging. The Holy Blade of Light could have some amazing extra abilities that complemented his current traveler abilities. However, it also had a high likelihood of having abilities that worked counter to the fundamental fighting style demanded by his current classes. Meanwhile, Shadeslayer might not have anything that directly complemented his abilities, but it probably wouldn't have anything that went fully against them either. It might deal great damage and have a nifty extra ability perk that would be useful. In the end, Sam's gut was leaning towards Shadeslayer. He went through the red illuminated item's scroll prompts, and once he'd confirmed his decision, the item poofed into a cloud of smoke, and reappearing in its place was an incredible-looking black sword with glowing purple runes and black, smoky tendrils spinning around it. With the item now chosen and in his hands, he could read over the stats and special ability. He was very pleased indeed. 65. A woman screamed in terror as she ran through the streets of Hawkstone. Her whole frame was tense and rigid with fear, her muscles visibly straining as she rushed forward away from those chasing her. "Come back," hissed the group of bandits chasing after her. She tightened her eyes closed for a moment, hoping that when she opened them, she'd be waking up from a dream. Just a very bad, horrible dream, where her home city was overtaken by a gigantic dungeon gate and marauded by bandits all in the same day. A nightmare where she had to separate from her daughter in the hopes of leading the bandits away from her precious little girl. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she was still in Hawkstone, running for her life. She felt her sweat cling to her skin as she clenched her fists and swung, hoping that somehow the frantic energy of her arms would make her legs go faster. Her chest heaved as she breathed in and out in absolute panic. She turned a corner only to find herself in a dead-end alleyway. Her face went pale as she could hear the footsteps of those chasing her get louder and louder behind her. In a different part of the city, a little girl sprinted forward, tears in her eyes. She had to keep rubbing the tears out of the way so she could see where she was going. Broken glass littered the streets along with smoke and fire. Mommy had told her to run as fast as she could while she distracted the scary men away. All the girl wanted was her mommy back. She didn't understand why this was happening to her, why any of this was happening at all. A group of bandits with sharp swords turned the corner, appearing right in front of her. She stopped dead in her tracks. The little girl turned around, only to see another group of bandits coming in the opposite direction. She was trapped. The men snickered as they approached. "Little girls sell well on the slave market out at sea," they hissed. The girl didn't know what to do. The bandits kept creeping closer and closer. Just as the girl was about to scream, she noticed rivulets of water running through the cracks of the cobblestone. "That's odd," she thought. Then a huge gush of water filled the street from far away. A young brown-haired boy in a wizard's cloak emerged, riding some kind of board alongside the water. The figure fired off spheres of hostile water magic, knocking out the bandits attacking the girl. The figure surfed forward, almost like he was creating the very wave that he was riding on top of. He picked up the girl just as the rushing water crashed in and obliterated the bandits. The girl looked at the boy, mesmerized. "My hero," she thought. "Don't worry," said the young wizard. "I got you." A bandit smashed a window with a loose brick he found on the ground. With the window open, he was able to poke his hands through and unlock the door on the inside. He opened the door to find a family, cowering in fear. They instantly ran to the back of the house, throwing down tables to get in the bandit and his fellow criminal compatriots' way. The bandits pushed forward, chasing the family out into the courtyard. "I never understood why people run in situations like this," snickered the bandit, drawing out his sword. "You came out to this courtyard, even though you knew there was no escape for you here. So why even bother?" The group of bandits moved towards the family in a large regiment. One of the bandits' colleagues nudged him in the shoulder. Boss," said the colleague. "What?" The colleague pointed to high up in the air. There was a speck in the sky. The speck began to get bigger and bigger. Suddenly the speck was no longer a speck, but rather an amber-haired girl with a powerful spear swirling with starfire magic, heading straight towards them like a missile in the sky. Whorls of celestial blue and silver flames spiraled around the shaft of the incoming girl's spear, cackling with arcane energy. The spear's tip aimed unerringly at the bandits looking up at it with awe. The girl landed into the group of bandits, creating a powerful explosion of energy, obliterating the group in seconds. She backflipped and landed on the ground, wearing a shiny set of new boots. The family looked on at the traveler with amazement. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth found herself surrounded by bandits. She had stretched the city's resources and manpower too thin, and now she was paying the consequences. She looked at the group of men viciously grinning at her with bloodlust in their eyes. They took a step towards her when out of nowhere a line formed in one of the bandits' necks, exploding with blood. They looked around frantically. They pointed at Lydia. "You witch! We'll kill you!" That was when a black-haired swordsman emerged behind them. "It's him! Kill him!" The bandits rushed towards him. Yet as the bandits moved forward, their limbs were hacked off, their bodies collapsing on top of one another. Sliding like diced meat was the closest they were able to get to them. "But how?" wondered a bandit lying on the ground. The boy was slicing and slashing his sword, but he was nowhere near the bandits. It was precisely at that moment that the bandit saw the boy stab the shadow of his colleague in the chest and simultaneously watched a gaping hole form in his bandit companion meters away from where the swordsman had struck. Impossible. The boy was attacking their shadows. It was the last thing the bandit realized before he saw the boy slash down at the shadow of the bandit's very own neck. 66. Within an hour of Sam and his companions' return from the Grey Gate, the bandit attack on Hawkstone had quickly been tampered down and removed. The group of travelers reconvened in the center of the city, along with the mayor, to confirm that everyone was indeed all right, and figure out what the recovery plan would be now that the battle was over. By the time Olivia had reached the center of the city, she'd already heard whispers and rumors of the travelers who had come and undoubtedly swayed the battle in their favor. The boy who could ride waves of his own creation, the girl who could jump up to the skies and land down with violent mayhem, and finally, the boy who could kill just by attacking another's shadow. Incredible, Olivia thought as she heard these rumors on her way to the city center. But beyond just her amazement, she also felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. What happened to those three while in the Grey Gate? How have they returned with such new strengths and abilities? The answer to her question was abundantly clear when she reunited with the three of them. They had succeeded in their mission of completing the irregular gate, and the trio had returned with magnificently rare items that augmented their power sets. Toby had acquired an adept tier item of mythic rarity known as the Mystic Wave Weaver, a magical surfboard that absorbed water magic to generate its own tidal wave it could ride upon. It also increased the potency of water elemental attacks. Clara had an adept tier item of super rare rarity known as the Boundless Sky Boots. The boots granted her the power to jump incredible heights and also land with safety. Combined with her spear attacks, the boots augmented her power to deal insane levels of damage upon landing. And then finally, there was Sam's newest sword, a black blade that glowed with purple runes and emitted black tendrils and mist all around it. The blade was known as Shadeslayer, the Shadow Blade. The sword was of mythic rarity and had a master tier level of power. Upon Olivia's first witnessing the sword, she felt awe and terror at the sight of such a deadly blade. She watched as the three young friends laughed together, now that the battle for Hawkstone was over. They're improving so fast, she thought to herself. She hadn't seen such impressive traveler growth and progression ever in all of her years working for the guild. She looked at the black-haired boy laughing with his friends, scratching the back of his head. It all had to do with this young man. The emergence and purpose of the dungeon gates still remained a mystery to them all, but it was a foreboding one. Perhaps this boy will be the one who saves them from whatever calamity these dungeon gates are sure to one day bring. Olivia shook her head, wishing away the dark thoughts. For the time being, things were good. Hawkstone had been saved, Damien Blackthorne had been stopped, and a tragic event, one that only Sam had prior knowledge of, known as the Grey Gate catastrophe, had been officially averted. A few days later, Sam woke up in his bedroom in the Gilded Griffin, a fancy inn, whose innkeeper had offered him and his companions a free place to stay after all they had done to save the city of Hawkstone. Sam stretched and pulled himself out from the comfort of the cozy feather mattress and thick, warm blankets. Across from him, a fireplace roared, while the light of the day poked through the cracks in the velvet curtains in front of the windowsill. I could get used to this, Sam thought to himself. Only the wealthiest of merchants stayed at a place like this. It put their austere lodgings at the Resfall Travelers' Guild Hall to shame. It was too bad, then, that this would be their last morning here. But Sam did not live his life for the pursuit of absolute leisure, and there were things that needed to be attended to. Lilith, he thought to himself. Just thinking the words of that horrific woman and all her misdeeds she did in Sam's first timeline made him shudder. He had taken the exoskeleton of the bug that had crawled out from Damien. I don't know how mere mortals without a traveler's constitution can drink that much, but I now know they bloody well can. And on that note, the travelers left the Gilded Griffin Inn. Mayor Lydia Elmsworth waited with a large group of citizens at the edge of the city to wish the travelers who had saved their home well on their journey. One woman had baked them all her special sorcery swirl cinnamon buns to snack on as they traveled. The baked goods were done in thanks of saving both her and her daughter against the evil bandit horde. The citizens all cheered and waved the travelers goodbye as they set forth back to their home of Resfall. The mayor smiled at the sight of it all. The people of Hawkstone were grateful. The travelers hadn't just saved them, but had changed and altered them forever. The citizens were now working together and becoming more prosperous, which could mostly be credited to the group of travelers. The party of travelers' camaraderie and fighting spirit showed the citizens how they, too, could work together. The mayor had used her leadership to help get the whole small city to that mindset. And, for realizing she had it within her power to do that, she had the travelers' fearless leader, the black-haired boy known as Sam, to thank for that. 67. A few weeks later, Sam and his companions arrived at the western gate of Resfall on a bitterly cold morning in Wintersmid. It was early in the morning still, the sky a dark gray. White dots of snow fell down all around them. "I'm looking forward to getting back to the guild hall," Toby shivered. "I just want to drink hot cocoa and hang out by the fireplace in the common room." "Agreed," said Clara. "Just add some marshmallows to the hot chocolate and we're good to go." "Or some hype juice, if you know what I mean," laughed Brock. "Or plan your next mission," grumbled Olivia. "Or have you forgotten that you're travelers?" Everyone was slightly grumpy, just with the long and cold weeks of traveling back to Resfall. Everyone was impatient to be home. The miserable weather wasn't helping either. The black iron gates rolled open, and the travelers, with their blue cloaks billowing behind them, stepped back into the capital city they called their home. They were instantly bombarded with a city full of Hearthmas cheer. Garlands of ivy and pine cones were strung across the rooftops of all the houses, gold and silver baubles flickering with light. The smell of gingerbread and hot cocoa wafted through the air. It was still early, but the city was already awake and getting ready for the day. As they strolled through the festive streets of the city on their way back to the guild hall, they passed by different shops offering special Hearthmas sales and gift ideas. One store caught Sam's eye. He saw the words, "The Beak Boutique," painted onto a glass window, with words written underneath, "Resfall's first bird-watching specialty shop." Beyond the glass window was a chalkboard sign, listing dates of upcoming bird-watching workshops. Most of the workshops had the words, "Sold out," written beside them. Inside the shop, Sam could see binoculars, camouflage clothing, and other specialty gear and manuals, all for sale. He smiled knowingly to himself, amazed at all the ways big and small this new timeline had evolved in its own unique way, and the large part Sam played in that development. He was then quickly presented one of the more odd and annoying developments. "Here, sir, have a candy cane for morale." A little kid had emerged in front of him holding up a candy cane. Sure," said Sam, taking the candy cane off the kid. "Amazing. Hope you have a good day, sir," said the kid. "The Dangerous Fire Brigade normally loves to give peanuts to raise morale, but since the Hearthmas holidays are coming up, we wanted to hand out something a little more festive." Soon the entire group had candy canes, a nice little candy to enjoy on their final jaunt back home. The guild hall was as decorated as the rest of the city, maybe even more so. Loads of glowing multicolored mana lights were done up like vines on the entirety of the building. On the rooftop, Guildmaster Redfield was installing the last of the lights, wearing a red Father Hearthmas hat. "Ho ho ho," the Guildmaster said, waving down to the returning travelers. "Welcome back." Meanwhile, in the royal keep of Resfall, the throne room doors were closed and locked shut. A paper sign hung from the doorframe with words scrawled in black ink. "Royal dance classes currently underway. Do not enter." Anyone who may have passed by the door and sign would be perplexed for multiple reasons. For one thing, Queen Alice Grace was already renowned as an impeccable dancer. What more lessons could she need in a skill she was already so talented in? The other confusing thing was that no music could be heard through the doors of the throne room. And finally, more disturbing than thought-provoking, were the regular sounds of screaming and groans that echoed beyond the doors. The royal staff just kept their heads down, knowing better than to ask any questions that didn't directly concern them. Beyond the throne room doors, Queen Alice Grace threw punch after punch at her handmaiden Mildred. The Queen's fists, covered in flames, would smash right into Mildred's palms before puttering out. "Again!" Mildred would yell. Queen Alice was sweating and red-faced. Her whole body heaved as she panted and threw punch after punch at her handmaiden-turned-fighting instructor. Mildred was impressed by Alice's growing power. The first time the Queen had awakened her Phoenix-class powers, it had been in the battle for Resfall, after the attempted assassination on her. She had gone into an unconscious mode of absolute destruction. It was powerful, no doubt, but the class would be no good for her if Alice couldn't learn to control it. It would be a dangerous liability for both herself and everyone around her. Mildred felt extra responsible for training Alice. It went beyond merely her duties as a handmaiden and her overarching love and concern for the girl. She felt an extra obligation because she was one of the travelers who had discovered the class stone that had imparted this incredibly unique class onto the girl. It had been Alice's late father, the former king, who had requested any class stones discovered get brought to him to impart upon his daughter. The dungeon gates had brought